dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you
Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of the OCE season. We've got rid of formal, we've kept the core three, and it's about time if you ask me. Yummy and Monty, how we doing?
It's a bit bittersweet. I'm excited to see who we're going to the Paris Major, who's going to Worlds. It all goes down to today, but it's also probably the last time you'll see us for the year. So exciting, and maybe some special things going on as well throughout the day.
I had a scare for a moment there. I thought Yummy was about to announce a retirement or something. I'm going to be honest.
It sounded like it didn't. The last time you'll ever see me, I'm going to disappear off the planet. No, it's good to see. Well, it's not good to see that it is the last time you'll see us this year. Hopefully, you'll see us maybe towards the end of the year. Maybe even we can cook up something, for the 1v1s and 2v2s. Or, hopefully, boys, the LCQ, pending how we go in Paris. So maybe we'll be able to cook up a broadcast, but we do need to focus on today. As you said, we're trying to send one team to Paris. We've got 3 teams in contention. Here's the bracket so far. It was a great day yesterday. I wasn't there. Yummy, fill me in.
Yeah, I was perfect. Honestly, I couldn't have gone better. Everybody was really professional too. I realized the difference that it made. We got high quality series. We started off with an absolute banger reverse sweep. The Squiddies going through. Daddies, they also reverse swept Game 7 overtime. And it was perfect.
It was a pretty good day, wasn't it? I mean, you get rid of CJ. Maybe once the micromanagement is out of the window, everything runs perfectly for OCE. I mean, it did run perfectly.
Yelled at once yesterday, Monty.
Yeah,
I think chat was still getting yelled at as well, so I don't know if I'm the common factor there. I heard some abuse being thrown from Formal in particular, which is why we had to bench him for today, which is probably for good reason as well. He's been a worry all season long, so it was about time. But what are they playing for? You guys know the deal. At this point, it's just, look, obviously the points are going to be important for the World Championships, but you just got to win today to make Paris. It's simple as that.
Yeah, it's really crazy what kind of shenanigans the daddies are going to get up to with that $12,000. I mean, they're going to go wild in the sheds. They're going to be buying new lawnmowers, maybe some ride-ons. I don't know, but it's going to get a little bit weird.
A couple of whippersnippers maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I think, yes, the points are important. The prize pool is great for the teams that, maybe aren't in that, typical top 3 run. But for the top 3, it really doesn't matter. I think you look at those two things, points, prize pool, I don't think they care one bit about that right now. I think it's whoever gets the result at the end of the day that cares the most.
We've been confirmed there's no tiebreaker scenarios. By the end of the grand final, we will 100% know who's going to the Paris Major.
Yeah, we don't muck around here. Speaking of Paris, here's your contenders globally, worldwide. We saw Falcons drop out in MENA last night, which means that Twisted Minds and R8 are confirmed. Insane that Falcons have gone from the top 4 at the Boston Major to now not making Paris. Shopify Rebellion Space Station locked in. We'll have a couple more NA teams locked in. 5 Fears locked in. But let's focus on us. We've got 3 teams right there, Yummy. We've got the Bulldogs, Power, and Wildcard. As you said, the points really are irrelevant, the 2-point cap, because whoever outplaces. Whoever wins today, basically, will be there in Paris.
Essentially so, and also because they have gotten themselves into positions where they'd verse each other in the semi-finals too. So it could be decided before the grand final, just not expecting that. I'm expecting 2 of these 3 teams to be up there.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And the thing for me that really stands out right now is the fact that the 2 teams, yes, same points for Power and Wildcard, but the Bulldogs and Power, I don't think they're looking incredibly in form. Wildcard, the better looking form team right now, which is a scary prospect for those 2 sides. But I mean, on Championship Sunday, it's all to play for.
It's a new day. Speaking of Worlds, as well as we're trying to lock in that extra LCQ spot to send a second OCE team. We're in a decent position. Power, obviously, off the Boston Major.
Wow.
Number 1 in points in OCE. But if you are to qualify, if you're Wildcard or Bulldogs, you make Paris, you're putting yourself in a fantastic spot to take that solo OCE spot and potentially create an LCQ spot.
It's crazy how important that 3rd event was in order to give the Bulldogs a chance to make Worlds as well. In fact, I believe if they make it, they will just essentially, not quite get themselves through, just because it's only 6 extra points for winning a grand final.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, you have to... It's realistically, this weekend, it's fight for your life. After this weekend, cheer for whoever beats you in Paris, realistically. Do as good as you can once you're over there, because we want to make the World Championship with 2 teams.
It's good to see. You want to cheer for OCE, where there's no more rivalries. Once you do get to Paris, everyone will be cheering on our representative. But, here's the LCQ spots, as we said. So currently, OCE are sitting in 4th. Only the top 4 regions get an LCQ last chance qualifier, which will mean an extra spot, an extra team will be sent to the World Championships. Currently, OCE sitting above SAM, which means if you're watching along in Paris, OCE have to outperform the average of the 2 SAM teams. So they don't have to beat the first seed. They just have to beat the average between their top 2 teams, or their 2 teams being sent. So we'll stay tuned with that, but we need to keep on moving into today. That's enough about the land. That's enough about the World Championships. We need to focus on us. We need to find which team will be going through to the big dance. But before we get through to that, I had no idea what happened yesterday. So, Yummy, how about you show me some of the top plays from Playoff Saturday?
Brother, we had some great plays, and most notably, we didn't have very many rough plays. We started off with some bangers, and Banana Head, he does it all himself. Just a solo ground play, picks it up right here. Really hard catch, almost having to dunk his own teammate, and somehow managing to scoop it past the last.
And well, Wildcard, I said we're informed, but the Bulldogs, not so much. They still managed to get on the top plays as Kaka goes alone with the Demo Hunter. Might be the easiest shot we've seen on the top plays, but it's all from this play around the corner. Kaka with the center ball. The Demo opens the gap up, and Hunter just picks his placement off this shot. Look at that. Top bins, easy as you like.
I think that was a 3-3 equaliser as well. There are a couple goals down. I was tuning in yesterday, and here's our number 3 play. You've got Scorch. You just get tossed the ball downfield from Luna, and how about that? Top left slot. Beautiful stuff coming out against Flight. Amphis looking to get in net. I mean, you're no chance of saving that. Beautiful speed, great precision as well, and a nice little set play. I'm going to see perhaps a bit of more of that today. Well, I mean, I'd like to.
We're going to see more, and I'll tell you what, people thought that this team were in the retirement home, but the daddiest daddy comes out from the roof, shows a lot how it's done. We've had 2 of these now in 2 weeks with a beautiful angle from Cobbo. They were down 3 games. They were down and out. Everybody said go next series, but he never gives up.
And it's the latest game that we saw in the top plays. In a game 6, they step up the Bulldogs. Caleb with a reset. Kaka had already pre-jumped. He finds the reset himself. I mean, you've got to see this POV. He doesn't even know he's up. Now he does. He finds the reset. Kaka goes, thank you very much. I'll do the exact same as you do. And look at this. He's already up. How long in the air does Kaka need?
On.
That's exactly what he needs, and he finds the goal.
That's a reset pass into a reset. I want to see more of that today. I don't want to see own goals. I do actually want to see some own goals because it's OCE. Come on. But I want to see some top plays. I want to see our top 3 teams absolutely performing. And
Wait,
look, I said
does that mean it's time for the bottom plays now, CJ? Let's go.
We're not doing bottom plays today, just the top plays. And I mentioned, Yummy, off the top of the show, I joked that Formal has been kicked from the broadcast and now it's the trio. And I saw just a wall of people crying in chat saying, please bring Formal back. I didn't actually see any of those, but we do have him back because we've got him live in Fortress, joined with the boys as well. Tins and the Bougie Bougie TV boys. How we doing?
We are doing fantastic. Look, stars in our eyes, stars down here. We got the Bouge finally on RLCS, my man. Probably a little cramped, probably a little squishier than you would have thought, but you're here on the most important day.
I made it. One boot camp made Champ Sunday. The other one didn't make it there, but here we are. I'm keen. I'm excited.
Also, Tins.
Yeah, look, I'm here as well. I was here yesterday.
That big reveal was yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen enough of that guy.
Plays, that's what's going on over here. We're vibing out here. We're going to look at casting some great rock.
They're absolutely vibing over there, which is good to see. And boys, just quickly before we let you go, first series of the day, we've got No Car Abyssal. Early thoughts before we get you guys to cast that. What are you thinking?
Abyssal, come on.
No car.
We saw no car.
It's no car. Upper bracket teams always win.
This is a battle going on over here.
Yeah.
It's absolute chaos over there, left, right, centre. But we've got the trio casting first up. We've got more special guests coming throughout the day as well. Not only the 2 next to Formal, but yes, we haven't kicked him. He's still there. So
can we just talk about Formal a little bit too and how he's put Bougie in the back? I mean, surely the guests go at the front.
He did kind of slide him out, didn't he? He just kind of pushed him to the side. It's disappointing, Monty, to say the least. But let's get into today. We're running out of time here on the pre-show. Let's take a look at the schedule, what we are going to have in store for today, Monty. 5 series with that big grand final TBD at the end. What are you looking forward to most right here?
I mean, I'm very excited to see how Bissell played today, to be honest with you. They set up an amazing sort of tactical masterclass yesterday. I'm excited to see how they go, but realistically, we are looking at those semi-finals. Firstly, we're looking at that power quarterfinal, aren't we, as well, against the Daddies. They might do some upsets there, who knows? But realistically, it's those semi-finals, 2 back-to-back massive series heading into the grand final. This is non-stop chaos energy from OCE.
Yeah, I'm expecting once we get to the semi-finals, every single match will have Paris and Worlds connotations, so you're certainly going to have to stay around and watch all of those. But even the first one, I'm expecting that's a banger. That's a battle for top 4 between 2 teams that haven't made it this season.
It's going to be on like Donkey Kong. We do need to kick off with our first matchup of the day. We asked the fellas at Fortress Live in Melbourne about it. Abyssal. It's not an octopus. I think it is an octopus, actually. I was going to say it's not a kraken. It's not a squid. It's not a clam or something that Yummy was trying to claim on Friday.
It doesn't look like cuttlefish. It doesn't look like an octopus at all. It looks more like a squid/cuttlefish.
Okay, we'll lock that in. Well, they're taking on No Car.
Yeah, the Squiddies.
Yeah, the Squiddies. No Car have been a bit of a surprise back at Monty. Elliot Hawk and Prompt with clutchy coaching.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy plays from them, to be honest, as well. I mean, Elliot Hawk both in some top plays before this event, before today. They have been kind of that surprise packet. We don't really know what to expect from them overall. We know they're 3 quality players, but can they put it together on the game day is the main question. I also want to say, I spoke to Team Abyssal's socials manager on Twitter before this event, and they said, yeah, we agree with Yummy calling us the Squiddies. We don't like being called the Cuttlefish. So, just to put that out there.
Fair enough. Anyway, up to more important things. We did see some really good performances from No Car yesterday. Obviously, couldn't do it against the Bulldogs in the end. But, Prompt starting to feel like he's hitting that stride that he's meant to do. And there's, a little bit in the air about Hawk after all the doubts we had at the beginning of the split. So, going to be interesting to see how they go.
Well, get your predictions in chat. Hashtag TA for the Squiddies. Hashtag NOKR for No Car Esports. And I feel like with No Car, Monty, that is the team. If we're going to look outside the top 3, to just completely spoil the party, ruin the show, and create a bit of a Scrims World type victory in this event here on Champ Sunday, they look to be the ones that could do it.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's whoever wins this series in particular that could be that Scrims World kind of side. I mean, Luna's on Team Abyssal, so that's a bit of a throwback as well. But Team Abyssal, they played some really solid Rocket League yesterday. I'm excited to see how they go. But no card, the mechanics from these guys is really what could break through into that top 2, top 1, even if we're looking at that fairy tale run.
So do you have them? I can't get what your answer is there in terms of a prediction, Bonnie. So,
Let's hear it.
I think I'm going to have to, just off the tactical masterclass I saw from Team Abyssal yesterday, I'm going to have to go the Squiddies.
Oh, the Squiddies. Whoa, wait. I mean, sure, give me the Squiddies as well, Hazzy. You know where I'm at. Squiddies all the way. Luna's the greatest player we've ever seen. Zombie freaking Scorchy. They'll get some goals probably, but it's all going to be Luna and it's all going to be the Squiddies.
Yummy always just goes with his heart over his head every time. That's why he never predicted me. That's why I have the
best predicting record.
And that's why he goes with Luna, Misty. He's got his boys. He's going with Abyssal. Give me No-Car. You guys are crazy. They were the 4th team. They're in the upper bracket for a reason. Well, they're not anymore. They did drop down. But they looked all right in that match against the Bulldogs. Took them to Game 6. I think they'll be there in the semi-final against Wildcard. And maybe they could cause an upset. But I think No-Car can get the job done. Looking at the predictions, and I guess I'm just I'm in the minority, and Twitch Shadow Roy is right.
That's the first time we've heard him say that. Yeah, didn't expect to hear
thanks,
that.
Guys. I kind of thought that No-Car was going to get there. Even Hazza had to actually went for No-Car to try and balance that out. Can we get some more No-Car predictions? Surely there's some respect on my former teammate Hawk, who I was with in Montreal, clipping on NRG. I think we got swept, but he hit one or two good goals there, and I think they can do it. It's a good way to kick off the day as well. We've obviously got our top 3 teams awaiting later on. The winner of this will play Wildcard. On the other side of the bracket, we've got the likes of Power and the Bulldogs. But we're ready to go, ladies and gents. And I hope the 3-Minute Fortress have figured out their microphone issues and they're ready to go as well. It's the biggest day on the calendar. It's the biggest day in OCE history. And it's Game 1 brought to you by Max Formal Casting.
Let's get into it. Thank you, CJ. Look, I got your back. No-Car, come on. Upper bracket. Hawk was that prodigy of the past. Prompt still could be a prodigy of the current. And Elliott can clip it as well, both in terms of top goals and own goals. How can you pick against this team, Tins?
Pretty easily. All you do is you say, I want to pick Team Abyssal. I want to pick the team that's going to win. We're split over here, as I said.
We have a tiebreaker, though. We got Bougie.
Battle all day. Bougie, make some sense.
We got the tiebreaker.
Well, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Yesterday, I saw Abyssal down 2-0 in the series, and I clicked off thinking that they were just going to get run through. Then I come back seeing Game 7 OT, and they get the W. So I don't know, maybe if I doubt Abyssal again and go No-Car, I might actually see my, Dylan's mate Luna making it through to the next stage.
I swear, throughout Luna's history, I have been his biggest hater, his biggest doubter. Yes, gives me they rail on me all the time for it. But then the second I believe in him, he lets me down. The second I start to have faith in Lunar, that's when he chokes out. So me being on No-Car, it could be the best thing for Team Abyssal. We'll see, though. 40 seconds into our first game. I think the most accurate thing that Dust did say, though, is the team that wins this has the best chance of playing spoiler on the day.
Definitely. We need that team to come in every OCE fashion and be that spoiler maker, be the team that makes, one of the big 3 competing for that major miss out. And I think, players like Luna, I think, strive to that. They love being the reason why some of these players are sitting at home waiting to see if we can get that last chance qualifier.
And it's just freebies all around. If you expect the best team to go through it, end of the day, 90% of the time in OC fashion, they don't. Yep. You always thought Wildcard was going to go through winning everything. All of a sudden, they drop series and sweats from top 32, and we're like, I don't know who's actually going to make it to the major anymore.
Hey, Hazza, if we're bringing out relics from the past, maybe we can get that old Wildcard Power hype video that may or may not have been made for Regional 3. I don't know. It's hiding down there somewhere, but so far in this one, still no score yet. It's been some testing attacks. Really, it's actually looked like the Squiddies have had a bit more of the earnest on this game, and I do have to give credit where it's due. If anyone is going to be a spoiler, Monty said it best. Lunar's done it before. Scrim's World was a thing. I guess that's where our eyes should fall.
Look, talking about relics in the past, I thought you were about to say Jake's making the appearance today. I don't know
hey, you never know. I don't even know the full list.
We're not promising what's going on. As you can see, we're already starting off in a chaos way, and Elliott's going to start us off here with the first goal.
Yeah, beautiful shot indeed, making it 1 up in favour. I'm not going to lie, I thought Team Abyssal had all the promise at the start, but once Luna misses the ball, his team seems to struggle. We also seen Zombie Big boy Zombie Freak with a card change from yesterday, switching it up into the Fennec, maybe feeling a little bit nicer in the 2s rank yesterday.
Yeah, it was a little bit off and a little bit wild, as we are going to see maybe something more in that midfield get wrapped around for the time being, as here comes a challenge up. Scorch to the ball, taking it around.
Let's see if they can get a goal on here. Had an opportunity, but couldn't quite. They're just fumbling in front of net. Someone trying to make any kind of sense of it, but I'm not sure what's going on. They're trying to get one out of the corner, but can't quite get something going.
And I'm not going to lie, right now, trying to watch it between all the audio problems that we're having up on the screen, all I can see is Hawks managed to get a banger and 2:24 on the clock, and they got a 2-goal deficit.
Yeah, 2-goal deficit. As I think, Tins is now pushing buttons. Tins is pushing buttons, and I don't know what is happening.
Who would have thought this could go poorly? All right, look, we're trying to make things happen. Hawks trying to get the goal. I don't even know what mic I'm trying to get into right now. Paul will hand it over. Oh, with the microphone. That sounds a lot better. But we've got a Hawk getting a nice little early goal there. No car. They started out strong in game number 1 yesterday, and that kind of led them to that early series low, but they gave it up. But I think this time they're coming out with a vengeance.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying to sort out the mic in the background because these guys have no idea what they're doing, and I'm trying to organize with broadcaster, but I get thrown back into the deep end. At least I get to see the highlight. 3-0 up in favor of Noka. I guess me doubting Team Abyssal isn't working in my favor right now.
Not for the time being, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time for them to come back. Again, marathon, not a sprint, best of 7, yada, yada, yada. We've seen and heard it before. Just like we've seen Prompt do this before. Finds Elliott down the middle. The slow roller denied. Ball off the post. Good save by Scorch.
Now Hawk trying to take it over. I think we've got the mic sorted out here, but tries to get a nice little air dribble over the defense. Can't quite get there. They're mounting that pressure here. Zombie looking for the clear, but ends up clearing it into midfield, but no one from No Car Esports able to get there.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth, but I just had a little quick nosy at the chat and saw Yummy making a great claw. I don't know how Guru has managed to mess this up as well. I will always just stand by it. Hashtag blame Guru.
True. I mean, look, he was here before you guys arrived, fiddling with the wires, messing with the desk. I mean, and then he said, oh, I'd love to stay, but I got to go make sure that it's the right map rotation for RLCS, meaning that if it's wrong even once today, I mean, I don't know. I think he loses his trip to Paris.
I think so. And Luna's trying to make sure they don't lose a goal there, but they're trying to come back here. 1 minute to go. They're running out of time. Saw a few good opportunities here. I'm really looking at, I think, Luna and Scorchy to be that kind of upfront duo. Luna loves being third man, loves playing that defensive role. Probably, I would say, one of the better players in those 2v1 situations left back on defense. But when we start to see this team thrive, it's those passes upfield to Scorchy. It's getting involved and pulling off some of the solo plays we know Luna can do.
Do you think it's because Luna feels like he has to play that role, though? Because you have the Scorch, the Beekeeper, you've got the 2's main demon, Zombie Freak. Do you feel like you have to sit in that role because your players are just going full throttle the whole time?
I think they have to. Like, Luna, as I said, I think plays a role depending on the team, depending on what the team needs him. And if that's definitely the case that happens, I would say he's going to trust that Zombie and Scorchy are going to be able to get upfield. Yesterday, though, the one player we saw conquer everything on defense was Prompt, and that's the player I'm looking forward to seeing here.
I mean, so far in this one, though, I mean, we're talking about Lunar, we're talking about Prompt. It's kind of been the Elliott show, I feel. He was the one for... Okay, yeah, the
Look, he's at the top of the leaderboard.
No one cares about score, all right? Look at the 7 shots that Elliott was putting on target right there. He was the spearhead. He was the one creating the opportunities. If he's playing with that kind of aggressive confidence, I think that's a good sign for Nokar. And I'm looking now at Scorch and Zombie. We trust Lunar, all right? I will concede. Everyone trusts and believes in Lunar. Oh, the other teammates need to step up.
We got 3 saves from Luna, 3 saves from Scorch, only 1 from Zombie, but we're talking about the third man being that defensive player, but Luna's also the attacking player, so it's not really making too much sense. I feel like the boys just need to try to find more pace, get back into it a little bit easier and see what they can do.
Look, Yummy said yesterday it was going at Hunter for not getting on the top of the leaderboard, so if Yummy's saying score means everything, I think score means everything. Prompt yesterday, I think, had 9 saves in one game, was astonishing on the defensive end. Unfortunately, they didn't get the win, which is why they're in the lower bracket now, but that just shows the potential. If we can start to see Hawk pull off a lot of those plays that we know, the days of old, we talk about Montreal and, carrying CJ to even make it that far in an event. Hawk can definitely be that player that can step up.
The days of I still think it's crazy that Hawk is considered an old guard player, has been around for so long, but it's because he started so young. Again, he's still a kid in so many ways. That youthful energy, let's see it out on the pitch, unlike the slow defense from Zombie perhaps. Now he's back in time for the kickoff, able to hold it down for now. Cross midfield, Prompt, delicate touch, but Zombie still there. Shot on target, Hawk with the save.
Yeah, opening up the pace really well. Team definitely needs to get, if you're Abyssal, you're going into this game, you've been 3-0 down in match, you haven't scored, you've been a little bit missing, you need to score first here. You don't want to be dropping game 2 freely, just how you dropped game 1.
Let's see if they can get one here. Elliot passing over to the corner, tries to find Prompt, opting not to play for this one. We saw yesterday with Abyssal as well, they're opting for the slow play. We saw them almost turn the defense the whole way and look to get these breakaway goals as Luna almost manages to get there.
Yeah, but it's Prompt. It's the defense. It's the save master. He's in position again. Prompt has always been that defensive player, and I think that's why he stood out so much yesterday, was because we saw him on the attack. We saw him maybe being a bit more proactive. Now, the team, of course, wasn't able to really pull it off in the end. They did lose that series against the Bulldogs, but they were competitive. Prompt was a big reason why. He's always going to be tough to score against.
If Team Abyssal drop this one, are we banking on them taking the timeout? I'd rather.
No.
I'd bet on Zombie card change. I'm pulling a Zombie card change back in the Octane, 2-0 down. We've been booted from the lobby. My connection is lost, and now I'm having to switch monitor and try to keep up with the play. We're having great technical difficulties, only here in Melbourne.
Would you expect anything less on an OC broadcast? We scrape by, but we always get by, Bougie, and that's all that matters. We're waiting to see what team can break demos or bumps coming out on the goal line there. Elliot's able to put it away.
Not even Guru can stop Elliot from getting this point across as they do find the goal. No car. 4 unanswered now to start off this series. Team Abyssal, it's looking awkward for him.
I'm definitely calling the card change. I am calling it right here, right now.
What do you change it to?
You gotta get in the Octane. It's the same. It was when I was talking the same. I know we shouldn't be talking about other teams and other players. Whenever I saw Fever in the Octane, I called it it's an Octane debuff. The moment he's back in that Fennec, he looks so much better, and I'm calling it right now. Zombie Freak back in the Octane, 4-2. Abyssal.
Well, a few great plays, and Zombie's almost being the one to score. Passes it over to Scorch with the crossbar, denies him a great opportunity there, and those are ones on Sunday you have to be making for them. You cannot let moments like that pass you up, as now we're having a good opportunity on net there from Elliot. Couldn't quite make contact, get that one on target. Hawk continuing this play here, looking to pass down. They're doing a great job at building this attack, and that's what they were doing yesterday. No Car were able to constantly be on the attacking end and just kind of break a team down by shot after shot. But that almost plays into Team Abyssal's turtleneck strategy.
That got a little spooky there for a brief moment, but it works out in the end. Here we go, Zombie now. We'll try to clear that ball past that midfield line. Lunar already up ahead. A chance for the equalizing goal, a chance for their first goal, but again, it's Prompt, no boost, no matter. We'll make the save on the line. We'll find Hawk, reset, delicate touch, back and forth we go. The 1-goal lead, it still is favoring No Car. And it's got to get frustrating at this time for the Squiddies because they've had more opportunities. They've been strong on the attack, but they just can't get past the Great Wall of Prompt.
Yeah, it's just very scrappy at the moment. The boys are playing well. They've definitely shaped it up and got a more form in this match too, but they definitely need to find a little bit more of an outlining. Luna needs to be getting these connecting passes in the midfield. The boys are cutting as much as they can, but like you said, save your Prompt is always back there just to shut them down.
And this is working in No Car's favor, this constant defense, but just like that, if you send one downfield, catch Team No Car being a little bit too aggressive as that third player, you're going to get a pass upfield. Zombie puts that one away.
Yeah, finally getting one on the board, but it's a timely goal nonetheless. We might not need to worry about timeouts, Bougie. We might not need to worry about car swaps if Zombie can connect with more passes like that. Hawk now to the skies. We'll go ahead and reset it. Just buy time for Prompt to get set up underneath. Swing and a miss from Scorch. Hawk still going for the net. Prompt doesn't want to commit. Didn't want the 50 against Lunar. Fair enough. One of the scariest 50s in the league as Elliot sees the ball roll behind him as well. a little bit sluggish almost actually from Nokar right there.
Yeah, but they're playing probably a little bit on the back foot. First time they've conceded all series, all going up with this one. Might look for the cheeky little Falcon play, gets an extra touch, free ball for Scorch. Leads to the right wall, and so it's going to be instant shutdown, back and forth. Might be on target! Post and wide! It's just, Scorch, you can't seem to find anything. It's a 4v3 right now.
You're going to be looking at the end of this series.
Who's the fourth and who's the...
Oh, Nokar got 4 at the back. They got 1 in each post, each side, everywhere.
And look, it looks like though that's going to be the moment you're looking at the end of this series, you know, or at least at the end of the game. Scorchy's had 2 opportunities, 2 have just hit their crossbar and gone away. Those are the moments you need to be making.
Yeah, they are. Look, I'm more concerned about this mysterious 4th player right now on the pitch somewhere. We'll see if, you know, the Squiddies can overcome. But again, Scorch just cannot find the target. And you're calling for the zombie car swap. We need something to get Scorch back on page. Maybe a lock from down now. Never had a chance. Prompt already back. 12 seconds left. We're on the precipice of an overtime.
Yeah, final time cutting down. Luna trying to make something out of this one. Gets the pop. Elliot over the top. Scorch from the backboard. Shut down by Prompt. And they're just bombing enough players for it to just keep it up.
Uh-oh. This
isn't Rocket League.
No, not yet. Not yet. But we are going to go for an overtime. Look, it might not be a Rocket League, but we still could have a sicky situation. You never know. Or is it called a Laxon situation now, Tins?
I'm not even sure what the situation you're referring to. Formula, I've been out of the game for so long. I'm going to touch grass. What situation are you talking about?
The most famous play in OCE Rocket League history. All right, you know, we're going to have a history lesson when this game is done. We're in an overtime right now, Bougie. We got to lock it in. This is a very important series between Nokar and the Squiddies. And it's the Squiddies who need the win more.
Yeah, the game's definitely falling down. I feel like we've seen Zombie Freak step up when he could. We've seen Luna be solid at the back. We need Scorch. If Team Abyssal are going to get to the next step forward, they need the Scorch to lock in. These little side posts, little crossbars, that he needs to shut that down. He needs to get it through. Scorch with a reset, gets the pop over the top. Luna there, the 1-2, and the savior prompt again.
Had the opportunity, but look, we're talking a lot about Team Abyssal, but it always comes down to Nokar on the defensive line. Now turning it into a flip reset. Elliot couldn't make contact, but now they're back where they like to be. Back on offense, back into making these plays happen, going for a sideball redirect. Prompt still on the ball. I don't know how he has enough boost to continue this play going, but they're trying to get one center, and Abyssal are just happy to keep this ball in the corner.
It's kind of what we were talking a bit about yesterday, too, with a lot of these bubble teams right now. This could be their last series for the year on main broadcast. Who knows when we're going to see them again. So if you want to make that lasting impression, if you want to be remembered going into the start of 2027, this is the last chance to do it. And I have to admit, Prompt on defense is making a case. Hold on, put me on a top team. You need a defender. You need that rock in the back. Prompt has been that so far this series. Maybe he can do it on the attack as well. Double demo to the net. No, denied by Scorch.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought he was gonna go the whole way, slot that one through. Denied by the third. The Scorchinator gets there just in time. Zombie, Tastic has given up the Prompt, looking for the aerial bump, looking for the midfield bumping plays. A lot of, as you can see, OCE teams have started to interpret that into the game a lot since that dominant display from the MENA teams doing those first man aerial bump with the second man pre-jumping as Luna's going to smack it towards the back foot. It's a free putt towards.
Now trying to keep this one close, but has no boost, has to give it up, and that's Luna with full boost, but gets absolutely see ya. He's gone. He's not going to be able to stay on that play. Zombie now looking at 50 in the corner. It goes downfield. Gets a beat out on one. Scorchy plays it down. Might be able to get a follow-up too. Team Nokar actually in scrambles on the defensive end. All of them front post and underneath the ball. But they're able to make sense of it and get back on the play. Good pass infield from
Elliot.
Elliot's there, puts it away and takes game 2 in OT.
What a drop, what a pass, but where is the defense? You can't letting this happen. Zombie just an uninspired attempt, it looked like, on the save, and it kind of catches the rest off guard. Nokar now 2 games up. Car swap time. It's got to be car swap, right?
I'm pulling the car swap, but at the same time, the only thing that I'm really starting to notice is Nokar are taking full advantage of mistakes when Abyssal, like, yes, we see Luna with 7 saves, but if he had 8, we'd still be watching overtime. That's exactly what it is. Eventually, the constant attack is going to mount up, and the first player to crack.
It just seemed like Elliot didn't even think he was going to be able to get on the end of that play, right? You had 3 players on defense. Hawk had a very slow, overarching, pass into midfield. Elliot didn't even jump for it. He's like, no, I'm not going to get this. Realized no one's challenging him, puts it in the last part. behind the last defenders there. That's just not the way. None of these teams are strangers to overtime, right? If anyone was watching yesterday, it seemed like we had overtime every single game. We had best of sevens left, right, and center. These teams aren't a stranger to it, but it just seemed like no one really wanted to take charge on the defense there.
No, it was awkward on the tail end, and it's a little bit unusual as well because I still think Lunar, when playing at his best, is someone who plays from the back, off the backboard, almost that setup person. Again, it's where I like the players with high game IQ to play. I'm going to make a comparison of Lunar to Fever right now. Please bear with me on this one. But when they're each at their peak form, they play similarly, all right? They do. You were the biggest Lunar fans. I'm comparing him to one of the best in OCE, and now you're like,
and he's the best in OCE for a reason. You know, Lunar's got the regional win. He's fine, but you can't compare someone like that to someone who's competing for a major right now.
I don't even know what to say. As much as I don't even
Talking about Fever, you know, let's compare Luna to some of the best in the world, Max. Why don't let's just take it one step further? Don't worry about comparing to other OCE players. I will give Luna the juice that he has deserved in this region, but at some point you're just talking crazy.
it's the style, look, whatever, all right? Lunar, I hope you understand I've always been a believer, even though I picked no car to win.
You said you were a hater before the season started.
I picked no car to win.
What kind of fence are we sitting on, Max? We need a final declaration as to where you stand in this argument before we go forward in this series.
It's definitely one thing for my first time being on the main broadcast to always judge everything Formal says when I'm on the other side of the screen. Now I'll be sitting right next to him. And
you understand this, right? You understand where we're coming from with some of these outlandish claims here.
I just stand by Yummy with everything he says now. I'm just going to say it. Every comment he's made about Formal, I stand by it now.
What's have you been saying? Hold on.
No, don't worry about it. We don't have all day. We have a game going on. No car have taken the first two games in this series. And although the last game was close, it doesn't seem like they've been too far out of comfort here. You know, it's Abyssal now that we've seen some defense, we've seen some rotations, but we need to see some offense. We need to see some finished shots, and we need to see some saves like that.
I just want to see, actually some goals be scored right now, more so from the Squiddies than anyone else. 1 goal in 2 games with a roster like this, you're going to expect more. And there, well, it's a goal going the other way. Hawk somehow finds the perfect spot to drop that ball.
I feel like there should have been a timeout. I don't know. Maybe I might start coaching. Tim, you started coaching at one point.
I've done everything and I've retired from everything and I've come back from everything. But I'd recommend. I know some people I'll put in a good word.
You're a real Lunar Junior.
Yeah, unretired, retiring, done everything. But you know, Hawks.
I've heard Lunar compared to great players like Fever. That could be you one day. You could be the next Fever.
Look, I think every time we go on to talk about Abyss or we go on to talk about anyone, it always seems to be Hawks the one that's like, hey guys, you do realize we're the ones winning, we're the ones taking it, and we're the ones that are wanting to make a claim to pull the upset. We said one of these two teams
upset.
We said one of these two teams were going to upset this regional. They were going to take out Bulldogs, they were going to take out Wildcard, they're going to take Power. Look, I went for Team Abyssal, but if we're talking about the team that can upset one of those 3 teams, I think Noka are making their claim right now.
Oh, they're definitely putting their foot where they need to be going forward in this one. A lot of sloppy plays, though. We're saying they're going to take down some of the best teams. I'm going to keep it a buck. I haven't seen one of the best teams' defense coming out of this Team Abyssal side, though. Scorchy tried to put it over the top of one, instantly shut down. They're just not committing. They're not trusting as much as they can, and they're just relying on Luna to drop 8 saves every single match so far.
Yeah, but Lunar, hey, if you're the next Fever, all right, you got to be able to do that. That's the kind of pressure that you need to put on your back to carry your team to greatness, to possibly Paris. That could be the future right now. But as it stands, Scorch will be the one playing off the backboard. Elliott with the challenge. Scorch wins the 50, puts Hawk in an awkward spot. Lunar should punish, but Hawk's recovery just a little bit too much. Still a 2-goal lead. And as long as the Squiddies are pinned on the backboard, it's very difficult for them to move forward. Scorch, maybe no.
Watching the series yesterday against Take Flight, Abyssal were the defensive powerhouse. They were an absolute brick wall in front of the net, but we're just not seeing that. We're making the mistakes, and to all Nokar's credit, they're taking advantage of every single one, as you said, Boozy.
Hold on. You were talking about how, Lunar can't be that brick wall save if they want to win, but they won yesterday doing that.
Look, they did, but they're not going up against a team like Nokar. They're the offensive powerhouse. This is defense meets offense. You put Prompt on both those categories because he's proved he can do both. but it's the brick wall going up against, we're going to shoot 73 times on your net, and you're going to have to try and save every one. If you double commit for one, then we're going to punish you like Prompt does there.
As far as these two are concerned by my side right now, I'm going to stop calling Luna Luna. I'm just going to call Luna Fever from now on. So at this point, Fever needs to be doing better. Trying to get back to that back-to-back save.
Fever would have saved that though, I think. Like Luna had no boost, had to try and get back, but I think that came from a misread previously.
Lunar is, if Lunar is Fever, then Tint is now Lunar. So we're casting with Lunar, all right? I want that reflected in the cast right now. And as we're watching, there's a Fever on the attack. Lunar, what do you feel on it?
Look, I'm trying to hit the ball right now. There's a lot going on. Look, they're playing great, but No Car are the team to beat right now. They're the team that, other than going into the overtime, which they didn't really look like they're under pressure too much. Look, making sense of it. Prompt is the one that's just saying, what are you guys doing? Who put 3 people like this in the booth together? There's a game going on. He can do it on defense, he can do it on offense, and I think he just wants us to be quiet at this point.
Can I pick Torsos actually, because we're each old?
Yeah, look, that definitely goes with me, and you know.
Yes!
I'm going to stick just to being bougie because I am bougie.
Because
yeah,
no one else can be you, Bougie. That's why. You're one of a kind. No one else can replicate what's going on here.
It's definitely coming through though, but what I am noticing from this No-Car side, we are saying a lot about Prompt and a lot about Elliot. You did mention about Hawk and being an OG, being the scene. If Hawk steps up to the plate, I feel like this team can, if they go through to what's looking like a comfortable sweep as the series goes forward, could be that team to upset one of the big dogs.
It looks like when you look at this team, right, you've got Prompt, who's just on the defensive end, is doing it on both ends, to be honest. Hawk seems to be all offense. He's controlling the pace of play, knows when to go for the slow air dribble, knows when to just shoot on net and kind of force a player out of rotation. Elliot's a player that's really surprising me here. Like, I wouldn't say he's done any standout like things, but he's always in position for the pass. He's always, you know, on the defensive end to help out the rotations. A bump coming out. Luna can put that on the slow play. We'll give him, that's what we call in the business, a momentum goal.
They definitely need that momentum goal. They need a lot more than just momentum though. Bro needs to hop on the M1 and just absolutely fly down that freeway because they're a little bit still slow-footed.
Leave it to JR Lunar to talk up the goal that makes it a 1-5 game in a series where they're about to go down 3-0.
Stats matter, and that's going to go towards the scoreboard, all right? He's got that goal on the way. That's going to go to the end-of-season rankings. He's got that extra goal. But those end-of-season rankings might be over because if they can't turn something around, they are, as you said, Formal, not only out of this tournament, not only out of the bracket, not only out of this regional, they were out of the season.
Yeah, and it would be a bit disastrous as well. I mean, we were talking about it a bit yesterday. Lunar has not really been around much this season, other commitments in the likes, and we're only kind of just now seeing them on stream. And yes, it's a good job making it to today. And you can also argue Lunar's probably been the best performing member on the Squiddy side. But for the others, it's going to be a long off season for everyone. So you want to get as much time on screen as possible. And it's players like Prompt right now, players like Elliot, who have been taking advantage of it. They're going to be on match point, a chance for a sweep, a chance for a big game as well going into that next semifinal.
And I think I remember, you know, players like Prompt you talk about, they were the ones that just sit, I feel like they were sitting in twos for their entire life. They were hot on the grind, these young and up-and-coming players that not only have that grind, have that willingness to compete, but are following through. Prompt's now been in RLCS, you know, a few seasons now, making some great placements, and is now on a team that looks like they could go top 4, they could go top 2, they can compete with the best of them.
Yeah, and then all I have to say is No-Car absolutely have been blowing our minds. We talked a lot about Abyssal, but they are really showing why they should be up 3-0 right now. We've got the car change. I've seen Zombie leave the lobby. I'm calling in now. Bro's in the Octane reverse sweeps on.
But No Car took the timeout. It wasn't an Abyssal timeout. It came from No Car. Okay, I understand the meta was established in Regional 3 where the team that's looking to be the big upset surprise causes the timeout on match point, but now Zombie can change cars. Now Abyssal can reset themselves. Why is No Car taking the timeout?
You know, I was so confused it was even a timeout until you pointed it out. What, if No Car just wanted to delay it, are they just sitting there, you know, they're leaning back, they're like, yeah, guys, let's just enjoy this victory quite a little bit longer. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a team that far in the lead take a timeout, and maybe they're just relishing this final season. You know, they want their screen time, they want to settle, and they want to enjoy it. Maybe timeout buff works in the favor of the winning team.
Is that the coach you want? Is that the coach you're
It's got
after?
good comms though. It's good comms. Maybe we're not in No Car's comms, and maybe even though they were up 6-1, maybe they were starting to joke around. You know, maybe they need to reset their mental because, well, they were so easily far ahead.
We're winning by too much. We're in too much of a flow state, guys. Let's calm it down.
No, it's the energy. They're like, guys, we have a long day. All right, we have 2 games to go through. We have a grand final. So many best of sevens. We need to slow the heart rate down. All right, we need to focus. We need to chill out a little bit here. We need to stop putting, maybe win by 2 goals, maybe win by 3. Let's conserve the energy because they're going to have a quite difficult bracket run to the
Don't spend all your goals on one game. It's a lesson that has plagued many a team in the past, all right? When they just run out of their goal bar. I don't know. We'll see how this next one goes out. Who the timeout will really help as we get back on the pitch. 5 more minutes on the clock.
No, but we forgot about the momentum goal. I completely forgot. They iced Luna. Luna got that final momentum goal, and they just wanted to ice them, say, no, you can't have any fun here.
Zombie also just backed out of the lobby to fake me out, and he's still in the Fennec. He's still in the Fennec.
So you're calling the sweep?
Yeah, it's swept. It's 4-0. If he had switched to the Octane, my prediction would have came through, and I would be laughing all the way home.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that means you're going to be stuck here with me. If it does happen to be a sweep, we'll see how it plays out. Prompt to the backboard. Defense, a little chaotic, but at least they're finding the ball for the time being. No boost is going to be so difficult for Lunar to make that save. The fake touch, the delicate shot, still not in.
It's plays like that have worked for No Car. Hawk, instead of rotating up, backflips on the ball, forces now 2 defenders to be able to play just by beating that second man there. And that's how they're able to keep this constant, relentless attack against any team they versed. It didn't work yesterday, but they did have some great moments, and that's what's kind of led them forward here. They're not giving Abyssal time to breathe.
I am noticing something though. Abyssal has switched it up a bit. In that first 1 minute that we've seen so far, they are getting that third man a little bit more involved. Instead of going first to second man, they're trying to just cut the second man play, hit that third man in a spot, get a bump on the way through as we see a bump coming out of the prompt, and just trying to absolutely switch it up and create their own momentum now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good change. It's a welcome one. I worry, is it too little too late? However, I mean, it hasn't resulted in a goal just yet, but I feel like one is coming. Shot towards the goal, prompt from above, does have Hawk the pinch. Bounces in favor of No Car. As Prompt will look to take it further. Doesn't have the boost to follow it up, but Scorchy still looks a little awkward. So does Lunar. The bump from Prompt keeps the pressure on. Hawk off the roof. Does this turn to a shot with Elliott? It might. Backwards there. No, Elliott too far forward.
Hawk is almost beating out every part of the defense there, and that's what you expect from you. You expect the mechanics. You expect just the high IQ play to try and force those players out, and that's what's worked for him. Then the ball just magically drops down, and you've got players like Prompt, players like Elliott, who are there waiting for that pass to be received. It's been stories all this time, it seems like, in this series so far. It's continuing to work for them.
Well, it's just constant plays. It's just that even though Team Abyssal haven't left the half for 30 seconds, they've just been all over it. It's just every single standard play. I already know that first man that's going to be committing from the No-Car defense is like, no threat, let them have it. No threat, let them have it. Because there really hasn't been anything threatening coming out of them.
Yeah, and it's that's why you need that goal. And maybe the momentum goal could have been something before, because then you start to respect your opponents a little more. You start to fear that threat, but until we see that big mechanical play actually bear fruit, why be afraid of them? Why worry? I mean, they've felt a little bit off, unfortunately, the Squiddies, and yeah, it's been opportune moments for No Car for sure. This is Shulbo's Elliott's goal. Zombie was there just behind our camera. Another opportunity for Elliott, perhaps. Scorch is going to try to get in the way, but really that just allows Elliott to get some boost.
I need the counter to see how many times a No-Car player has been ahead of the ball. It seems like there's always someone just sitting in the goal square waiting for that 50 or that pass that no one's quite ready for.
Timeout had the opposite effect. They've gotten more hyped up. They've gotten more antsy. Prompt in trouble.
Should be a goal. Every day of the week, Scorchy finally hasn't hit into the crossbar. And I'm loving it. This is it. Maybe this is the momentum shift they needed. They got 1 goal in. Especially like No-Car, it's the first time they've been down. This is the first time they're on the back foot. Well, we continue to see it.
And this is what, as you said, what Scorchy needed, right? We saw missed opportunities in that second game, and I feel like that's just been on his back, weighing him down this whole series long. So he's finally got 1 on the board. He could have made a change to that game number 2, but maybe he can make the change here in this one.
I mean, it's a good start for sure. Only 100 seconds left in this game, and for the first time, we're going to see what happens when the pressure is on the other side. I mean, okay, it's only because it happened twice yesterday, but first sweeps are kind of been the thing. It's been in fashion till Elliott says, nah.
Hawk is just cheating upfield there, gets that little touch from Elliott, enough to throw. Luna, no boost. Scorchy can't make the touch. The 1-2 pass play is just working out in favor.
That's just all the momentum that Team Abyss probably thought that they had, trying to stress out the no-card defense, you know, because like if they drop game 4 here, well, they have the lifeline, but I'm not a big time player, but I always have the doubt in my mind. I'm like, am I about to get reverse sweep? Is this it for me? Are we about to be embarrassed?
One kickoff goal, start of game 4. It's over. Oh no! How is that not it? Hawk breaking up the rule 1. Elliott getting in the way. That is a car wreck happening in the net right now. 1 minute to go.
No one's able to make sense of this one. They're just scrounging to try and get it clear, try and get out. But a 50 goes straight back into net. Scorchy has to make it clear with no boost. Keeps it away from the defenders. Zombie now trying to play it up to a teammate. No one's quite there. Very minimal boost here on the side for Abyssal as they look to try and get a goal before we see an OT.
Yeah, we are getting to those final 40 seconds right now. Scorch finds Lunar, challenges midfield. Next goal probably wins this game. And for no card, that would be in the series. Who are they going to lean on? I know it's been a bit of a prompt show. Elliott's probably been the most accurate, however, and had solo plays before. Not this time. 22 seconds left.
I'm going prompt, 8 seconds left. I've already put my prediction in. 8 seconds of prompt. We're not seeing OT. It's already over. 4-0. Here comes a full field psycho incoming from prompt. There's a touchdown from Luna. Peeking over the top of Elliott. I might have been a little bit off.
It was 8 seconds into OT, actually. I think is what
Yeah.
Waterfall touchdown here on Mo caused some issues. Elliott with a great save. They're going to look to try and keep it up. A great 50 from Prompt. It's off the backboard. They have the boost. You have to get the read. Scorchy's able to get it. And no card going to drop the ball. OT to put you through to continue on in Championship Sunday.
Eyes on Prompt, all right. Was promised a Prompt goal 8 seconds in. Where are they sitting right now? It looks like they're midfield going for the ball. Here it is. Down. Is it in? 9 seconds.
You are so close.
How are you so bad at your job?
How could you be so wrong? You you had to do it a favor to just pick it. You were so off. It was Prompt on 9 seconds. I don't know where you got this 8 seconds from, but no car have gone through. They continue their run in dominating fashion. I've got to say, trying to cast a team saying that they got through to Championship Sunday while having 2 people laugh in the background, so off-putting, but no car, they've done it for them.
They did it. They got it done. Never doubted them. CJ, we're the smart ones, all right? We understand. Ball right there. No car. If any team is going to be making that run, it's the team built of prodigies. The prodigy of the past, the prodigy of the present, and the prodigy of the future. That is no card. They get the win, and they looked clean doing it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to think about my prediction on this next matchup when they are coming back out.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Because no car, I might just be a no car fan now. I might back them the whole way.
Look, I might not be a no car fan, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to try and say I'm something I'm not. You know what I am, Bougie? I'm a Prompt fan. He has showed up in both yesterday, both today. He didn't have probably the standout performance that he had yesterday, but he's still there. He's still winning, leading the scoreboard for his team, which is very important. But Prompt has just been that player for me that, if I didn't know he had the potential before, leaving this season and leaving this regional, I definitely think he's going to be a player maybe getting called up on one of the big 3 teams in the future.
Yeah, I mean, he had an opportunity before. Things didn't work out for him, but, a little bit older, a little bit wiser, more mature. Maybe it's time to bring Prompt back in. But for now, we still have another series to come. This is only game 1, and I've been promised so many special guests, so many twists and turns that you are going to want to stick around for this one. We have so many more series. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I
dream just to be where you are in a world I can see. Where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you dream just to be where you are in a world I can see. Where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you
Go-Kart Esports take down Luna and Team Abyssal. And what a showing we just had. A great way to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first series, a 4-0, no car looking in form. There's always that one team aiming to be a spoiler. Well, now there's only two teams left who could possibly do it. We just saw one play, no car, fantastic stuff. We're about to see the other one, Bushi, and I'm glad you're still on the desk because I feel like there's a team that represents us as a whole. It's going to be the Daddies.
Yeah, it's definitely. I brought this man out of retirement. Zaid, I teamed with him before. He's a demon. He's the man. He's probably gonna be the one to watch, the best one on that team by far.
So why aren't you competing for the top 6 right now? Or top 4?
2027, 29-year-old rising star going on 30. That's what's coming up. You'll see it here.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, what I see right here is sort of the brackets at the moment. Our first sweep of the final regional.
Doing so well, formal.
I know it was, but you know what? It was bound to happen. No car was that team, and now, realistically, I think there's a lot of people expecting to see another one coming up. Power is one of the big three, is vying for that trip to Paris, and they've got to get through the Daddies first before an even chance to go up against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, definitely a tough loss yesterday for them against Wildcard, knowing that now they've put themselves on the same bracket as a team that they're needing to be in order to get to the major. So They don't have to take out one of the contending teams. They have to take out both if they're going to want to try and make the major.
Yeah, but if you are Power, though, you don't want the easy run, okay? They definitely want to prove why they should be representing us back-to-back, since we only have that one spot, and why they should be going.
I'd want the easy run. Are you kidding me? Hello? Give me the easy run.
Control your own fate for me. You know, they're watching. They might just be watching going, oh,
They had control of their fate, and they lost. They could have won that game. They would still have control.
All I'm saying is we're above Sen on last chance qualifier because of Power.
True.
So in my favor, if they can go back and do it again in Paris, they have to prove us why they should be.
So here's a question for you then, for both of you realistically. If Power is able to do it and make this run, Gus has been the MVP, right? Like, this is Gus, essentially. It's almost been his season. He has been that X element.
It's all about the Gus bus. Thank the bus driver. You learn to every single time in Fortnite. If you didn't thank the bus driver, you probably lost. So, yes, Gus Bus is real. Thank the Gus Bus.
Look, make sure you get your predictions in. I've said it before. I said it yesterday that, Gus is that player to watch out. But I think if we want to see the power that has led them to the Boston Major and could lead them to this next one, we need all three players.
Yeah.
And you can't go into this game taking the daddies lightly, because then you might find yourself not even getting a chance to. So get your predictions in, but this is a game we need to see all three players, and Misty's the player I'm looking for.
Real quick, guys, team huddle. We got a team huddle. All right, hey, let's
sorry, 1 second.
One second. Who we picking? Okay.
I think we know who it is.
I mean, yeah, Gus is good, but
Cobbo's always up there.
Cobbo's pretty strong. All right.
Guys.
We got it. Production,
do it.
That's right. Daddy's got it, baby. Let's go, Zane. He's gonna bring.
The team evolved. We talked about the upset team, guys, and it's gonna be the daddies.
It's gotta be. I mean, someone's gotta pull it off. And how great of a story would that be? Maybe we're picking from the heart and not the brain. Twitch chat, what did you have? Come on, give us that affirmation. Confirm it for. Yeah, the daddies.
That's what we wanted. Everyone's on the train, because we want to see Power earn the major. We want to see them knock out everyone in a great fashion. We don't want to see these close games, right? We want to see what they have.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can defy the odds. The road to Paris for Power starts against the daddies, who, trust me, those lawnmowers, the fuel is there. The trimmers, they're ready to cut. Can they cut down the hopes of Power? Let's find out. Also, I think we got a special guest.
Hello everybody, it is me, your host and caster for this one. It's going to be an interesting one for today. It is Ground Zero making the scene as a fresh guest for main broadcast. Well, someone might say finally, but hey, I'm glad to be here. Warm welcomes all around, and it is an honor to finally make it all the way. And joining me, of course, is going to be Mr. Yummy and Mr. Money. How are you guys doing, guys?
Doing great. Welcome to the show. It's time to pop off.
Special guests, as you are realistically. I'm not too sure what's going on. I think Yummy might be quiet in the Discord right now. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what the situation is. I think he's sorted the problem out.
I've sorted it. The chat could hear me.
She couldn't. Hey, they're super lucky already with the first goal here. Yeah, it was an awkward start. I don't know what happened to Yummy there. He was having some, he might have needed that break fluid to smoothen out his intro there, but we finally got it through. Power already setting the standards for the first game here. So we got an interesting team of daddies versus Power for the lower bracket quarterfinals. I must say, great to be joining you boys at the same time for this one.
Now, look, all I was saying was welcome to the show. It's been a long time. We needed some new faces. Finally go to CJ again. Yep. I think we get rid of that TriCast as well after that one, after that show. And we get to see what the daddies can do. Not looking great for them to start with, as Power go for their route towards Paris Major.
Yeah, well, those guys were all living in a formal submarine last series, so it's nice to have some nice quality mics is what I'm reading in chat. But hey, the vibes were immaculate in that last one. I love that. Maybe not the quality of the microphones, but it's the heart for those boys that really mattered. But realistically, this series is the one that Power expect to be a breeze for them. We expect them to take a sweep here. Aside from the desk, they set very in favor, and chat set very in favor of the daddies here. But overall, this side, Power expect to get the result here and march into a semi-final. What a save on the line from Zaid. Won't be able to stop that one.
No, not at all. Fiber having a goal as well alongside Super Lucky. Great passing plays we do see from the side of Power. They continue to dominate, but Zayd, you gotta give credit. That was an incredible save to go off that crossbar down, but unfortunately the follow-up from Power, they're always prepared for those follow-ups. They're very, very zippy when it comes to assisting their teammates, and I love that chemistry from the side of Power here. But Daddies is fan favorites, Daddies is desk favorites, so they gotta live up to that expectation. I think they're kind of, missing the mark a little bit here, but to be fair, it is the first game on.
Look, they had a slow start yesterday. They can have a slow start today. They just got to take a bit of time to warm up.
Oh, that is a great pump. Lockie tried to fake out in front of the net. Zayd able to get the clearance as well. But I think, they do need maybe a slight warm-up. They got really going later in that series yesterday. Gus looking to get a tight angle. They know what to do later in a series. They seemingly struggled yesterday early doors, but the problem is they're playing against Power, who expect to take this series in 4. Going the distance is not something that's in their minds when they have another couple of series, well, maybe, ahead of them today.
Wow, but looking at the status of this game here, we do see Cabo on the flick. And he's able to get it over the head of one, but Super Lucky already denying that midfield progression. Gets that reset through. He's risking the ground pinch, but he's keeping it close. Cabo on the attack. Going there, waiting out for a seat where Gus is going with this. Misty off the backboard, trying to defend this. Zayd there, that's a 50. Oh, God, that is chaos on the Daddy's goal line there. That's a third for Power, too.
Great, the chaos. Daddy's maybe not so solid when they're in the net, and Misty caught it all sorts. A 3-goal lead now for Power.
Yeah, I don't think Misty was too happy with that one. Giving himself a what a save there. Just not in the right position at the right time whatsoever. But Power, they storm out to a 3-goal lead. Looking to get another one here. Fiber with that chance. But I feel like overall in this series, they're looking to warm up the mechanics, feel as though they're in form heading into what will be a massive sort of one. I mean, in my mind right now, this series for Power is their semi-final because they've got potentially 2 grand finals ahead of them realistically.
It's a very long evening for Power, at least, because they do have to traverse through some very murky waters in this bracket, at least for the lower bracket run. My God, that episode earlier in the stage, in the progression of RLCS Open number 6 was quite the surprising one, because I didn't expect Power to lose pretty early on like the way they did. But, coming out over here nonetheless, at least seeing their faces is always a warm welcome. But here we do see Zayd. For tonight, that is going to be, that was going to be 5 before he got removed. Going for that midfield aerial. Gus struggling with control, but they're Super Lucky now. On the follow-up, going from the ceiling, trying to set up his teammate there. That's slapped to the corner. And Zayd there trying to push in, but unfortunately that's an opening. That does get saved there by the side of Daddy. He's got to give credit. Cabo right on the goal line. He's a very difficult brick wall to remove, but once it does, that's an exploitation I've seen. That Power is one happy to use every single time. But again, a great save. Once back-to-back, Daddies, I think they managed to unlock their defense, which otherwise kind of was like stifled for a while there.
They've certainly had, they've had 7 saves and only 2 shots, so defense has had to be the name of the game. Unfortunately, they do need to get to the other end a little bit more. And just hasn't quite felt like connected, like we've seen in the latter half of yesterday. This might be it. Cobbo down to Misty, who went for the bump, but couldn't quite pull it off.
I think you can see the confidence here at the moment from Power in terms of just able to sit on their boost. They've got the time. They know they've got the time to wait on the quarter boost. They, invite the pressure on at times. They are so mechanical. They can get away on the counter attack very, very quickly. So they're willing to bait the offense in at times from the Daddies. That's a chance from Fiber. Going to be saved away. Dangerous from Zayd. Somehow missed from Gus, and Super Lucky hammers it on for 4.
You just can't help but feel for Daddies in this situation, because it's just pressure stacked on top of them every single time. There's not one moment that they get any sort of breathing room, and I think with depleted resources like that boost is getting stolen from corner to corner, I don't think they're even going to find an opportunity to counterattack, and that's a big problem for them if they want to be like in any way a substantial threat to Power. But starting off the first game, we have seen some bright flashes of potential, but a lot of the time, like I said, it's stifled the task coming in from them, because again, they have no boost. What are they supposed to do whenever Power is just breathing down their necks like that?
It's got to be a difficult journey back. They obviously can't win this game, the first one to Power, and also a dangerous prospect when the likes of Fiber is looking a little bit on. He can certainly take over a series on his lonesome. On the other side, all 3 of them can, but Gus, who has normally been the MVP for Power, as mentioned on the desk, doesn't need to do too much at all, while still going 4-0 in game 1.
a positive here that maybe the Daddies can think on is the fact that they did concede 4 goals in their first game yesterday. They, also did score 3 in that one. We'll ignore that part of it, but they did concede a lot early in that series. 10 goals, 13 goals across their first 3. So, they were conceding goals. It was a different side, though, wasn't it, against the Beast compared to Power. But still, they can concede early. They can find a way back in. 7 saves across the board from Daddies. All the pressure in that half. Power looked pretty creative, but I still don't think they've really gotten out of second gear in that first game.
Yeah, it's been a rough beginning for Daddies, but to be fair, sometimes a lot of teams can have those first-time jitters. And I think in this situation, you wouldn't think that that's really any different for Daddies either at the same time. So we're looking at this game, of course, critically in favor for Daddies still, because that is a Des favorite, fan favorite coming every single time. But I'm loving this angle, Money. It's looking a bit awkward for you, isn't it? But nonetheless, it is a good start for Power, and we have to look at the second game, and everyone's looking at this thinking, well, there's still a lot more left in Daddies, and the potential's still there for them.
Certainly is. We saw the huge comeback from them yesterday, reverse sweep, Game 7 overtime. That being said, there's a bit of a difference here with the step up to Power. It's really interesting talking at my door.
I'm looking at my Twitch chat right now. I'm going to be honest with you. So, yeah, it hasn't been pointed out, I don't think. We've got a timeout for the Daddies. In OCE, we don't call timeouts at all. They've called one after game 1. They've called, we've seen enough, give us a break.
Look, they're geniuses. They're old. They've been around the block. They know what they're doing.
True. Well, that's a first for me. Like, my first cast on, and already a timeout being called on in a situation like this. Couldn't be surprised, but that's also the thing about OCE is there's always something to be surprised about over here. I've seen it all when it comes to OCE broadcast, having been here for, honestly, at least a whole split now, Open 4 to Open 6. That's my longest session ever casting for a region, and, that's historical for me. But being over here and having been ordained to be, or not only just on the main broadcast, but watching it straight from the field itself, it just gives a whole new perspective.
Mate, again, good to have you here. Although, I worry about you if you're jumping around so much that one split is the longest you've been with any kind of broadcast or any region. Well, you gotta settle down a little bit, mate.
It's a difficult world out there, Yummy. You have no idea how difficult it is to get a gig these days. But my God, whenever I get an opportunity like this, is at least gotta give my love to the boys over at Take Flight for keeping me up for so long. But yeah, this is definitely something a little bit difficult to find a home for so long like this. Sometimes the teams are like, hey, we're done here. We don't want you anymore. I'm like, okay, well that's strikes me in the heart. But hey, you know what else is striking? That's gonna be Power trying to come in and attack Daddies here again, but they're able to block out the attack and put it right back. That's super. Unfortunately for Daddies, with the beginning again in the first 30 seconds.
I just want to
way to start once again.
I want to point out here, Yummy. I have read that in the post-game lobby there, Cobo had an excuse of that timeout being they thought that Power needed the break. Do we think it's really helped them? I think it has.
The Power certainly have seemed to have done well off the break. There was also plenty of friendly banter before the game saying, that they probably need to help Power out a little bit. But, it's all because I'm sure Daddies, when they signed up for this tournament, didn't expect that they'd be battling here for the top 4 against Power.
Certainly believe they would have expected to be in this position, surely. I mean, they've got some very solid names across the board. I mean, they are the Daddies after all. Being in this position is expected. I think when you've got Combo, you've got Zaid, you've got your boy Misty as well. That's the main point here. But Power, I mean, I think they've definitely taken the advantage off that timeout. In a way, it was a timeout buff for them. Thank you to the Daddies for providing it.
Hey, they needed the extra relief and they got it. They could put down their controls for a little bit there, and I think they can rest their little fingers for a second or two. But looking at this game right now, we're still seeing them trying to press a lot of their attacks, and this is still more pressure that's quarantined towards the Daddies half. And I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, well, what can Daddies really do just to manage to evict themselves from the situation? I'm thinking, well, unfortunately, there's not really left there for the moment, because if they don't have boost, they will not find their opportunities to really dispel a lot of this Power offensive line here. So hopefully now they could be able to change the opportunity. Maybe use that timeout buff for themselves as well, rather than just leave it up to Daddies as a blockage comes in from the ceiling. High there from Combo, back down to Zaid. Zaid in midfield, Misty double committing. Calling me surprised with that one, but that's through nonetheless. Super lucky, able to bring it right back down. Open net. That's a save there from, I believe that was Misty on his way back.
Something that we were able to see from Daddies yesterday was more of a Misty and Zaid going for the early challenges, trying to create a lot of space, and Cobbo being able to take advantage of a brilliant save coming out from Zaid there, showing that even without boost, you can still make a good defensive effort, though. Still not over just yet. Gus, he almost got the bump. He still opened it up for 5-0.
Missy, as he's 50 this, has gone nice one. He knew what was about to happen. Halfway through that 50, it's gone into his own net. Half the game gone, 2-0 to Power, and they continue on as they left off in game 1.
Another kickoff timer ticking down, 3, 2, 1, and we begin again. Is it going to be the same situation repeated? I don't know, but I'm hoping something different from Daddies here, because this is the situation where they can try and create and defy expectations here. That's a shot there coming from Zayn. Long, though, going wide over to the corner. Misty trying to bump off Super Lucky, but that's an opportunity for Cobbo now. He's got that aerial. Well, Habit keeping it close, but it's just not enough really to set up an attack. Infield passing quick coming in. Cleared there from Fiber up there to Super Lucky. Right back down to Gus. It's an open net. No one defending the net there coming in from Daddies. Where are they? Just not present as present as my father, apparently.
Okay, well, shout out to all the people whose fathers are or aren't present. Happy Father's Day for whenever that was as well. But a great 3-man passing play. That's where the pace was. That's why there was nobody home. And it's always the power that Team Power are able to bring out. Just quick plays to open up the net.
Yeah, I want to see more from the Daddies going forward. Realistically, looking at this right now, you expect them to be on the back foot, but you would like to see a couple of opportunities. Power have done their best at keeping the ball in that Daddies half. It's very rarely been in the orange side. Cobbo, though, trying to set up Misty, and Gus on the way through gets a bump on him, sets up the 1v1 back the other way. It's still an opportunity here. Gus from the sidewall off the ceiling challenges that one down. Fiber to the back wall again, but Cobbo should be able to control this one. He's, I've always loved seeing Cobbo back on the mainstream. That's on the line. Somehow it's not in. I don't know how they've kept that out.
That was good for Misty. He managed to stay behind it and just guarantee a 50 without the boosts. It's just smart play from the old lad.
The old guard here coming in again. Daddy's able to defend that one more time, but is that just delaying the inevitable? Because the only difference between this and the last game, what a cycle there for Misty too. But the only difference between this game and the last game is just one difference of a goal. And honestly, it's pretty much just bar for bar repeating the same thing. You know what Albert Einstein says? He said repeating the same thing 3 times is definition of insanity. So we'll see if either it's Power who are insane or Daddies who are insane for trying to defeat this. Wait, is Misty challenging that from the ceiling in that position? Never seen that in my life, but that's going to be Zay trying to come in for the defense. Misty now left with nothing. An empty tank in his hopes and dreams. Midfield boost collected. That's a flick infield. Trying to see that, and it's going to be Gus there just shattering dreams and obstructing the passing play again in favor for Daddies.
I don't think that was Einstein. I do believe that was Nicholas Tesla that said
Was it
that
Tesla?
one. But still, you got to say, oh, sure, it's only 1 goal of a difference. It's the same game. Well, 1 goal, if they just keep doing that every single game, eventually, in the best of 27, they'll start winning.
I do just have to point out here, that was very CJCJ-esque of you, Yummy, telling our guest, normally it's telling chat, but telling our guest he was wrong. I feel like that's a little bit rude from you.
Power move. Yeah, power move there. Power move. Pun intended.
I mean, when I'm right, I'm right.
Oh my god. But yeah, 3 goals. Power again on the offensive. Super Lucky taking MVP. Deserved though. But this is the... Again, stacking goals and everyone really taking the spotlight with everyone having a goal to their name as well in this series in comparison. I believe it was mainly just Gus and Super Lucky scoring the majority of the last ones there, but we're coming in versus Daddies again. They call it early timeout, but unfortunately, it still continues to be in the favor for Power.
Certainly does. I don't know how many timeouts they need to call to bring this series back, but again, it looks pretty dire for them yesterday. The beginning of the series, I believe they lost 4... Oh, hang on. Sorry, forgot about it. They lost 4-0, and then they lost 4-1 in the second one. Moni, what do they have to do to bring this back? And you're looking so good today.
Oh, thanks.
I'm just seeing his backside.
Yeah.
All I can see is Moni's backside. I'm not saying I disagree with the view, but like,
I feel rude when I'm in the middle. You know, I feel like I have to be looking at someone.
Can
then
you
I feel
stop
rude
turning your back to our guest?
Yeah,
Sorry. I have just lost my audio.
you.
So someone else talk for a moment here, because I'm not used to swinging my chair around this much.
Oh my god, what? Power time to... Okay.
Yeah. Yep, so
Okay,
power
historic amount of
timeout.
timeouts. Yeah,
To be
they
fair,
did. They did.
I can say Misty did ask for Power to call a timeout in the next game. So they have done that. They've listened, they've respected it. They said, thank you for that call. Power said, yep, we've got you, no worries. The question is, does this now benefit the daddies or does this now benefit Power? How does the timeout buff work in this sort of situation?
Does it negate? Do you think it's going to equalize or neutralize in this situation? Would this be possible?
I think it's still just going to be a good 3-4-0 again. I don't think we should try and think too hard about it. I don't think they're thinking too hard about it. But it is, I think, an OCE record. We've never had 2 timeouts in 2 games.
It's for sure at least more comedic, I would say. More than anything. Like, I look at this situation and I think, well, what more could we add to the humor of the situation and its power with the timeline? And they did exactly that. So, you know what? Credit due to Power, but they're 2-0 in the series here. And like Yemi said, don't what we're seeing right now and just cast as we see here, because right before our very eyes, it's just captain obvious that Power are dominating this series here versus Daddies, and they're just here for, like the attendance, roll out there when they call out your name at the first beginning of the school. Basically just that kind of situation for me.
Well, I think that you have to do roll call before you evacuate the retirement home. And I think roll has been taken at this point in time. We know all 3 players have been on the pitch. They're allowed to exit now.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering about that lineup from Cobo, if he was trying to get an own goal or not. That looked very much like a setup we saw, honestly, from Power yesterday. They almost lined up a couple of own goal double taps to themselves. We didn't get them. I mean, we didn't get enough own goals yesterday for top fails, which is very disappointing. We love to have our top fails here in OCE. Maybe we can put some together for, I don't know, maybe the LCQ, perhaps, if we get that running off the ground, if whoever we send does perform. But Power up to a great start here is that one's towards the net. Fiber on the follow-up as well. Power just keep putting the pressure on. Yeah. That's Gus, it's 2. And Power just keep on getting better and better in this one. They just keep scoring goals, and the Daddies can find no answers.
They really can. It's a difficult time, and apologies with the roll call there. They have it in the retirement homes for sure, and these emergencies, and there's a fire right now, and it started producing from the Daddies goal line here because they continue to get continuously burned, and bit by bit, honestly, at this point, they might just be, gone too long, and we might not be able to give them a skin graft here big enough to cover this whole burn, because 2 goals here, 2-0 in the series, and it just continues to stack up to be the worst, not the best really performance from the side of Daddies, because what else can they do? This is Power.
Yeah, given this is their first event of the split and the last event of the split for the season, the last event for them for the season, fair enough. I'd love to see them happening again. It's been good to see them so far. Just looking like Power, just that little bit too good. The backboard plays have been incredibly hard to stop, and I'd say just needs a little bit more synergy there. This isn't a back play. This is Gus showing what he can do.
Yeah, he's just such a mechanical player at times. I mean, they were talking about, is Gus that MVP for OCE if Power do make the Paris Major, and I think there is a very good shout for that. I think he looked great at Boston, to be honest, as well. I think over the course of this season, he's been performing pretty well. I do want to point out as well, Misty was over on the substitute role for the champs in the previous event. He looked pretty good in their quarterfinal there, but at the moment, I will also point out they lost 4-0 to Power in that series, so maybe Misty, it's a battle of can he get something done here in a quarterfinal matchup, or will he lose 4-0 to Power again? I think Misty probably, Yummy, I feel you'll agree with this, your boy. He probably looked the best on that champ side in open fight.
Oh, yeah. He's had some really fantastic performances in the last year. In a time where we thought he'd retired, but he kept playing. He's come and gone as a substitute as well. And he's looked great at times. It's just almost a shame for me that he's never got that regional championship, but he's certainly been a mainstay of OC Rocket League for a very long time.
And, becoming staples for like a region is difficult work, but be there long enough and you're going to be put in positions like Misty is, and I think I don't want to liken him to any other character, because I think Misty's position is quite unique. That's a good bumper combo as well, might I say, but Misty there for blockage. But these kind of positions, they're coveted and they're respected, and you just can't help but love it. But I think you just kind of want to see a bit more, see if there's anything left in the gas tank, just not only fulfill your dreams, see if you can improve upon what your last position was here. But that's going to be a great clearance coming from Misty himself as well. Back down midfield, sidewall raid coming in from Super Luck. He misses it back to Misty. Possession was his momentarily up here high. Zaid Trying to see if he could dispel this attack coming in from the power side here. That's to be the side. Well, 4-0 still. 2 minutes remaining. Can they score? 2 per goal combo. Oh, that was so close. I like what I was seeing there.
Like to see that you're excited for the one goal that could happen in the 1-4. Fortunately, haven't been able to find it just yet.
I can't remember what event it was, but this is very much reminiscent to me of the subpar boys, Cole and Stumpy, celebrating OCE scoring their only goal at one of the more recent majors. I think it was last season. I feel like it's very similar vibes here, celebrating for daddies to score. They were right off the line. They had an opportunity in the previous game. They couldn't get there, but it feels entirely as though Power are in control at the moment. There's no way that daddies have really created opportunities. We expect it for Power to score goals.
Misty just wrote in the middle of the game, "My team sucks," and that's the greatest goal I've ever seen.
Oh my god! All I can think about is that one sound on that's gone viral a while ago. There's it's Cabo to my right, Zay to my left. My teammates think of crew in this situation. You just can't help but think of that for Misty, because that's exactly after he writes out like a sentence like that there. But adding on to the humor as there's not one moment I think we've lost any addition of humor here that's been a layer to this amazing series between Power and Daddies. I think it started off from the name, and then ever since that, it's just been a collective. Oh my god, passing! No!
An amazing series is a strong word, considering Daddies haven't scored a goal, by the way.
Well, it's been amazing for us because we've got to see all the banter as it's gone throughout the series.
Yes.
Even despite the Daddies being down now 3 games, they've still got some trash talk.
Against their team, which is
against their own team in this case. Yes.
I will point out, Misty said that and then missed a save. So I feel like maybe he can put the keyboard down momentarily and focus up on the game.
He is part of his team, so it's not like he said, "My teammates."
True. That is a good point.
True.
I feel as though this Power side have enjoyed this one, not taking it too serious. If you could have, I feel like I did hear on the desk, I can't remember who said it, but someone went, I think it was Max, said you want to win the tough. No, Max corrected. It was Tinselbougie. I can't remember. Said, do you want to get a really
Thanks
easy
for the insight,
series
buddy.
here? You really want to get a good, easy series here, and someone disagreed with that. And it's like, well, I feel like if you're Power, you've got 2 what could potentially be 2 Game 7s ahead of you. You do want to take this as easy as possible. Don't want to burn out too early. And Daddies, I mean, they provided a platform for that. The question now is, can we take a timeout?
Good question.
I'll ask. I'll just put it in there and see.
Please.
Look, and you know what? Ground zero. It's now the reverse sweep time. So what are Daddies going to do? What do they have to do to get this?
Hey, you know what? As someone who's trying to coach professionally now for a team, I have to look at this, and I'm thinking about this right now. I'm thinking, what would Freaky do? He's already said he's a bit scared. He's a bit terrified what Daddies had to offer, so that's why they called out the timeout early. So it makes sense here. So I'm thinking now, what can Daddies do? If I was their coach, I'd be telling them, keep their heads high. That's the first thing. Keep the momentum. And the way to change it all here starts right now is start demoing, because I have seen nothing of that happen from the side of Daddies. There's been no physicality. They're all stuck in their own half. So at least at this point, if there's nothing else to do, might as well just go out and start demoing people. What's left to do?
As a note as well, just for people in the chat, we did get denied our timeout by Guru. Of course, he has to come in to ruin it for everyone. We could have had the record 3 timeouts, 3 games, and I guess we'll never beat.
And this is why we blame Guru for everything in OCE. You'll come to understand that very soon, Ground Zero, very quickly. Everything to blame is Guru's fault. And I do wonder, I mean, potentially right now, I would say, Guru probably supporting the Daddies here. He's an old man as well, so maybe the Guru debuff is in effect right now as well.
Oh, good point. Honestly, that's something that I, as someone who's not coach enough for RLCS OCE just yet, this is my first interim myself as well. So on the itinerary, I am learning a lot of things. So I'm open to more and more. I'm of a scholar descent, so I'm here to learn. Misty with the pop reset coming in, maybe Zayd, and as we know, development coming in for that follow up. But Power there. Well, as Yummy mentioned, reverse sweep time. Do we see the remontada, as they say over there in Spain, as Zay gonna try and set up another power? I think we're seeing some shifts coming in from Daddies. I don't know what kind of third gear they're trying to develop, but I'm seeing more of that action happen in the powers after the first minute for the first time ever this series, and maybe the last time as well at the same time.
You almost cast a curse for a little bit there, but as you said, getting some attacking opportunities right now. They've had a little bit of pressure, a couple of plays for Cobbo to get some space, but can't afford to overdo it. Not when Power are able to so quickly turn these counterattacks on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now, the thing that I'm liking is the fact the ball has spent more than about 10 seconds in the power half in this game. That's about the accumulative time I think it's spent in the power side of the field so far across this series. They're creating some opportunities to push forward, and if it happens, I'm not saying it does, but if it does happen, where the Daddies start getting a couple of games here, did Power start panicking the fact that they've hit the timeout button too early?
I don't know if they have, but we're looking at this now again. There's Misty in the corner. Doesn't get that read, doesn't connect. Loses the chance. That's back again for Super Lucky. Challenged by Cobbo off the backboard. Fiber gets a touch to the corner. Sends that white right back down to the hands of Zay to the midfield. He sees that. Misty. All the connection to the ball. One more touch in a second. Trying to attempt that reset there. Lost that chance. It's Cobbo now. He loses it too. And they're complaining about their own touches because at this point, what can they do here? They're just slapping the ball all around. Ping-ponging from side to side. Redirect denied as well against Gus. That's Cobbo up one touch. Zaid. Last man back deep third. It's kind of coming from Misty, and that's also saved as well. Power. Can they find a chance? And this is the longest time I haven't seen a goal at all happen from Power. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe this is definitely the start of a reverse sweep. Actually, Yummy.
Yeah, the ability to hold the midfield line has been important for them. Unfortunately, I would say Power still reacting to a lot of their plays, but there we go. They get the first goal. Zayd takes the lead.
It is a massive goal in the context of the fact that the Daddies hadn't scored previously. And right now, not to jinx it, but we could be on for a perfect reverse sweep. It's early days, but that would be absolute content, and it could ruin what was set to be a massive day in OCE.
Misty giving out the scored on by Zayd in the big 26. And you guys suck. Well, we probably shouldn't be broadcasting that, but it's worth it. Is banter all the way, and it's actually a chance here for the Daddies to take a game.
That's up here from the backboard. Misty. Their time to shine. They have some sort of momentum. I really wouldn't know how to categorize this situation here. That's a good flick. That's a Fiber here to dispel dreams, shatter them into bits here, just like he did that ball. Good flick from Gus from the sidewall, connects that nicely, and that's a fantastic shot there. Hey, Fiber is here on the steal. This level of greed from Fiber, incredible. That was all Gus's playing. Fiber at the last second, just dunking it, just taking all the credit. That was so necessary there. Y'all have the goal. That's it for Power already. 2 minutes remaining off the kickoff. That's a denial there coming in from Cobbo. Off on the sidewall, not a lot left there in the tank. Super Lucky from the corner. And not that as well. Zay pinching it with the offense. And that's a shot that comes in again. And that's going to be opportunity lost. But Fiber, alongside the whole roster of Power, trying to find an opportunity. Double tap here. Maybe missed it by Super Lucky. And it's back again to the hands of Misty from the sidewall.
Well, Misty has another chance. They only had a lead for about 5 seconds, trying to find a lead once again, but it's been very difficult. Lots of quality touches coming out from Power, and maybe not so quality coming from the other end. So it's just a matter of brute force usually when it's coming to the Daddies.
Oh, well, Misty cut into that one very quickly, tried to get the play central. Didn't really have the chance to play off to anyone there. I feel like at the moment for the Daddies, when they push forward, it's basically just 1v3 or 1v2 situations. They're not really willing to push extra players up. They're looking to take a game off Power right now, and they are desperate to hold on to just conceding once. But they need to send a couple of players forward if they want to make something happen. Misty towards the back wall. Zayd went way too early and had to back out, but Cobbo from the sidewall might make something happen. Has a reset, 20 boost, and well, he used that flip way too early.
Yeah, that was a situation he really just couldn't do anything much more than that. That's an open and maybe got a block there from Misty. Sends that right back down midfield. Again, fantastic obstructions coming in from the side of Daddies. They really won up their defense, which honestly last time, with the biggest issue being their boost control, were leaving that chance too freely there for Power to take advantage of. Cobbo aerials out there coming in maybe from Misty. The double tapping. What?
With
Norby
the
surprised.
seconds to go. Of course, it's going to be our boy, Misty, who managed to get a double. He had to get really high, reacted very quickly after the first touch to see where he needed to go.
Well, are we going to see 2 4-0s if Power can find a response off the kickoff? Or will we have a 4-0 and a 4-1, which puts us on sort of tune.
4-3, mate.
Oh, hey, well, okay, fair enough. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But hey, the Daddies,
Down.
they take a game. That's the main thing. They've got a game. It's at least a 4-1. It could be a 4-3. Hey, I don't know just yet. But they get a game here. That is, I mean, it's conceding a game to the Daddies in the Big 26. I'm not too sure about that one. But hey, Power, it's not maybe the result they were looking for. A nice 4-0 would have done them nicely heading into later today.
I would definitely would have been something that they were, seeking out for sure in this situation. I don't think anyone expected this outcome at all here. But hey, unless anyone for the 5 Daddies fans we've got in the chat, that I think they're roaring with excitement. That's for sure. But sorry, apologies. 6. Where's Money? Money's gone and disappeared here. I don't know. He's done a
I
Houdini
see
on us.
586. Finally glad Money is no longer just showing his back to one of the two of us. 586 Daddies fans finally get to be happy. They were about to witness a reverse sweep. It happened yesterday. We rode them off, and then all of a sudden, they came back, and I'm ready for it again.
I just thought I'd let you two talk face to face. I'd get out of the way. So continue on.
Oh my god, even the overlay is matching our angle right now. I love that. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Really appreciate that there, Hazard. Thank you so much. So we gotta match the mood, and it's shifting around as we're speaking, but we're looking at this right now. So incoming reverse sweep. Anyone excited for this, one of the biggest upsets that OCE could ever see? So it's definitely something that could be historic for OCE in the region overall. I see that really popping off on Twitter. But we got another game here still. We're going into the French map. Okay, La François. Okay, it's a bit different here. Bit different there coming in from the Australian heat here. Do appreciate that. But hey, if you want to see yourselves play in Paris, you gotta embellish yourself in Paris as well. So Paris now has Power and Daddies coming in for, again, still the incoming reverse sweep. I'm not even counting the match point that's just hanging in the balancer for Power at all. It's just reverse sweep on my mind for Daddies.
And I'm saying it right now. Somebody sent Daddies to Paris. I don't think they're ready. I think it's time. They've been around the block. They know what they're doing. They're going to be the ones to perform for OCE on stage. They're the ones who are going to get us a last chance qualifier.
I'm not too sure if your boy is going to get us to Paris and it'll get us a last chance qualifier, because Super Lucky, well, I feel like they might already be out of contention, but if they are not, if Power get across this series, I'm entirely sure the Daddies are out of contention. And I mean, Power, they've given away a game here. You're talking about reverse sweep. You're saying it's not even, match point. It's not even series point, but it kind of has to be series point to get a reverse sweep.
Look, if Daddies don't
well.
have a chance to make it to Paris, Guru's done something incredibly wrong. This is a team that are able to score own goals like that. Let's go.
Interesting. Well, hello. I don't even have words.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Misty
God,
never had
that's
that,
just
I'll
beautiful.
tell you.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Misty just had no chance of that situation. I think Zayd said, you know what, if it's gonna go in, it might as well come from me. You know what? And I like that. I like that from a player like that. I like that. It adds character to the game. But for Daddies, it just adds more substance to their overall team roster. So hey, they'll do development. We love that there. That's still a minute and 2 goals for Power, and the whole reverse sweep's hanging in the balance, I guess.
Kind of crazy how the last game was a really tight affair back and forth, and already we're back to the show as usual.
I would like to introduce a rule in OCE where own goals count the same as a goal. So whoever scores the goal, it counts for their team. I think this would be fantastic. It would be 1-1 at this point in time right now. But I think that would really change the complexion. It probably would ruin our chances of getting an LCQ if we go overseas and we start scoring all those own goals. But, in OCE, I think it might just add to the content, because right now, this game is about to be 3-1. It could have been 2-1. It could have been 1-1, as it remains 2-0.
Could have been 2-1. It could have been... Oh, sorry. Could have been 2-0. And we're there.
Well, we are, but just not in the way we expected it. That's a good flip reset. Cabo pressuring, passing there. That's going to be blocked by Fiber. Zayd overcommits. That's the punish coming in from Power. And there's a third from Super Lucky.
Money. I'm not feeling so good about the Daddies anymore. What about you?
I'm not feeling great either. When you've got Powers coach in chat saying, just continuously talking throughout this series, just letting us know what's going on in his mind, I start to feel a little concerned if the Daddies cannot get the game here when it's 3-0 for Power, when you're seemingly this casual. Freaky has come in and told us that Power denying the reverse sweep is incredible mental from Power. I'm not too sure about that one. Okay, well, fair enough.
Oh, well, GZ, you're a coach, so you'd know all about, the mental fortitude needed to deny a reverse sweep like this.
Oh yeah, like I think it's the worst position a team can be in if they're trying to deny that reverse sweep, because it's hanging, everything hangs in the band. It's all on a cliff edge here, and I think Freaky can back me up on this, and he knows you have to have an IQ that is just so incredibly ahead of not only the roster but the opposing team here as well. But credit to him. I don't think that goal would have happened without him right there. Gus with the denial, getting that flip reset to the ceiling, and going for the double flip reset as well. I think a coach like that, yelling in your ear, telling you what to do, and that's just, I think that's mind control. That is it. That is fantastic for Power.
Are you both telling me that 3-1 is the worst position to be in? Because that's what it sounds like in a best of 7.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Because you just know that when you're up against the Daddies, the reverse sweep is on. You just got to 4-0 them. You just got to get it done before they even get one on the board. Fortunately, they have the coach of Freaky, seemingly able to settle their nerves, get them ready for the Paris Major, maybe for the later finals, which, you'd argue this was the grand final, the way that it's gone, how close fought it has been throughout. But maybe they're just reserving something special for later on.
Well, I said, this was, in my mind, the semi-final before 2 grand finals for them. It sounds as though it might just be 3 grand finals in a row if Power can get across the line in that next grand final after this grand final.
As a note, the players have already called GGs. They did that about a minute ago.
As have you.
And I did it in chat as
well. Which I feel is fair at 6-0. At 4-0, maybe not so much, but at 6-0, I mean, I feel as though the GGs is probably fair.
Yeah, GGs in chat as well. Let's just finish it off. Good games all around. Nice close series. We'll all remember this as the best, closest 4-1 of all time.
Yeah, with the double timeout.
This is the time we check in with everyone at Fortress, right? We get them on the screen. We just see how they're enjoying the time. I think Hazza, can we get them on screen? What are we thinking? He's going to absolutely hate me for saying that. But hey, throw him under the bus at some point.
Of course.
What? Guru just said we can't have that.
Guru said no, not again. Another Guru denial. That's back now. That's disappointing.
And by the way, we have called for a timeout after every single game, which has also been denied by the same person. And apparently you're only allowed to call 2. Apparently casters don't get their own timeout either. There's a lot of rules getting in the way of our fun.
It's really just silly stuff, isn't it? I mean, if the players are out there, they need a break, they can call a timeout. Why can't we? We might want to go and have a chance to refresh and talk to each other and just get an understanding of, what's going on in this series, because I've been completely lost.
We do need a coach.
We need a coach in the comms. Everyone went on kickoff, by the way. I feel like we're just getting into some silly stuff now. Is Misty might send us to Brazil? No, Zayd does.
No, Zayd. Wow, that was an incoming nuke there coming in from the opponent side. Daddies at the last second thought, you know what, might as well just go all up. Misty double tap, misses the angle, goes for the follow-up. There's Zayd finisher again.
Important question in the chat. Where do Power end up after winning this series? Yes, they are in the top 48. After winning this, and I hope for their chances at Paris Major they can keep this form going.
Yeah, well, they're there from what was it, top 1 million in OCE, I think you were talking about. So fair enough.
Beginning of the weekend.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it's a long weekend when you're having to go down all the way from the top million to the top 48, and an 8-1 here. I mean, it's looking pretty good if you're looking for momentum, right? You're playing against the Daddies here. An 8-1 in this game. They get a little bit of a break before their next series, but surely a team at the caliber of this Daddies roster, they're going to be incredibly impressed with themselves here, Power, to step up and get this job done very simply in a 4-1 series, right? That's going to be some awesome momentum heading into the next one.
Oh, 2-8. We went from Brazil to Barcelona. Quite the quick trip. I don't know. I think we're definitely going to be out of money at this point here because we got Paris ahead of us as well. So everyone start checking your wallets, because this was, my God, what a way to enjoy some sunny sides there in Brazil, from Brazil to Barcelona. But here we go, 8-2. Daddy's here. I think in 22 seconds, if we actually break it down mathematically, that is still logically possible. 4 goals per second, though. That is all, like, per the 22 seconds. I think that's very possible. Wait, maybe actually that might be this power. Yeah. Hey, wait, there it is. There's the beginning. Okay, boys, we have a chance. Daddies, lock it in, because it looks like Power is assisting you at the same time, because the pinch comes in from Cabo and Fiber. The double time pinch there with the opponent. This is some friendship that transcends the midway line, coming from Daddies and Power. So we do love to see this
interconnection. They did just try and call a timeout for the kickoff. Obviously necessary when you need a goal every 2 seconds. Yep. Here's another one. They're ready. That was definitely a serious defense.
And there is still a chance, surely. 4 goals, 2 seconds. It is possible. I've seen more incredible scenes in OCE than this. I think this is highly probable.
Very, very winnable here. I think this could be the moment. I think this could be the chance. Daddies, can they do it? That's a good pitch over the head of everyone there. Power. Oh, that floats and Misty. No. There it is, man. That was a goal he needed. That was a goal he could have scored to change it all. Is he trying to score an own goal is my question.
Oh, no.
Hey, wait. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's incredible. Apparently, he has better synergy with the opponents than his own teammates. Now, that's a statement.
Good games. Maybe we can call a timeout at the end of this one. And, oh, you know what? Last series of the season here for the Daddies. Obviously, it was the first event that we got to see them in the top 8 as well. But just to close it out, Zaid gets his hat-trick. Yeah. And what a way to finish what maybe the end of his career, or maybe the start of the next retirement and unretirement.
Yeah, reborn Zaid, potentially. But the unfortunate thing here is, I mean, that game was so close. But of course, the last goal wins, which is really unfortunate. Power getting that last one at 0 seconds. It would have been scenes if Daddy scored that one. Unfortunately, not the job. Power, I mean, it was a close margin. They just get across the line 9-4, but that was a heck of a performance from the Daddies.
It truly was. You gotta enjoy what you can about these kind of series, you know. As you mentioned, golden goal here in this series overall, and unfortunately missed the assist at the very wrong time, and that one just traveled all the way to their own half, and Fiber had to take it. It was a tight game. It was a tactical nuke of a team between a tactical nuke. So yeah, and nothing more than just an absolute fission explosion here coming in between both of these teams, and it was a tight-knit race there. You gotta love it. You gotta love those breakneck pace games here in these situations. So hey, credit to Daddies. They tried their best, and as you mentioned, it was a very rigorous race that they just couldn't finish off, you know, broke their leg at the last second for the finish line. So, hey, respect to Power, but I think they're going to have to look at themselves a little bit more critically if they want to see themselves win this whole overall lower bracket quarterfinal run. And between that, now they got Bulldogs to face off as well. So, you know, a bit of a conflicted interest on the casting booth there, isn't that right, Money?
Yeah. I feel like, you know, it's going to be an interesting one to break down potentially. Yummy, what's your thoughts on it?
Thanks, Money. Back to you.
What do you think about this, Ground Zero?
I think I want your thoughts there first of all, there, Money. Actually, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I think my thoughts are I'm ready to go to break. Yummy, what's your thoughts?
I'm ready to go to break as well. And you know what, GZ, it's been fantastic having you on, so you take us out.
Hey, it's been a great time. We see Power with Daddies. It was a very, very tight-knit race. They nonetheless do win 4-1 here. Denied that reverse sweep against Daddies. Freaky. You might want to tell them to hit those training packs real quick. But we will see you guys after a quick little break here. We're going to be considering the next series on, and some very, very interesting faces and familiar faces at the same time. But that is it. Enjoy these messages. In the meantime, we'll see you guys after this break.
2 series down and we're back in business here. OCE Champ Sunday for RLCS Open 6. And my goodness, was that a series of all time. The daddies decided one game was enough for them. And then they put the Q in the rack, Yummy Cheese Man.
Certainly. Look, they looked like they could have done something at some point in their careers, just not at this point in their careers. Power getting the job done as per usual.
GZ, we're here as well, haven't you? We had to get you back on after that cast for a little bit longer, and look, I think we'll just move on from that series because it was pretty regulation from Power. We do need to look ahead. We've got wildcard, we've got no car in our first semi-final coming up as well. GZ, how are we doing and how are we feeling about the rest of the day?
I'm feeling that it's going to be another wildcard spectacular performance. Like, I do love and respect No Car. It has been a fantastic showing from them of Elliot, Hawk, and Prom. And these are boys I have seen before as well. Prom definitely from like back in my day when I was casting GZ, I believe last year. And it was great to see his face there as well. But, you know, also when that ends well. But a series like this, when it comes to semifinals, this is going to be a big time. And the stakes there are definitely in favor for wildcard.
We see a little bit of deja vu when it comes to this event number 6 compared to event 3, the last of the split. Wildcard were in a good running to make it to the major. We were expecting them to get through the semi-finals pretty simply, and they fell short. So they can't let their nerves get them in this situation. Over on the other side of the bracket as well, there's going to be massive nerves because both teams are in for the major.
Yep, it's good that we haven't spoiled the party here in OCE because we've seen it before, Yummy, with some teams not coming to the party. No matter what happens, even in this series, we will have a qualification match for Paris, whether it is in the grand final or that second semi-final. But Ground Zero, we asked for a little preview of this one. Let's dive straight into it. We've got Wildcard taking on No Car Esport. No Car Esport, they came through as that 4th seed. They were in the upper bracket. They lost to the Bulldogs 4-2. Can they upset here with this roster?
I think that's a very good possibility. Like, that's the thing about what I've seen from OCE, and it's consistency and always surprising me. So I wouldn't say it's off the roster at all, off the list of possibilities here. We'll be coming in. What an angle this is,
wow. Dear
God.
Who's got a better angle, GZ or Fever? I'm giving it a Fever.
Yeah, I know. I think I've been outdone. I think I've genuinely been outdone by Fever himself. Torsaw's not too bad, but if we're looking at, a fantastic angle, you got to give it to Fever there. And that was an outmogging. I got camera angle mocked if you think about it.
I feel like he's watching the stream as well because you saw him just dip out of frame for a second. I'm not sure how locked in Thieves is for this semi-final, but he needs to get ready to go. I'm sure he's given his dog Bill a little bit of a cuddle as well as a good luck charm that he used to always do, Yummy. But before I go to you, get your predictions in chat, ladies and gents. Hashtag WC for Wildcard, hashtag NOKR for No Car Esports. Shout out to Hazard for getting the predictions cooking for chat. Let's get into our own predictions, though, Yummy. I'm going to start with you. You're a wildcard fan. You're a big T fan. Are they going to... do you not only want them to win this, but show enough to give you confidence in the grand final as well?
Oh, yeah, of course I'd want to show me enough. They sort of showed me enough yesterday, but as you know, when it comes to wildcard, they can vary day to day. So important that they're starting off well here. I am predicting them, and I'm going to predict a 4-0 even, just to keep it spicy.
GZ.
Oh, man, I want to go for a safe bet. Wildcard have, been the consistent, at least in OC when it comes to this, and major contention from them as well. And I appreciate you, CJCJ, at least changing your angle as well to suit this whole situation. So looking at this from every angle, we're gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna go ahead and say wildcard as well. So I'm gonna go for probably a 4-1 in this series against No Car.
Tough to go against Wildcard. Give me Wildcard as well. It's going to be a sweep across... Oh, say Yummy. It's going to be a sweep across the board for Wildcard. They should get the job done. I want to see them 4-0 this as well because that second semi-final, just purely on the matchup, will have... it'll be fantastic. Both teams, whoever wins that will be in form is what I'm trying to say because we've got 2 of the top 3 in our second semi-final. Chat's gone 80%. for wildcard as well. It is game on here, and speaking of game on, the game is ready to go. I mean, we've got more talent than you can poke a stick at. Let's get into our first semi-final of the day. It's the biggest day of the year. It's OCE's time in the sun, and we're going to get into this first semi-final. Formal, who we got? Who on earth is over there? Talk to me.
Oh, who do we got? I mean, look, no new names. In fact, we actually got rid of somebody coming into this one, because after we put Tins in charge of the audio, he actually gave us canned tins, like with the string at the end for that first game. It was nightmarish from what I understand, but we got it all fixed thanks to the work of Bougie, and oh yeah, Monty's here too.
Oh, thanks for the introduction, I suppose. This is
you're welcome.
a massive series that we're looking at right now, and you go, yeah, Monty's here as well.
Yeah,
but
well, I mean,
Bougie,
look.
mate, how are we feeling?
Oh,
Let me
good.
ignore Formal right now. Bougie, this is prime us. I'm going to be honest. Did you ever imagine this was going to be the case when we were back on Scrim's World Weekly broadcast?
Oh, mate. Production was running smoothly over those days for us, but shout out to Hazard for being able to put up with Formal. I don't know how we managed to do it for so long.
Hold on. Who was sitting in front of the roadcaster playing it like a keyboard in the middle of that series? It was not formal.
Yeah, that is very true. I am sitting here. Guys, chat, 1, 2, 3. Am I okay? Am I out of being underwater? Apparently I was the best sounding one in the last one, though.
I think you get put in a room with Formal and Tins, you're always going to sound the best out of those three, to be fair. But hey, I mean, this is a genuinely massive series.
Yes.
No car will look to play upset. Wildcard, this is their first big step. They have 2 series today if they want to make it to the Paris Major and put themselves in contention for the World Championship. It starts here. Momentum is necessary. I feel like you've got to win this one in confident fashion. The other semi-finals, whoever wins, they've got the confidence of beating one of the other 3 big dogs. In this, you need to make your mark, and Torsos gets us underway.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to talk confidence right now. Okay, first of all, Torsos, great goal, great way to start. Let's address the elephant in the room right here. Look at Elliot's car right now, and look at Prompt. I mean, there's confidence, and then there's overconfidence. I don't know. It looks like these guys are just getting a bit silly with it, and I'm worried that's a sign where they're thinking they might not have a chance. Elliot is full road warrior.
It's beautiful. I love it. I might actually ask for the Bacchusmont code after this one because, yeah, I'm loving Elliot's car so far. I feel like it makes it very direct. The double committing just fits perfectly as well.
There was a lot of conversation in the last series about what was being said in chat, because it was just kind of crazy with the daddies trying to get into the mind of power. In this one, though, I will say, prompted the pre-test lobby right now, or in this one, was trying to get under the skin of Wildcard. I think he was trying to build up the hype. He was trying to tell them, hey, look, if you don't win this series, you don't make the World Championship, you don't make the Major, you don't make anything of importance in this season. Trying to play the villain at the moment. Wildcard, I think Banana had responded with, where you guys are the villains, and that was sort of where they left it. Fever, though, I mean, you know, you expected a story like this to maybe have some problems for the heroes, but that might come later on as they look to just get an early start here.
Money, does a villain drive a grog?
I would imagine so.
Okay, then yeah, Prompt's the villain. Sorry, that's kind of how it plays out. And villains usually get vanquished, and that seems to be this first game is going. Another goal off the kickoff, Banana Head making it 3-0.
Yeah, the last time I tried making a car prediction, it didn't go the right way, and they ended up losing regardless. So I'm just going to stay quiet, and I think they'll stay in these cars the whole series. It might be a mental game, that's for sure. The return of the
like a prediction.
presets back in the day might be making a return.
You said you weren't going to say anything, and then you just made like the most steadfast prediction.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not
going to
predict anything, but I think they're going to stay in the same presets the entire series.
yeah, but it's not a prediction. It's a I think. It's not set with conviction. Speaking of conviction, yeah, Wildcard looks good. 3 goals. First, half of the first game, they are on point. They are playing, kind of similar to maybe how Power looked at the start of that last series as well. It seems like our favorites are getting the job done, at least initially, against the teams we're expecting them to.
I think it's just a pity. If the players are already feeling like this is just a throwaway series because they're going against the big boys, end of the day, they're not really showing up to what they need to be doing.
Oh, that is brilliant from Banana Head. He gets a musty flick. He gets the redirect off the post. I mean, you're saying a throwaway series, but for wildcard right now, I feel like this is exactly the way they want the series to go. In control, getting the mechanical ability on display, showing who they are, and maybe, just trying to put some scare factor onto the opposite side of the semifinals.
I got a message that audio might have been an issue. I don't mean to break the fourth wall, but I do distinctly remember every RLCS cast I am in, whenever I see Bougie in the chat, it's always mute formal. Please mute formal. Bougie now has the Roadcaster directly in front of him, and now there's audio issues for my mic. I'm not putting two and two together right here. Math isn't my strong suit. However, 4-0 in this game. Bougie, what do you have to say for yourself?
As expected. I'm going to keep it honest. Wildcard, if they actually want to prove why they should have, on paper, the easier run, I guess, because they have managed to shut down that power side yesterday. I feel like we're probably going to expect what we're seeing right now to follow through the next 3 matches as well.
If we can... Have you guys figured it out? Have you got 2 mics, or is it just the 1 mic in front of you?
It's 2 mics. We have
so
2
we
microphones.
can just mute formal. That is still a chance. Everyone, get some mute formals in chat for us. As Wildcard look to get 5, but I mean, you've got to be scoring that, surely.
You can never mute formal, because yes, there's 2 mics in this room, but I can get really loud if need be, all right? I can yell, I can scream, shout to the heavens. Wildcard is going to make it. I thought you were actually muting my mic. I got nervous. No, buttons are being pushed. Oh no.
No, I just saw that you were redlining and I'm underwater again, so I don't know what's happening. I'm not really a good swimmer, as you can tell by my size. I'm more of a floaty device, to be honest. But yeah, pretty comfortable from Wildcard here, 5-0 over the top, and yeah, I don't know what else to expect here.
It's a very nice angle from Banana Head. He's got a couple of pretty decent goals across game 1. He's got a hat-trick to his name as well. Wildcard, though, this is exactly what we would have expected, as you said. I mean, you can't expect anything else realistically from this side against Nokar. We want to see some mechanical plays from Nokar, but when they load into the lobby in a Ripper and a Proteus, I'm not too sure what to expect, as Fever just couldn't quite get that one dropped down. Also, you did call it a Grog earlier. It is a Proteus, Max. That's some bad car knowledge from you, as maybe one not quite for Nokar.
I'm actually impressed with your car knowledge. Is Proteus even a real word?
No comment.
Yeah, you didn't know either. Just admit it. Own it. You didn't know either. Monty is just a big car nerd. And it was a game for the car nerds, I suppose, because Wildcard's going to win this first game up 1-0 on the series.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff here. Now, hopefully we have got this mic situation. I've been told in messages, swallow my mic. Okay, if you guys could see the size of this thing, there is literally no way it would ever be possible. But looking back at the scoreboard there, we have a booming 84 points from Elliot. Maybe a car change needs to happen.
I mean, they can't see. We can always cut. People will see what it comes on right now, what we might need to do with these mics. And Monty, how does it feel when you don't require dental surgery?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to be honest. I feel really left out at the moment. I really am upset that you guys are together and I'm not. I would love to be there. It's just really unfortunate. What? Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah, sorry. Try to
Actually,
keep it going.
I think we all look this way. Let's all continue looking over this way. I don't think there's any reason not to look this way, to be honest. But look, that was a interesting one. You predicted no car changes, Bougie. You got it wrong early doors. How are we feeling about that?
Well, finally, that might actually help them, because last time I predicted them to car change and they didn't do it, and it definitely didn't help them.
Yeah, I think a good car change, will help reset the mental. Maybe no car will start to realize, hey, this wildcard team, they're young upcomers. We should take them a little bit more seriously. But for wildcard, all jokes aside, a 5-0 start. They look very motivated. And again, the similarities to power from what we saw at the start right there is exactly what we were hoping to see. They win this, they go to the grand final. The easier road, the preferred road, I stand by. If you ask Wildcard, which one would they rather do? Winning one key series instead of 2 is the answer. And, well, they're on point right now to get themselves in that position.
Yep. The one thing we're missing out here, I feel like, right now, is the fact that we saw 2 timeouts after the first 2 games in the previous series. We haven't seen the timeout here, which is very unfortunate for the side of Nokar. I was expecting the timeout early. We haven't seen it. Hawk, double. Okay, that's why they don't need the timeout, because Hawk has found something in the break.
finally an absolute banger. I did say it in the first series, by the way, that Hawk was the player that I was probably missing the most. Tins did say that he was doing what he needed to do, but I feel like this is definitely a series. If Hawk can be on his ball game and his other two teammates keep doing what they can do, they could probably pull back a game here and there.
I mean, Hawk would be a player to watch out for, but still, it was the prompt show initially, as the demo in front of the net will open the door for Fever. So you score a kickoff goal, we'll get one right back. Game stays tied.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that play, I'm going to be honest, from Nokar. I'm not too sure what's gone wrong, but 20 seconds in, we've got a goal either side. Wildcard, I feel like we saw that sort of fun factor overall from Power in the previous series. I don't expect to see the same from Wildcard. In the sort of form that we've seen from them, aside from Open 2, they've sort of had those scramble moments, they've had those worried moments, they've looked shaky at times. I feel like right now it is pure just trying to build that confidence. I don't think in the past these three players are particularly confidence players. I think there's been a lot of conversations about Torsos in the past in terms of his confidence. But overall, this side of Wildcard, I don't think are the confidence team of the region. I think when they are performing, they are performing. It doesn't matter how confident they are in their own abilities, as long as everyone on the squad is doing their role. I think they get through this one pretty easily. I wouldn't expect to see that silly business like we saw in the previous one.
No, definitely. I feel like also, if we can see from Noka, they are trying to take it up a step from that first match. They maybe did have their throwaway, their little laugh. I, for one, definitely know that even when I am just having some fun with mates and probably not the favourite to go through, you still, after one game, don't really want to sit there for 20 minutes and just take a hammering. You kind of still want to put a little bit of effort into it. And as they have a sniff here, 330 going across the clock, good infield pass off the ceiling. Torsos the cover.
Yeah, and it's more than just that as well. Again, like sometimes the fun game, even if you wind up losing it, it can be good for the mental. It gets you relaxed, it gets you loose. Having less to play for, except for maybe that desire to be the villains, it definitely alleviates a lot of the stress. And the end result sometimes is getting your flow state easier, getting to your peak performance. We've seen many a time in this region that team with nothing there all of a sudden taking the whole thing out. Anyone else remember Regional 3, the Bulldogs? They were technically eliminated when they won that series, that grand final, in that reverse sweep. So you never know. You can never count out Nokar here.
I think the difference is, well, that's a good strike from Elliott, going to be saved by Torsos. Bit of pressure. I think the difference is we expected Bulldogs, we expected Take Flight to potentially be those teams to step up and still cause a problem, be a nuisance. We have the history on their sides. We don't really have the history for Nokar. Hawk, of course, has something in the history books, but overall, I don't think this side really possesses what we expect, and Bulldogs could cause that upset because they had the players. Wildcard, they have the players in this lobby right now. Half the game gone, they've got the 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, but even looking at this play, have we seen the wild card? Yes, maybe they go through 4-0. Have we seen the wild card that can take down that next contender, even though they don't have to do the back-to-back? They're going to be sitting there watching the next series, obviously waiting to see who they're going to verse. The other team's going to come in really fresh and coming off a really good series where it is a do or die for both of them.
It can go one of two ways, though, because I think the manner at which the team wins on the other side will have a major effect. If you win a 4-0 confidence, you're feeling good, that's fantastic. But if you burn all your emotional energy in a best-of-7, multiple overtimes back and forth, that can be draining, especially if the grand final does go late. And again, this is more reason why Wildcard winning yesterday put themselves at such a great advantage. They get the easier semifinal, assuming they win through. They also get that break to reset themselves, unlike their opponents. There's a lot going for Wildcard with that win, and it's why, dare I say, they might be the favorites today, despite being, behind 2 points in the standings, despite only winning one regional compared to the two of the others.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me the question at the start of the day, who's going to get the result? And I honestly do not know what answer I would have given you. But I think on the form, it probably would have been Wildcard. However, Prompt puts that one in underneath. And, well, Wildcard, they've had their shaky moments this season, and it continues here.
Yeah, Torsos just not trusting enough of his teammate there to get a decent enough 50. Also jumping down for that one, definitely proving a little bit fatal. 1:18 on the clock. Lots of time getting upset, and if you are Noka, you're on the front foot now. It's like you said, they've got nothing to lose, really. They got everything to gain. They are the villains. They can definitely be the villains.
Oh my goodness, this is a great turnaround from Nokar, and again, so much of it from Prompt today, who is having a breakout regional, one we've been waiting to see, yet Banana Head does not care about up-and-comers. Torsos will shove Prompt out of the way. Where is the shot? Not there yet. Elliott has the clear.
He gets a chance to break down the other way. FIFA, well, he'll take over in the midfield line. Doesn't get the reset, doesn't get the challenge into the midfield either. Hawk with a musty out to the corner. Now Torsos sends that a long way down line. Prompt cuts it out. Doesn't really have too much to work with though. 30 in the tank, takes a flip reset, drops it down. Elliott gets a demo on Torsos, but again, it breaks down. We're not seeing too much going forward at the moment from Wildcard. That's easy enough for Elliott to push into the corner, Max. It feels as though if there's going to be something in this series for Nokar, we want to see them take a game early here.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to finish it off. Fever around the corner. We'll go one end to the other. Pressure coming from Wildcard. They would much rather end this in regulation, yet Hawk will deny. OT looks to be our destination. Fever gets underneath Elliott, but loses the ball. Maybe we go the other way. Surely not. Banana Head will down it. We go to OT.
Yeah, Nokar looking very confident though, going into that last little 20-second spell of playing defense. They covered their backboard really well. Gave no outlooking, no holes, no options. But just like I said earlier, 8-second Prompt, almost sneaking up to get that one. Elliott left alone, has to get a good first touch, proves the 50 into the corner, Torsos bombing forward, and it's just going to go back to a little base one-on-one, the infield pass from Banana Head, and free ball for Fever.
Of course, there's, levels to in terms of you want to be fighting for that major, but there's also benefits when you're not fighting for that major. When you're looking to play upset, you can play some absolutely chaotic sort of Rocket League, and Wildcard have fallen apart. Elliott makes it 1-1 in the series.
You say Elliott, I'm saying it's Hawk. This 1v2 parks the car perfectly and everyone's left chasing. Elliott wasn't needed. He stole the goal. That was Hawk's effort. That's Hawk's win. Give it up for Nokar.
No, that's great positioning from Elliott, making sure he was in the right spot at the right time to get that one home for his team, proving to make it the final dagger in the blow for game 2. And all of a sudden, Wildcard have to wake up a little bit.
Well, I mentioned the fact that they probably want to take this series pretty comfortably. I feel like a game like that, you talked about, losing a game for a bit of fun, for the vibes. I don't think losing that game will help the vibes. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think it has to be some sort of easy, overwhelming win where Wildcard make a few mistakes, you can laugh about it. In a situation where you go to overtime, I don't know if you can ever really laugh about that result when you lose the game. Wildcard, it's not a great look for them right now. They looked very solid in Game 1. Game 2, they had their moments, but they never looked certain. Nokar did, and I think that's the difference between playing with pressure and not playing with pressure. I mean, again, reminder, Open 3, Wildcard had all the pressure in the world, and they dropped a series to the Bulldogs.
Hey there.
Hey, mate.
Getting nice and close.
Nice and close to the camera.
Nice and close.
Oh, no. Third wheel here, Monty.
Monty's all the way over there. Don't worry about Monty. Tell me about how good Hawk is, Bougie, because Hawk was looking really good that one.
He's definitely proven. I told you, if he's on board, Nokar could be different ball players, and if Prompt can keep playing the way he's playing, and mate, Elliott's showing that he can position himself perfectly where he needs to be every time to just get that next foot over. It's going to be GG's, mate. Wildcard might be able to throw this one away.
Well, that was incredibly rude. I'd like to be involved in that conversation.
It felt like there was a wall between us, Monty. I don't know what to tell you, all right? There was I don't know. I don't know what I'd call the background graphic, but it was definitely in between, where the party is, where it's going down, and wherever you are. It was in Newcastle.
Doxed. Just got doxed.
Well, because you mentioned it, I can mention it. My team won the league today, so I'm very happy about that anyway. Just thanks for giving me the opportunity to mention that.
I thought your team was the Bulldogs, and they haven't played yet.
Talking about a different sport here. It does open the scoring. I mean, that's a return to what Wildcard won in this series.
Yeah, Torsos back to the classic. Coming through as Ferdman still rotating back, collecting that last player. And 32 seconds in, we get our first goal. Wildcard bouncing back very quickly after that. Maybe a little bit of a upsetting, I would definitely say, OT.
Yeah, but that's the bounce back that you'd want to see from Wildcard. That is for sure. Again, this team, okay, in the past they have been known for their slow starts. I think one of the biggest problems this season is like sometimes they've just had some no starts. I still think that this squad is a squad that can come back. That is never well and truly out. However, if they lose a second game, that's when I actually would be pushing the panic button. But one hiccup, early goal already, they should have the momentum. That being said, it feels like the past 30 seconds, it's actually been no car with the momentum, at least until Prop lets that ball get away from them.
Yeah, they definitely need to stay on board as much as they can. No card need to fix their holes because it is wildcard. They will punish you if you do give them the chance to. It's just common ball knowledge. Is Hawk going to be bombing down this left-hand side, looks for the double, good 50 to the middle, can't find the bump on Fever, and it's going to be scooped away. A little bit scrappy from wildcard on defense, I will definitely say, though.
There's some scramble defense there. Fever and Banana Head both sort of flipping towards the same play, and it ended up getting the flick away, which is all they really needed from it. Fever will have a late drive there as Elliot looks to turn into the midfield. Torsos cuts it off. Wildcard would love a 2-goal advantage. Torsos looks to provide it, and he does exactly that.
The big T double. Double T burger right there. That sounds pretty good. It looked pretty good as well. Ball underneath. Torsos still got it. Look, Bougie, he was knighted last time he was in France. Yes, it was with a baguette. However, you can't let that get away from you. How strange would Paris be without Wildcard after what happened at Worlds?
That is definitely true. You have a great point, but we still got 2 series and this one to see if he deserves to actually be going back there and making the return to that Paris line.
This might be sort of exposing some sort of some things you've said in the past, Poochie, but I do have a question for you. I feel like there's been some very harsh criticism from you towards Torsos on some watch parties in the past. How are you enjoying Torsos this season? Because for me personally, I think this has been a rejuvenated kind of side of Torsos, and he's had a great season.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit more relaxed. I don't know. It felt like it just got so usual for him to the point where it was just like, well, they went there every time. They always qualified. They always done it. Now, they can't always do that. We don't have 2 spots to go to a major. They have to fight. Because if you're not first, you're sitting at home. It's just how it is, end of the day.
If you're not first, you're last. And if you're complacent, that's where you're going to wind up. Speaking of not being complacent, however, how was that double from Banana Head? Establishing the 3-point lead, Monty. Wild card. Big advantage now. Still time left in this game, however. What was game 2? Because as I'm watching Wildcard kind of dominate this 3rd game right now, it's feeling more and more like game 2 was an anomaly.
Yeah, Forbidden Temple is starting to feel more like a Forgotten Temple, to be honest with you. It didn't really feel as though it was going to fit the rest of the vibes in this series. Wildcard, we knew exactly what they set out to do in this series. They've done it in game 1, they've done it in game 3. Didn't really happen for them in game 2. I'm concerned that maybe they might slip back into that form potentially in the next one. Ideally for them, though, they get across the line. Torsos looking to get another one. A tight angle double drop down, won't quite capitalize on it. But overall, Wildcard, they get back to the form we expect from them. And, you know, we've seen shaky semi-finals from this side. We're not seeing one from them right now.
Maybe no car coming out in the first match, having a little bit of fun, kind of probably gave maybe a little bit more of a relaxed feel for Wildcard. So when they did turn the game on itself in that match 2, maybe Wildcard were on the back foot and decided, well, now these guys want to play, let's play.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of the Uno reverse perhaps between games 1 and 2, but now we're back to playing checkers, and it is going to be looking for the connect 4, find the king, find the goal. Hold on, Hawk's not done yet.
There's moments for Wildcard where it just falls apart. That one being Torsos getting chased down. Banana Head's touch onto the sidewall went backwards rather than forwards. And, 47 seconds is an opportunity here for No Car. If they might just put a variation on this kickoff, perhaps we'll see what changes. It is a slight variation. Hawk plays that forward. Elliot, no boost. Still has a chance to strike in Fever in the lane.
I am always going to stand by it. These variation kickoffs, I absolutely hate them because I also, as much as Formal does, hate kickoff goals because, okay, for you guys at home, you also will be able to notice when these variation kickoffs happen, the director cam for us to actually watch doesn't allow us to watch So we just have to watch the wall go flying, 2 cars go flying past, and just be like, I hope that guy's there. Because if he isn't, it's in the back of his net.
Yeah, you have no idea where the defender is, where it's falling, and it always happens too when the game well and truly is over. It's like 5-2, now it's 5-3 with 6 seconds. Woohoo, just ended. Well, I want this one to end because clearly Wildcard is the winner. 0 seconds on the clock. They'll go up 2-1, but we still have one more goal. We still have one more replay because Banana Head is just that guy with the hat trick.
Yeah, he did make a pre-jump earlier in that play as well. He still stays forward and does make it a 4-1 game. I think that's his second hat trick. I think he got one in game 1 as well. So high scoring for Banana Head in this series. Wildcard take the victory. How good is it to see the decal on the screen as well? We love that in the hype chamber. Shout out Hazard for getting that all sorted out as well. But Wildcard, they've got an important series here just in terms of getting themselves in that confident groove, in terms of putting themselves in the right position. They've got themselves back on track in this one. I feel as though, to have that confidence high for them, they need to get across the line in the next 2. I don't want to see a Neo Tokyo in this series. I feel like it's a must-win just to keep that confidence flowing into the grand final.
Honey hates Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, that's a bold statement right there.
Yeah,
I
man,
would love to see Neo
I
Tokyo.
love Neo Tokyo. Bob's Ramen's always looking tasty. The matches are always the most chaotic. What do you have against Neo Tokyo, Monty?
I don't like this vibe of you two ganging up on me. I don't appreciate it. I just feel like for Wildcard's sake, they want to avoid that in terms of having a performance that they can be happy with. I don't think the players, Torsos, Fever, Banana Head, going to 6 against this team will feel like that's the best form. I don't feel they'll think that they put their best foot forward in this series to move into such an important match. If they go to Neo Tokyo, then there's a chance it goes to Champions Field, and they don't want that happening.
Yeah, you do have a good point. A really good point. I do think now that we have had a little bit of fun, Wildcard definitely won't allow them.
Okay, well, here's the thing. That might be what you guys want, but I think I am in agreement with Twitch chat right here. We love the upsets. We love the chaos. Who wouldn't want to see No Car take Wildcard of all teams to Champions Field? That to me sounds like a party. That to me sounds like a good time. It also could potentially mean that the next semifinal then determines who goes to Paris, which would be hilarious as well for a lot of reasons. I'm sure our guests might enjoy that. First goal, though, goes to Banana Head.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like having a semi-final to qualify for the major, it always seems to be the case. It always happens at OCE. It happened for the Boston Major. It's happening here. I've got Hazard in my ears right now as well. This is interesting.
Yeah,
if he could shut up for a moment, please. That would be
giving us the play-by-play right there.
I thought people were coming into the room. I was starting to freak out. I was like, guys, this is occupied. Turn around, no one's there. I'm like, okay. Now I'm officially freaked out. Trying to look for where the audio is coming. Looking at Max, he's looking at me, and I was like, it's not me. It's gonna be you.
Yeah, there were ghosts. There were ghosts at Fortress. That's all right. There might be some ghosts on defense as well with the way how this one is going. As Brock takes it around the corner into Banana Head. Fever underneath. Waits too long. Hawk next one for it, but it's still Wildcard shortening the field. Banana Head down, not in. Good save by Prompt. Whoa, way off from Torsos.
Yeah, opening up very well from the lads here at Noka. Gonna have to just keep this front foot going. They're doing well in defense, but the demos are going to prove fatal. And if they don't... Oh my god, they almost went into the back of the net just for the sake of going into the back of the net. But good save from Brom.
It's turned into a pretty well fist fight here, hasn't it, really? These guys throwing punches back and forth at the moment. Both teams with some demos on either side. No car. They look to take that advantage into the wildcard half, but Fever, I mean, I feel as though Fever might not be entirely in the form we expect from him, but he's back in form compared to where we've seen across this season so far. At the right time, he's making the right plays, he's in the right position more often than not. Again, he's up for that challenge, and it's exactly the time. It's that late run into the box that wildcard are looking for.
Yeah, it has been, on the regular, when this team has been at their best in the past, it has been when they've sent it into that box, when they've been going full bore and been that more aggressive team. Something about this past couple splits, though, they've been playing more reserve. They've been trying to adopt more of that international style, and admittedly, it's been to mixed success, especially against those top teams. In this game, though, it feels like we're going back to sort of bash ball right now, where they're sending two players forward, looking for the bumps, looking for the demos. Banana Head's challenges have been aggressive each and every time, and he's winning them more often than not. I'm wondering, Bushi, if this would carry over to the finals. Do we see classic wildcard instead of the new modern one?
No, I think we'll get more than wildcard. It's usually, I'm getting the feelings of, when you queue it in-game penalty, is Banana Head just slows down the whole play and somehow just dribbles that into the back of the net. It's the basis of you play an in-game tourney. Well, you think it's pretty free going through, but you usually struggle against the first round team because they're on paper the worst team.
I'm sorry, but what was so hypnotizing about Banana Head right there that no car all just parked to watch him dribble that?
Yeah, can't be doing that. Definitely can't be doing that.
One of those moments where someone just needs to put a hand up, I think. You can't all be watching at the same time.
Everyone's just, no you make the save. No you, go for it. Oops, 2-0.
Taking trust for your teammates way too far in that situation. No car as Banana Head looks to run that one towards the net. Takes a pinch off the back wall. Torsos, no boost, so he's going to have to play patient. Fever, the last man back for wildcard. Elliott with a 50, now Prompt. He's beaten out to the ball by Banana Head. Some speed here at the moment, Wildcard, showing the pace that they have as well. I think we're starting to see that Wildcard's team that we're expecting, the form to go into that grand final. They're stepping on the gas a couple more times. They're putting the challenges in way earlier than we've seen across this season in its entirety, as Fever will take a challenge towards Torsos and Elliott out to the sidewall again.
Yeah, the pace of the play, I bet you is probably completely different out there for the players, but sitting here watching, it seemed very controlled by this wildcard side, as they, even if they're taking their foot off the pedal, they're still fully composed. There's just no overcommitment. The comms seem, they must be perfect, like just in flow state at the moment. It's just they're not scoring, but they don't look like they're going to concede at all, even if it is a threatening challenge.
This might sound weird, but it almost is like they're not really trying to score as much as they're trying to maintain possession. Like, that's the priority right now, is maintain possession. Don't allow No Car, a team that can be very mechy, that can be quite explosive, to get their chances. And if the opportunity presents itself, well, then slot it in top in from midfield.
I don't know exactly the mindset from this team right now, Wildcard. That is a top pinch from Fever. I don't know the mindset, though. I would be so curious to know what they're thinking, because right now, a controlled game style, I wonder, is that a play style that can work against Power? Is it a play style that can work against the Bulldogs? Two teams that love to go on the counter-attack. If they're playing controlled, they don't give away possession easily, then maybe it's something to think about for that grand final. In a meeting like that, where you keep possession more often than not, it can frustrate counter-attacking sides. To be fair, I think Nokart, good at that counter-attacking play as well. So I wonder if it's just a thought in the back of the mind to get into that mindset, get into the sort of game plan as they head into what should be their grand final, as long as they can get across the line here and in one more game.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, maybe it's not what will be good against Power or Bulldogs, but maybe it's what they will feel is best against a team like this. The ones, because as you will know, the top four teams are going to be scrimming against each other all the time. They know how Power play. They know how Bulldogs play. On paper, how many times do you think this team probably has actually played against each other as across the lineup? I don't think so. So I feel like maybe that going into that is probably why.
If No Car is in the top four team here in the semifinal, the final, who is that fourth team? Who is actually getting into the big three scrims?
Luna, and Luna.
Ah.
Yeah.
So Luna just 1v3s then?
Yeah. Luna, and Luna.
If only you could clone Lunar too. If you could clone Lunar 3 times, Bougie, is he winning the regional?
No.
Okay. Well, I you know what? I'm relieved to hear that, because that would terrify me. Who could you clone 3 times if they win a regional, Monty?
A form from this season, I feel like there's maybe Gus potentially would be one you could look at. Potentially, just the way he plays, I feel as though if you got three of him on the field, it could work out for them. I feel like you can take 3 of any of the top 3 rosters and potentially clone them, and it should be a very competent team, realistically.
I feel like some would work better than others. Like, I would take 3 Fevers over 3 Banana Heads. Just because every Banana Head is going to want to make that crazy mechy play, right, and be the star of the show. Also, playing against 3 Torsauces sounds like the toughest matchup of the life. Do you know how many bumps and demos would come? Just imagine 3 of that guy right there staring you down. It's terrifying.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be on my bingo card and wanting to go up against that one. But what is on my bingo card is Wildcard making the final. And do they get it here? Let me know, Monty.
Look, I feel as though it's going to be mentioned a few times today, but this map is a fitting map to get a series win. Wildcard potentially looking to do that on Parc de Paris as they look to march performed himself in this series. Fever, he seemingly just keeps running top bin shots right now. I said he's been out of form this season. He's got back into form and right at the right time.
He had help. All right. See, he got a little help.
It was going
right
in.
there to put it in. A little nudge right into that top bin.
I don't think that was on the bingo card, though. That is definitely not there. But it is an OCE without a little bit of a rush to own goal for no reason. Prom definitely putting that one to the corner. Not the opening you want to see from No-Car, though, if you are a No-Car supporter.
Well, I don't think it is the start you want to see, of course. But at the same time, Fever, he got the placement on it. Yes, he was already going in. Yes, it took a deflection, but it was already going in. I don't personally count that as an own goal.
I don't
As
know
someone
if
who
that
loves
was
own
going
goals in OCE, I guarantee that was going in.
That was post out. That was.
I guarantee that was going into the back of the net.
Post
Anyway,
out.
wild
If anything,
card.
it was going the other way. It was going in wild card's goal. All right.
No. This guy does not know ball as wildcard look to get the job done here. They've got that 1-0 advantage. It's all they realistically need right now, but I'm sure they'd love to add a couple extra on their victory lap in the semi-final, if possible.
Yep.
Unless No-Car can find something just to play upset for a little bit longer and send us to that Neo Tokyo that seemingly I very much don't want to go to.
I speak for the chat because we are all plat. That one was going the other way. Here comes Prof now over the top. A second reset, still not there. Torsos save in the net. Fever will leave it for Big T as well, who goes for the strike. Another diving save for Hawk. Still 3:35 to go, and it feels like for the past, I'm going to go back a couple games actually, for the past 8 to 10 minutes right now, it has still just been so wild card favored.
Well, you did make a comment last time about old school wildcard or modern day wildcard. Modern day wildcard had Fever in the octane, and I stand by it. Fever in the Fennec is different gravy. The man just does it all. I feel like we are seeing the Fever that we are so much used to when wildcard were that top team winning everything.
And there's sort of that potential that wildcard haven't tapped into so far. Banana Head should get a double. Nope. Took his time on that one, hit it too high. But there's potential that wildcard can tap into, and I feel like we're starting to see that from them. There hasn't been the best performance across the board. I think Torsos individually has had a really good season. I've said that a few times now. I don't think we've seen exactly what we want to see from Banana Head. Fever had a great performance in Open too, but I don't think aside from that, he's really been all there this split so far, this season so far. Wildcard, I said it before, they're making the late run into the box, they're timing their run. It's really important for them to get into that form, and that's what they're finding, and potentially it's the benefit of being on the better side, quote-unquote, of the bracket as well, as they get this easier performance, whereas Power and Bulldogs have to face off in the next semi-final.
Oh man, and what a semi-final that has potential to be. Crazy to think that should wildcard hold on, it will be our final 3 teams playing, the final 3 in contention for the Paris Major. Here we go though, ball off the corner, bouncing towards the net. Hawks there for the save. Elliott is the one with the boost, but Elliott sits back. It was just no sense of urgency at all from No-Car right there. They're content to try and play defense. They're content to play counter, but even then, they're not sending really anyone forward with conviction. Bougie, I don't want to say they've rolled over just yet. Maybe Prompt has something here. Nope, the defense is too strong.
Yeah, Wildcard playing well off each other, just making sure that any possible chance No-Car has the comeback into it is shut down quite easily. But also, like you said, nobody challenging until all of a sudden we have someone using 100 boost to play a pre-jump pass when all of a sudden this first man should have just gone and had it for free. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert. That's why I'm sitting here not playing there.
Where did the Forbidden Temple game go, by the way? We saw a different side of these two teams.
Yeah.
It really has been a different series since then. Banana Head trying to make it 2-0, not quite.
Yeah, again, you said it before in the last series, and I think it bears repeating. Everyone gets one. All right, you get one oopsie game, I suppose. Better get it out of the way before the real do-or-die challenges, and it seems like Wildcard has done just that. Granted, No-Car. They just need one magic touch, one play. Probs cheated forward. Fever, it's Fever. He's going to catch it. It's not going to get behind them. 37 seconds to go, Bougie, before Wildcard goes to the grand final.
Yeah, 0 mistakes coming out of Wildcard right now. They only do have one goal in it, so if they do somehow seem to make a mistake, we could still see that Neo Tokyo, but I'm going to keep it honest. I feel like they can shut this one down. Torsos taking up the corner now, tries to get over the top of Elliott. Elliott does well to recover. First touch out of Prompt into the corner, bounces high, and it's just nothing that No-Car can capitalize on.
Yeah, they're not able to make anything happen here. Final 10 seconds. Can they get something? It feels as though it's going to be the other way. Wildcard with a chance. Banana head onto the back wall, and Prompt will carry this down to the halfway line just about. Hawk forward. Prompt redirects back to Hawk. The 1-2 play. I don't think it's going to come off for them. Torsos looks to drop it down. And Wildcard are the first team to book their spot in the OCE Open 6 Grand Final.
And you said you wanted the harder road before. You wanted the challenge. Who would not want that to get to the grand final? Look at the smile on Torsos's face. I would say look at the smile on Fever's face, but he's gone. He's out. He's out. I don't know where he's going, but yeah, he's going to the finals, Bougie. That's where he's off to.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office for him from the looks of things. But going into it, they were expecting it. You wouldn't doubt Wildcard to have a moment here. You would definitely put all your money on them going through to that next stage, wouldn't you, Monty?
I mean, this Wildcard side, I think, have the potential to be one of the best in OCE history, right? I think if they could potentially get the job done here, I have a lot of faith in this side. I think that's why a lot of people are wanting Wildcard to make Paris, because they seemingly disrespect the other teams in OCE. They expect Wildcard. They got the top 6 placement at the World Championship last season, right? They expect them to be able to do something similar. I want to see that form from Wildcard. It's a team that I expect to do really well if they make that run. I'm not sure if we'll see that depending on how the grand final looks, but their semi-final, we haven't seen them perform in a high-pressure semi-final this season. They've done it there. They get the job done. Yes, it's probably the easier road, but they get the job done, and I'm very curious to see how they look in the grand final.
All right, I have a request to make for production right now, because I agree with everything you said, Monty. We were a little mean for you. I want you to bring it in. Production, can you slide Monty's box at all to bring it in so he can join us as much as possible? Can we tear down that wall in the middle? If that is possible, I think he deserves it.
I don't think it's possible. No, I'll just
Nailed it. That's where we
You've got the Ground Zero cosplay right there.
So there you go. On that note, I think it's time to get ready for what will be a marquee matchup. And we haven't even heard CJ on the mic yet, so we're going to throw this one to a break. When we come back, Bulldogs versus Power. It's a battle for survival, and you're not going to want to miss it.
The first of two massive semi-finals has concluded. Wildcard booked their spot in the grand final in what could be one of the most important history events of OCE. They booked their mark against Nokar in that semi-final, but we turn our attention to what is another one. It feels as though it's a grand final before the grand final, doesn't it? It's Power, it's Bulldogs. They've been facing off all season, and this is going to be a fantastic way to set up what will be a fairy tale event.
It's a rare case for us in OCE to have the three-way battle, especially in the final event, and we've got that here. Many would have argued this is meant to be the grand final. They've still got two matches, so Formal, Bougie, good to have you on the desk, mate.
Thanks, man.
Oh no, he does this to you.
You know what's crazy as well is Formal's been doing this for what, 7-8 years, and Bougie comes out here and just shows him how it's done.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, look, all right. Maybe he's always been in my corner like he is now. Maybe he's always been teaching me what's up. All right. I mean, we're looking for a coach. I tried Tins. That obviously didn't work. Bougie's the guy.
Yeah, I'll get my assistant to get in touch with your assistant.
Yeah, help me get out of Platt, Bougie. Help me get out of Platt, please.
I feel like this is the least important thing to be talking about right now. I mean, look at the bracket. We've got Power, we've got Bulldogs in this semi-final. I said it's a grand final before the grand final, realistically. Yummy said it's something we expect to be a grand final matchup. It does feel like for these two sides, it's going to be a matter of can they keep the momentum across this entire day, because it does feel as though they have so much potential energy that they have to get through this alone. That's the rosters for you as well. Power with the coach, Bulldogs don't. Maybe that could play a factor for these sides.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially for these two teams having a rough day yesterday, I'd say Bulldogs especially only just made it through on the Friday, didn't play their best yesterday, but you know who shows up on a Sunday? It's Hunter. He's got to be the guy to pick that next level up. We always know Caleb is going to be performing great. He's probably had the best performance for the Bulldogs across the split. It's up to the other two.
And I mean, you have to go back to the situation last year that Hunter was in as well with the Chiefs. It was his performance, unfortunately, that was a little bit lacking when it was all said and done, that allowed TSM to go through to the majors, then off to Worlds. Hunter now has a second chance in such a similar situation, Bougie. He has to be that X Factor tonight.
Well, it's like you said, like yesterday we got to see Caleb scrape them through the savior Caleb. It was all Caleb yesterday, but now it is the point when they're not going to get that relaxation. You're going up against Power now, a solid three-man team, where if you only have it's a 1v3, I don't think Caleb can solo carry them to the final. So Hunter and Kaka is going to have to step up a heap.
It's the New Zealand bias. It's here.
You could see the hashtags in chat. We'll get our predictions out. Hashtag CBB for the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. Hashtag Power for Power PWR. But let's start throwing the guest into the deep end here. Bougie, you're up first. Who do you have?
Like I said, I feel like Caleb's so in form at the moment. If Hunter and Kaka can come through, if we don't just see a Caleb show, I'm going Bulldogs. I feel like Bulldogs are going to upset Power right here. And maybe upset Wildcard too.
Look, if I'm known for anything, it's sticking with my predictions, okay? Yesterday, the loser of that semifinal will win out. That was Power. Power is my pick. They're got the hot hand. They're going to keep playing hot. They're going all the way.
Well, none of that really made sense to me, Formal. I don't think you've ever been consistent with a single prediction. That being said, for the first time ever, I agree with Formal. I have Power. I've not been convinced by the Bulldogs this weekend, although I would be still very happy if they won.
I was the team streamer for the Bulldogs all season, and they were very upset that I haven't been predicting them on mainstream. I said that this weekend I was predicting them no matter what. So I've got the Bulldogs, and I am very excited to see what the chat has to say. We're split on the desk.
So you do your predictions for everyone else, not for yourself, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
I do. Nowadays, I do.
I'm seeing like team stream bias. I'm seeing New Zealand bias with the Caleb shout-out.
Agree with me.
Biases for the Bulldogs.
I'm seeing chat agree with me, and it does mean that if chat's agree, I will be right. It's a massive series. It is the grand final before the grand final. It's a must-win for either of these teams if they want to make the Paris Major. Pick up your pen, start your paper, and write the story you were always meant to write.
So let's get to it, shall we? With everything on the line, win and you are in, lose and we'll see you, hopefully, for an LCQ. But if we're going big, we might as well go massive. We've got Johnny Boy, we've got CJ. Johnny, good morning to you.
Good morning. You know, if there's the entire RLCS season on the line, I hope we're not the only Europeans getting up and watching this one. This is going to be it for the entire season for one of these teams. This is going to be the end of the road, but who's it going to be?
Yeah, wildcard awaiting in the grand final. They're looking pretty nice as well. The Bulldogs, reigning regional champs, Power, reigning Boston representatives here, Shogun. I can't wait.
I do feel like whenever you've got a reverse sweep and a best of 7 against a team, that's going to hold on for the entire season. Bulldogs have had Power's number at the right time. Maybe not all the time. Definitely not most of the time this weekend. Seem to be scraping through, but he's going to get themselves started off with a little bit of defense. Fibo's playing time on the ball. Booming clear from him. He's got time to follow, and Hunter just sees it away.
Yeah, it is crazy to hear the, I think, fair negativity around a team who have just won a regional and then gone undefeated in this one. But the doubt remains. The Bulldogs have still got something to prove. They've got to prove that they are at this top level to stay alongside a Power, alongside a Wildcard, the teams that we thought were going to be the teams fighting for that major spot and indeed the world spot.
And Power are the team that kind of are out of form of all teams, considering how hot they looked in that first split. But we'll see what can happen here. Super Lucky able to rip that ball across. 5 with a pre-jump. I like the confidence early from the boys. Been a bit of a back and forth. 3 shots, actually no shots for the Bulldogs so far in the first minute 20. See if that changes. That can be a bit of a slow starting team as they're trying to brute force their way through.
Yeah, they've not really seen the opposite side of the field, let alone a goal. Here's their first real look. Caleb ends up missing it. It's fine. It's the slowest shot of all time. And Gus on the breakaway. Caleb being hunted for the demo. Does just fine. Needs some help. That one's up top. Super Lucky through. Also hits the top. And it's saved by Caleb. Gus, bonk off the crossbar. It's OCE at its finest.
Somebody hit the target. Somebody has to hit the target at some point. I swear any minute. I mean, at least they're registering shots. They're getting close enough. Oh, not quite. Well, at least it's on target. It counts for something. Bang!
This is why JB gets up at 10 in the morning. At least he's got up in the last 6 months, I'd say. And he went delivering here at OCE, Shogun. This is why you come every single week.
We're 2.5 minutes into this. There are 11 shots currently registered for Power. They don't have a goal. What is the absolute state of this? Gus, the most convincing clear. Caleb, I don't know why he's put that on target. There's 3 people in the net, but it's the first real chance that the Bulldogs have had. For all the goofs, all the gaffes, and all of the what was that, we're still at 0-0 there, CJ.
Wow, this is just unbelievable to win this halfway through game 1. Surely someone's going to break the deadlock. Wifty. Hunter finally has a bit of space, goes to the solo. 5 are up top. Doesn't get the touch, but loses it back to Super Lucky. Power now getting a little press, low on boost as well, as Caleb's going to back off. We get a little moment of respite, Johnny.
Yeah, just a little bit. You know, Shogun, you're right. There were 3 goalies, but you just never know. These guys are thinking, you never know, maybe. Just have a go. You never know when it can sneak through.
You know what? Yeah, you're completely correct. We gotta start applying that more often in our ranked games as well. But again, this is with everything on the line. We already got wildcard waiting in that grand final. Great fake! Well, I've got nothing. CJ, help.
It's a great save. It was a great save. We do finally see some shots from the Bulldogs, even though
I wish I had.
Quite as on target as we like. The free jump play though. Fiber had to block that infield play. Caleb, does he get a free shot? He goes to double instead. That's not the right play. Fiber's on the sidewall. But this has kind of swung around a bit, boys. The Bulldogs, well, since we said Power about 11 shots, they haven't registered any in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, just a minute to go. This has been a crazy game 1. Bulldogs fighting back in the second half of it. Both teams will feel like they should have scored multiple times, yet it remains 0-0. Oh, that's a big fake. And it's a goal for Super Lucky. He breaks the deadlock.
That is unbelievable. Look at that lovely first touch. Caleb wants him to go backboard. Super Lucky goes bottom right corner. Gorgeous goal in what has been a very, very goofy game. You need someone to settle everybody down. Super Lucky is that guy.
16 shots and just 1 goal, but could be the difference here. Super Lucky, nice play. Caleb was just so awkward on that side post as well. Now the pressure is on the Bulldogs. Hunter finds a nice 50. Gus is very awkward. There's going to be a free shot, but he's gone to drop down instead. Kaka, when they shoot, Johnny, when there's 3 in net, when they get a chance, they can't find the target.
Yeah, still some time though. They're getting aggressive off the ball. Kaka a couple of times now running ahead looking for the bumps. It hasn't led to a goal just yet. Final 20 seconds approaching. Kaka dusts his man. Can he get in middle? Yes, he can, but it's a bit too easy for Super Lucky.
Super Lucky takes it. Straight to the path of Kaka, who does look a little bit uncomfortable. How's your Diaz impression looking? Good so far, but very solid challenges. The time ticks away. The pinch doesn't work out. Super Lucky just going to guide this as far away as he possibly can. One final opportunity at this, CJ. Can Kaka create?
Caleb underneath. He does get the pop. Hunt has boost in behind as well. You can see Fiber. He's going to look for the fake to drop it down. And although there were 3 Bulldogs on screen, they can't keep the ball up. How is that a 1-0 scoreline?
I can't believe
ourselves, but what a game one.
That's a good 1-0 though. I mean, that was a great showing. We were seeing a couple of people like myself getting up early in Europe in the chat watching OCE for the first time maybe. Was that a good, like, where would you rate that, CJ, in terms of, you know, where peak, how OCE can OCE get? Where would that game that we've just watched end up on a scale out of 10?
I mean, the scale, we haven't found the top of it yet in terms of how OCE could get, but that was a crapshoot. That one, that was absolute chaos from both teams, and I think, Shogun, we are seeing, you know, the nerves setting in. You know what's on the line. You basically have not only Paris but Worlds with how close these 3 teams are in points, and the winner of this has to win twice. You know, you have wildcard waiting in the final as well.
Yeah, this is obviously the 2 teams that have been struggling out of the trio. Our main protagonists for this tournament. Obviously, Wildcard looking the best of everybody right now, but Power, I mean, they'll feel like they should have won that by an awful lot more. They had so many great opportunities. Obviously, it took Super Lucky playing very, very well, getting a nice little fake-out reset to break the deadlock. But what we do know about both these teams is they are inconsistent, especially against each other, Johnny. One game to the next looks very different a lot of the time.
Yeah, and we do have to keep talking about it. The whole season's on the line. You know, winner of this will go on to play wildcard in the final. That's for the major, and it'll pretty much be for Worlds as well. You get more points in Paris than teams did in Boston, so it's all to play for. And you do want to build up some momentum. You don't want to be relying on an underperformance from the vets wildcard in the grand final. It's not going to happen.
Well, what I can guarantee you, Johnny, asking about OCE is this will definitely not be 1-0. This could be about 7-6. The way it's going, I'm not going to say the other way around because chat will absolutely got the heads. Here's a free double. Back to Super Lucky. Drop down, bar down, Fiber with the clean up. It didn't take 4 minutes. It only took 27 seconds in game 2.
That's just so gorgeous. Look at this. 2 people went up to go and meet him. Bit of a handshake. Bit of how you doing. And it's just dropped straight down to another teammate. Bulldogs, I feel, are fake challenging an awful lot here, Johnny. And I'm not entirely sure Power have paid any attention to a single one of them.
Yeah, it is going to be tough to pick these guys off the ball. They do love to just go for it, and it's part of what I think makes OCE surprise a lot of international teams on LAN throughout Rocket League history. Is the international teams, they don't think that OCE players will just simply go, and yet time and time again they do. CJ making a career out of it. But that's a good play again. Oh, Fiber's got top pins with it. What incredible first touch this was, and many more to follow it.
Yeah, beautiful. Just delayed his reset, and you could see Caleb dip down the wall when he didn't use it immediately. And Fiber over 2. Still, the defense left a lot to be desired. They kind of just left that far left-hand corner open, Shogun, and Fiber walked right through.
Yeah, the Bulldogs look a distant second at the moment. Super Lucky, after the demo, tries to get something going. Hunter's downfield, but that's a do you see me? And Kaka's at least give it a go. This is asking an awful lot. The Bulldogs kind of going for the maybe plays rather than the ones that are necessarily always going to work as we get more demos moving on through. Very delayed on the next player up, Johnny, as Fiber will just take over.
Yeah, it was Super Lucky taking over the end of game 1, start of this game as well. Fiber joining in. This is what makes this team so dangerous is you've got 3 players who can all take over the game individually, and it has been about the individual skill so far. They've just gone, you know what, let's just see if we can get some solo plays going, because the shooting, at least early, while it was plenty in terms of volume, the quality wasn't there. So I think they're just trying to guide the ball in instead of taking shots from distance.
Yeah, 0 shots again here from the Bulldogs early. They need to figure out the first 50% of these games. They just take a while to get going. Kaka's very awkward off the roof, but he did cover enough of the net there. This is the Bulldogs' biggest question mark. It's why, even though they were the reigning champ, Shogun, there is question marks on their consistency. They can put in a fantastic event, but they haven't done it back-to-back yet, as Fiber nearly gets one more over the top. But so far, Power looking well in control.
We cleared away for now, but yeah, you're completely right. I mean, even last split, sort of turned up out of nowhere. Everybody was only looking at Power and Wildcard, and then Bulldogs just go, yeah, but we're going to win this event. Has been their way. Still can jump back into this. I mean, they looked very, very poor the last time when these two played in the Open 3 Grand Finals. It was all Power for a good 15 minutes. As Hunter can't quite get the challenge. It's a bit of an opportunity for Kaka, who squeezes it through. Can Caleb turn around in time? Oh, no, not quite.
Yeah, it's composed out of Fiber. Just goal side. Just comfortable defense from Fiber. I wonder, at what point will Gus start to get self-conscious about... Oh, nice little team-play defense there. Gus has only got 78 points. 2 minutes to go. Does he start ball chasing?
He's got to start thinking about it. No, he's only worried about the win so far. And for the Bulldogs, sometimes it just takes one goal to really open up that damn wall that looks so tough to score at the moment. Fiber's in big trouble. Hunter trying to wedge it through. Kaka with a free double onto the backboard. Superlog has been bumped as well, but the shot not on target. Caleb's found the net, but not the back of it, as Fiber's found the save off the post.
They can't afford to let this go because the boost toss was so good for them at the moment. They won't get a better chance. This in comes Kaka. There it is. They've made a game of it, Johnny.
Yeah, it was coming. This was coming for a while. Like you mentioned, the boost totals were running incredibly low. Fiber making so many heroic saves this game, but that last one wasn't really playable. Kaka had the whole goal to aim at. Fiber thought it was going to cross. It was actually just going over his head. Great placement. Bulldogs on the board.
Yeah, they just heat up late. Just the start of the games is where they give themselves too much, or give Power too much of a head start. Kaka very awkward here. Takes a nice low 50, and Superlock is getting bumped out of the way. Gus is looking for the corner. Since we've said they've had 0 shots, the Bulldogs, they've had 6 in a goal. Hunter, should I say, with the shot. Easily blocked. Gus on the counter-attack. Only one to beat. He's going low. Finds the 50. Super lucky. Tries the 50. All 3 of the Bulldogs can't get it to work.
Brilliant 50 on the goal line, though. That's so easy to get faked out. Even a half fake gives you an awful challenge with your back turned. Hunter realizes he's got to go early. Does well. Gets it to a teammate. Caleb doesn't choose to turn. 40 seconds. Fiber. Oh, that could have been a lot worse for him. Hunter's got some time to work. It's a decent 50, but it's just that second man follow-up here for the Bulldogs. Just a little bit behind. Plenty of time to work with. Now, what can you cook up? You've got reset. You've got players. You've got the bump. You don't have Caleb making contact with the ball, though.
It's a bit close. Sitting a bit too close to each other. Fiber off the roof. 15 seconds left. There's a rip across. Caleb finds a demo, but they don't find the ball. Gus has an open net to shoot with. 0 boost. Doesn't matter. That's going to be game 2 for Power as well.
That's everybody on the board now. Gets super lucky at the end of the last game. Fiber twice and now Gus once in this one. Don't really blame the Bulldogs for pushing up aggressively in the closing seconds here, but they just didn't get the 50 they wanted. They need a kickoff goal here. They have to do something. They actually run into Power half flipping both ways. I love it. This is the kickoff strat I love to do to annoy CJ in particular. As you can see, it's pretty safe when the pros are doing it instead of me.
Thanks, Johnny.
It's the I've never had this go past me that Johnny says every single time, despite the fact that there is an entire folder on my computer of replays where it has. As Caleb's jumped on out.
Happens.
So I'm assuming the car change is going to be coming through very, very shortly. For me, CJ, Bulldogs, I both do and don't like the way they're rotating, because they're rotating offensively like a team that are used to pre-jumping each other. But they're not even like doing that. They are sort of hesitating on every single play. They're just so slow following each other's touches.
You made a great point, though, about Open 3, which they did end up winning in 7 against Power, which actually was a reverse sweep, a best of 7 reverse sweep to take out their first regional championship. Now, that didn't matter too much. They didn't have Boston on the line, but the first 2 games there, the first 3 games, they scored 2 goals, the Bulldogs. And then after that, they ended up best of 7 reverse sweeping. So, Johnny, it's not over yet. You're about to see a different Bulldogs. They just take a while to get going.
Yeah, they've taken a while to get going in both games, and if they extrapolate that to the whole series, then they're really going to get going in the second half of this series. But I mean, we're seeing signs. They were able to put Power on the back foot for an extended period of time there, leading to the only goal they did score. We had a couple of pretty close calls at the end as well. Remember, Power made it 3-1 on a counter-attack from Bulldogs, basically going all in. So you can really call that 2-1 if they just played normally. I would like to see them take a game before needing to best of 7 reverse sweep. But what do I know? I don't know what the Bulldogs are up to here. Let's see what they're cooking in game 3.
Try for the delayed second man on the cheat up. Gus reset. Oh, he's got the demo, but it was a miscommunication. Nothing feels worse. Getting the demo on the player and then seeing the ball go sailing up a little bit too high. As Gus going to try and play back corner Barry. Fiber's got about 20 boosts, so let's just get rid of that one. Caleb's touching far side. Let's see what he's got here. First touch is very heavy, but now sets up. Reset. Looking for the player. They almost got it, but there's just too many of them, CJ. Nice clear from Super Lucky, and it's a reset here for the Bulldogs.
You got the bump, and there's chances here. Having said that, if Gus scored that goal about 3 seconds in, I would have said, yes, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep, Johnny, even though you're building up this game. But still 0-0, and the Bulldogs looking like they're starting to warm up. The demos aren't helping. Fiber misses the reset double off the backboard, and Kaka, they're starting to pick up the pace here, the Bulldogs, but that poor touch just gives Super Lucky a free ball.
Yeah, I like the pass attempt down the line. Boost wasn't there to really make it possible, but that's a good idea. Not the best defensive formation here out of Power. Looking a bit awkward at times, but no punish coming through from the Bulldogs. Here comes Super Lucky the other way. His reset gets blocked pretty routinely by Hunter, who's on the backboard as well, trying to get the ball clear. It's staying in the middle though. This is definitely playable for Power. Is anybody on that far post side? No. Gus having a cross over the box. Couldn't get there in time.
Hunter full boost. Past the first. Gets a block on the second. He needs to do well now because his teammate's been demoed. Does very well indeed as Hunter's still got the ball. Doesn't have any boosts, so just clear the lines at least for now. This has been a much better start though from the Bulldogs. Need to maintain this. They need a game here. Obviously the most OCE thing ever. We've lost 2 in a row. We are not going to be calling a timeout. Everything is A-OK and hunky-dory.
I don't know about that either. They definitely should have called a timeout, but perhaps just no coach factor could be on. Obviously, freaky coach of Power. I think he would have called the timeout if it was the other way around, but it has been a good start here for the Bulldogs. They're not a goal down, and the first half of the game, Johnny, is where they really are a worry. So this is positive.
Yeah, that's huge. And this is where they can start turning it on. Oh, look out though. Fiber with the demo ahead of the ball. Going for another one. What a save by Hunter. Jumping the bump and still getting a touch on the ball to clear it as well. Doing everything in defense himself.
So the business I don't like them though. Like all of that play from Kaka, everybody's in his side of the field. Even if he pulls that off, there is no goal scoring opportunity for the Bulldogs. They've got to start communicating this to each other. They've got to start believing in one another to actually get this play. Now they do. Kaka almost managed to find the ceiling pinch. Not quite. Hunter's by himself. Gonna have to... Oh, fake challenge. Oh dear, this is looking pretty ugly. He's managed to recover it. Clean up on aisle 3. He made the mess and found the mop.
Yeah, Hunter again having to come up clutch, but he kind of made his own mess there. Super Lucky air dribble over everybody except Kaka as Fiber's involved as well. Power looking to push, but this is a bit of an OCE moment. If you overcommit, you are prone to that counter-attack. Fiber gets one more. This is awkward for the Bulldogs, but they have... they have kind of just happened to find Kaka on the backboard, which did help them, but this is still very awkward. Look at this. Caleb with 0 boost. Hunter with 0 boost. They're just Spider-Man on the back wall. Power circling.
Yeah, really low on boost here. This is going to be tough to survive. Kaka's actually managed to sneak out and grab 100. That does help them clear the ball. It's a missed opportunity there for Power. They had their opponents on the back foot there for an extended time. But we remain 0-0. Caleb now with a drop down. Kaka getting involved, but yeah, we haven't seen that second half come to life moment yet from the Bulldogs. Could this be it as Hunter gets a freebie pass? Super Lucky. Caleb circling, looking for an angle of attack. He finds one. Looks at the top corner. he gets it. What a shot.
This is why you get to him. First man challenge does nothing, and Fiber is in no man's land after that. They know where the ball is going. Can't do a thing about it. And the second half Bulldogs come alive yet again.
Second half in games and just second half of a series for the Bulldogs. That's huge. Now they've got Power chasing on the back foot. Skaka is going to take that one to the corner. Can they get another goal and really just extend this lead? Caleb has been the man for the Bulldogs. The MVP of that open 3 that they won. Out of nowhere as the bump came through. Kaka, if he just trusted him, could have had an open net. Doesn't get it to work, but it's still down the right end.
This is where they want to be. Bulldogs coming, I think, against the run of play for the most part. It's been a pretty quiet game compared to the others. Just 10 shots between the two teams. I think Power put up more in a minute in the first game. They'll need one now. 30 seconds to go in game 3.
Off the wall, Fiber, very low boost, but nobody's challenging him, and almost was a bad thing there for the Bulldogs. Ceiling reset. Oh, absolutely none of it. Caleb is not messing around.
He said, have that all day. Super lucky, very awkward back post. Caleb wants the low 50 on him, 10 seconds left. Still Power struggling to get this ball out of defense. Hunter's missed this though.
Oh.
He's at the free shot with the reset, saved by Kaka with boost as well. Might be able to clear it. Still a little awkward for the Doggies, but they get their first game win on the board.
Yeah, this is necessary, I think. I just think, you know, best of 7 reverse sweep is already rare enough. Now they don't need one. So Bulldogs are firmly in with a chance here. We've seen them warm up a little bit as games have gone on. This was more back and forth though. I don't think they really needed to regain as much in the territory, in the pressure department, compared to the first 2 games in the series. And it was all a Caleb solo play, a dribble, which is not usually what we're seeing in threes, but he found an angle to just cut in field and then go for the top corner.
A very, very quiet game as well for Super Lucky. 88 points. Took 4 shots, but I feel like that was pretty much all he was able to contribute to his team. I do feel, CJ, like Super Lucky's been actually reasonably quiet. He was the best player in game 1, and then we haven't really seen him since.
And he's got to be the leader of that team. He is the leader of that team. We've seen him step up in the past in this situation. So, yeah, the pressure's kind of swung around all of a sudden. They're 2-0 down, the Bulldogs. They lose this. They're potentially 3-0 having to reverse sweep. Instead, it kind of feels like it's level pegging now, even though it was just their first game win. But, you know, they had more shots. They had more pressure. Caleb got the job done. They're starting to heat up. And maybe we're right, Johnny. They just take a while to get going, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and they're firmly going now. They're absolutely on the road. But this is going to be the pivotal game. If Bulldogs win this, the series will be tied, but they will have all the momentum going into the business end of that same series. If Power can win, they'll have triple match points. So must-win game 4 for both teams here. Whoever wins will completely take control of the series.
I still feel for me that Bulldogs they've got to start trusting each other. They're getting a lot of success. There we go. Hunter, first time shot is straight down the middle. Great if he was bowling. Less so if he's trying to score a Rocket League goal. Drop down pass. Kaka also down the middle. Hunter on his way in. Can't take the first time shot. So he's going to go up, reset it. Just a little bit too fancy. And it's reasonably comfortable from here for Power. Maybe not anymore there, Johnny. There is still in danger.
Yeah, they're still looking around at the edge of the box, looking for opportunities, just biding their time. Caleb circling the midfield here, waiting for the ball to spill loose. Both Hunter and Kaka are so low on boost here, they've got to be careful, and they are careful with that press up into the back corner. Challenge out Hunter doesn't really bait too much out of Gus, but he's just trying to avoid overextending.
You can see Power getting a bit frustrated as well, even that touch from Super Lucky was kind of what Bulldogs were looking for, the clear to the fat side where there was space. As Kaka is going to let that one bounce. He wins a touch. Hunter's actually found a nice gap with a free double. If he can hit it, if he can find the shot. Gus had to pre-jump. Looks like Kaka just gave up on that one to grab the corner boost. He kind of has left Caleb in an awkward spot. He does dispossess the power attack. Bulldogs, I don't want to curse them here, Shogun, but they feel firmly in control.
Yeah, that's it's first half Bulldogs. I don't feel comfortable with this whatsoever. This feels unnatural. As Fiber with 0 boost is going to do what he can. Nice challenge. That's all right, Fiber. Let's see what you got with this. It goes and takes the 100 boost. And he's able to still get the ball. Bulldogs, you can at least send the first man at that amount of time. Again, it's tentative. It's all or nothing a lot of the time. Super lucky. Can't get the skim across, but you've got to trust it as the defender. Back pass. Fiber. Maybe want that a little bit more accurate, but off the wall. All 3 players to go at. Caleb's ceiling challenge. Good enough.
Yeah, it's a great read by Caleb. Predicted the play Fiber was going for. Fiber looking to fake low, go high. Caleb completely blocked it. Yeah, CJ, you mentioned that Power might be getting annoyed in this game. Do you think they're annoyed about the resilience existing in any way shape, or form from this Bulldogs team? Because surely going into the season, they would have fancied their chances in this every time.
Yeah, particularly with how the Bulldogs started the season. They looked good in the off-season, they actually beat everyone, and then they completely flopped in the first couple of events until they surprised in Open 3. So they're kind of that annoying team. They kind of expected, I guess, Power, that it would only be wild card in their way early on, but here they are again. And I just love the way they're controlling this midfield. It feels like they've always got kind of someone there to get a redirect, get a touch in, and Power can't get that solo play pressure game going. They can't get their demo game going either. And even though it is 0-0, I still like the way the Bulldogs are playing.
Yeah, I'm the same. I like what I'm seeing from them as well. I think that this is the way that they want this to go. Just a frustrating team to go up against. Wait for their opportunity. Oh, that's a great flick. Look at that. It's so powerful as Fiber couldn't get the end of it.
Maybe don't succeed that much in the future. That was great. But less of that, if anything, is that's going to sail hopelessly by. No real threat. Going left to right. This is like me playing a tennis game. Just keep hitting it left to right, left to right. Hopefully something's going to break down eventually. Kaka can't get the second touch. And he's faked out. Super lucky. Look at the setup. Caleb is all by himself. Has to do well. Where's the follow? Kaka's there.
Kaka's backwards, but he's done well. I'm not sure where the rest of Powers. I mean, that demo, we spoke about it. Getting that solo play demo game going, it can open up that Bulldogs defense. It almost did there, but Caleb just came in clutch. Minute 10. Super lucky. Looking to control proceedings, takes it to the corner, wants boost first and misses the ball. Just gives Hunter an out, keeping it close. Pop reset to Kaka. He actually gets one more himself. Still, Power not looking too comfortable. This has really flipped on its head this series.
Yeah, look at the shot totals as well. This is a nervy game for both teams. Just 3 shots each after the mountains of shots both teams were putting up earlier on in the series. Here comes Gus with the air dribble. He gets bumped off of it as Caleb recovers. Some of Caleb's defensive plays in the air this game have really solidified the Bulldogs defense. Final seconds in the game. Approaching. Who's going to clutch it up?
Hunter to the corner. He's going to try and look for Gus. No, not quite. Able to get that one to come off. It's a very nervy game 4 from both teams. Nobody wants to be the one to make a mistake. Whoa. That's a heat check. Caleb was awkward. Had to try and deal with the post. But he's done so well with his CJ. Kaka, player, Hunter. Oh my goodness. Almost got there, but there was a car in the way.
Oh, they've nearly exposed themselves to the counter as well. Gus, I don't know if Power really wanted to keep this up. Hunter's going to cover the middle. He actually has to cover the middle. But the shot isn't good enough. It's not good at all, in fact. Overtime, 0-0.
Yeah, some of the shots this series, they have gone a bit too low, like that one. And you can kind of justify it in regulation, not on a 0-second play. But this is now overtime. And it's Bulldogs with the corner fake. Caleb leaving it for Hunter, who's stolen the boost away. Power in a bit of pressure here. Double tap made by Hunter. Triple tap nearly puts it on target.
I didn't expect that at all. There was already a player coming on in for the initial touch. Fiber avoids the demo. Hunter goes high on the challenge, gets the 100 as well. Caleb, very dangerous to go that way. And he needed the help. Hunter's having an argument with the post. The post is winning. So it goes to Super Lucky.
Wow. That is ballsy from Kaka to leave that. It just rolls across now. Kaka now off the roof. Can he get a reset? Can the Bulldogs counter-attack it? It feels like who's going to make the first mistake? Is that the opening? Super Lucky had to scramble back. Power's defense capitulated for a moment as Kaka is keeping the heat on. Doesn't find the double. Bulldogs low boost, but it's down the right end.
Oh, Gus covered in mid. It's good positioning, but Hunter still managed to get involved in the play. And boost does remain pretty low for most of Power. Fiber getting that corner. That's second time that they grabbed that same corner boost. There was a real fight going on for it. A little bit of parking on top of the boost, which we all love to do. Happening even at pro level in OCE. Love to see it.
Just baits you, doesn't it? You see the little bit of the light and you go, oh, that'll be up in a second. No, 4 seconds later, you still stood completely still. First real offense that we've seen for a suspended period of time as Power. Can they set this one up? Fiber, infield. Super Lucky can't get to it, though. Well intercepted.
Oh, that's the threat, though. The one demo just completely opens up the Bulldogs. Hunter's stat down. Field 5 is awkward. Is anyone home? Oh, super lucky. Had to scramble. I don't know if Fiber realised how slow he was going to be. Could have been a goal. As Caleb is still pushing. Hunter, does he get a shot? Caleb's found the double Fiber. Just knew with 0 boost makes the save. Both teams having fantastic chances. Caleb can get one. He doesn't get the reset. It's a double commit. Is it an overcommit from the Bulldogs? They get out of jail.
It looks like the boost has been stolen away there, but Bulldogs do indeed defend against a potential counter-attack. They're really coming to life here. They're growing into the series. Caleb, especially, starting to peak on Power a little bit. Power holding on, but for how much longer?
Caleb's got one. Down to Hunter. Shoots. Super Lucky's done everything. 3v1 defense. He says he likes those odds. It's going to need to be needed even more, though. Caleb fakes out the first. Tries to go backboard the second. But Gus stays equal to it. This boost hole is so important. Super Lucky can't afford to keep doing that. He's the only one that's got anything in the tank.
He just decided to climb the post, and that could have been game right there. 2 minutes 45. Caleb, can he get the dunk? Can he find the 50 he's looking for? Kaka throws backboard. Super Lucky has enough boost and needs to control it. Does just that. Rips it on the backboard. Anyone home? Hunter's actually got 0. It's going to be very awkward as Kaka wanted the follow-up. The 50 almost finds the back of the net. Both teams are not looking comfortable at all and feeling the pressure.
Oh, good pass off. Super Lucky trying to catch out Hunter for maybe pre-jumping, but the Hunter keeping grounded again in the way of it. I did really like that attempted team pinch from Fiber and Super Lucky moments ago on the counter-attack. Fiber trying to hit the ball up into Super Lucky as he's air dribbling down. It's very creative stuff. Didn't amount to much, but they are trying to find a way to surprise Bulldogs. As shots mostly, the pressure, going towards the Bulldogs in my opinion.
Has been going slowly the other way. I've never seen a team so willing to just dribble in front of their own net than the Bulldogs. They just do not seem to care. Hunter off the ceiling. One reset. Has got options downfield. Wait for the musty. Not quite going to work, but it's a good way of just forcing yourself back into that opposite side of the field. Early from Kaka. Awkward for Gus.
Hang on.
Can we get rid of it? Yes, you can.
He's still on the roof, wanted to use the flip. Gus now has 0 boost. Feel like he should be getting dispossessed here by Hunter. You mentioned it before, they love keeping it close, even when it's in front of their own net, the Bulldogs, which seems so scary, relying on those 50-50s, those challenges. This is very awkward. Hunter's actually missed. Caleb's very awkward. The 50 just lands again. It feels like one of those is just going to be smothered into the power or into the Bulldogs' net.
Yeah, it's so close. It's remained so close in the shot totals as well. Their teams are starting to rack up chances. That's another one. As the pump landed, Fiber didn't want to commit on it. They're just pulling their punches a little bit. They're not going all in. Who's going to be brave? Who's going to full send it on a center ball? It's both teams kind of waiting for the mistake that's yet to come.
Gus. That's one. A couple of demos coming through. Can they find each other? No, Kaka. There's just always one player as they just harass each other looking for that corner.
What is this?
It's still over in the corner. Who can get rid of it? Looking for the infield. Gus by himself does a good job to not overdive. Almost with the pinch. Hunter tried to just set that one up. Awkward for everybody, but now chance to break away. Super Lucky's first touch lets him down. Tries to pop it for Gus. Gus is having absolutely none of it. Realizes he might need to try and defend. Fiber by himself. He's done unreal with that. That is unbelievable.
Caleb goes up and he's got 0 boost, but I'm not sure anyone on Power already. It feels like Power needs to kind of almost let the Bulldogs attack, because when they're stuck in offense, there's always someone in net, as you said. The bump doesn't land. Super Lucky makes a huge save, and on the other side of things as well, Johnny, the Bulldogs feel like at any moment they might just counter-attack because Power is so frustrated, they might overcommit.
And they're looking for those bumps again, and Power are doing a good job avoiding them. Any of these land, it's going to be an open net for Bulldogs. I want to see Power actually commit with a second man at some point, though. It looks like they're waiting for Bulldogs to panic in defense, and it's just not happening. Bulldogs are completely composed. Doesn't matter how close to their net you put the ball. Doesn't matter how long you keep it there. They just seem to be so locked in. Goal side with the composure.
11 minutes of Rocket League. No goals. Plenty of opportunities either side. Who can get this to come off? Fiber over to the wall. Hunter's actually been very awkward, so big opportunity now for the follow-up. Ceiling, looking for Gus. Gus is there. A little bit too early, though, so he couldn't just run on for the shot, CJ.
Oh, Caleb was exposed last man as well. If they found him, he went for the corner boost, which just wasn't up. The new indicator didn't matter. Caleb, does he have a free double? Hunter for the shot. Hunter! Tie series!
What a game. And what a series this is building up to be. It did end up being a misplay. Gus with the whiff in defense. And Hunter's there to punish them. Bulldogs have tied it up. This underdog story, it does seem like it's got another chapter.
This is everything we could have wanted. Super Lucky locks in 7 saves. He needed 8. He needed to somehow go and get another one. That is so good. And a quick reminder, for those of you that are just tuning in, this is a winning in tournament. This is everything on the line for this region. A region that has only got one major spot is now in a position where I think for the first time in RLCS history, you have to win the entire tournament. And you get there's an LCQ effectively for the entire region. And CJ, again, we need whoever goes to do well to go and lock in that LCQ spot. You got to steal it from Sam.
I was saying that one time we need 2 spots. We have 3 strong teams, and this is what happens. But it has just elevated the tippity top of OCE, and well done to the Bulldogs. They fought their way back into this. It's as we expected. They're slow starters in game. They're slow starters in the series as well. But, I mean, what a position you are as wildcard right now, Johnny. You're sitting there in the grand final watching your 2 rivals just beat each other up in this best of 7.
That's the dream. I think wildcard would be loving this. Not sure Tarsos will have any idea. He's probably just in free play, just not paying any attention. But the wildcard guys have to be favourites coming out of this because it looks like a nervy series to me. Unless Bulldogs can keep winning. If they can win out from here 4 straight, then that's a ton of momentum. But with how dramatic this has been so far, I don't know. I've got a sneaking suspicion we're going to Game 7. I just don't know how.
Well, we're guaranteed at least Game 6 in all of this. It'll be all down to how people react in that position as, well, everybody's reacting very nervily. And we've also got no confirmation. We've seen our wildcard are playing against teams that they should beat. We know that they played very well yesterday, but what about when it's all on the line? We still don't know if they're going to be able to maintain that. As we also do kind of need to see Power step up a little bit here. They were dominant to start this series, CJ, but they've not found anything since.
Yeah, the bumps aren't working, and I think you mentioned it before, Johnny. When they are finding a bump, it doesn't work because there's 2 other members of the Bulldogs in the exact same spot. So unless you bump all 3, there's someone still there in there ready to go. They've really adapted, as we mentioned before, not really with a coach in this situation, and didn't call a timeout after dropping the first 2 games. Clearly, they didn't need it, as Gus finds a reset, finds a dunk. Still plenty of Bulldogs members in net, or is there? Hunter can't get the save, 0 boom.
The shot was good enough this time. You correctly mentioned there was 1 Bulldog in the net area, but he's fallen off the crossbar. Hunter honestly did quite well to get close to that. Power opened the scoring. Correct me if I'm wrong, they didn't call a timeout either, did they? Both teams have not?
No, both teams have got a timeout still.
I want to see the winning timeout called after this game. That has to be the mental win.
We've had it a few times.
Yeah, it's a classic. It's just quintessential OCE to call timeout when you win.
History and memory serves me right. The Bulldogs, as they were reverse sweeping Power, going into Game 7, called the winner timeout. They gave their opponents a chance to reset and still beat them.
It goes to show what they think of the timeouts. I'd say the Bulldogs, they don't really care. They don't talk much about the game. They don't need the extra 90 seconds, 2 minutes. They're all good to keep on going, but they need to find the equalising goal here. Is I think that's a really important goal for Power, just to kind of break that damn wall that the Bulldogs were building in Game 4.
Yeah, they really did have a wall of defense, and very, very calm wall of defense. I mean, I don't blame Power in a lot of the positions they were in for waiting and not committing, because it looked so awkward for Bulldogs at times. But sometimes they're just able to get somebody goal side, almost parallel parking next to the ball, and it works. I don't know how it works, but they're making it work. It's really up to Power to force the mistakes, and here comes Super Lucky trying just that. There's a mistake out of Bulldogs. Super Lucky goes through with the 1v2.
Okay, it's just a rule at this point. If Super Lucky's got a reset, he's using it to go and wave dash. He doesn't seem to try and go for the outplay in the air. He did this to win Game 1. He's also now done it to put a little bit of space between Power and Bulldogs in Game number 5. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be match point Bulldogs. Super Lucky downfield. And it is up to the Bulldogs, who took 11 minutes to score a goal last time. They've now got 3 minutes to score 2, CJ.
That just feels like, did Power fall asleep for the last 2 games? Because this is going a lot like the first 2. Gus, can he make it 3? He's looking for the fake. He finds the double 50. 5 just a little bit crept as well on the follow. Still, though, plenty of time. And, Johnny, it's just ticked over halfway through the game, which means the Bulldogs, they're ready to play.
Oh, and almost exactly at halftime. Comes in. What would have been the most timely goal that they've had if we're just going to continue pushing that narrative that there's a second half team, second half mains over here, the Bulldogs. And Super Lucky cutting off the air dribble at the origin. Probably the smartest thing to do up against Caleb in his current form.
Hunter trying to find a teammate. Caleb just powers the ball down the field. A little bit of possession, but that's a lovely offset pass. Straight to Super Lucky. This is much better from Power. That is unbelievable. They have stepped up.
They put the foot down indeed, and Gus just found that opening downfield for Super Lucky to get to work. And that offensive third for Super Lucky is just where he gets absolutely busy. Lovely double off the backboard, had the free shot, nailed the placement, nailed the positioning. They find their third goal, and as I mentioned before to Johnny, it just does feel like what happened to Power in the previous two games if they're playing like this.
Yeah, I think they just had maybe the wrong mentality. The wait for mistake mentality instead of let's go and force some mistakes, which is, I think, the way better way for them to play. They're so mechanical on the ball, and if they could just take turns really going and trying to score, get the ball middle, and actually trust each other. Because so many times last game the ball did go middle and no one was going to follow up. They just almost assumed that the Bulldogs would clear it. Wasn't always the case. The ball is very slowly going across the box, time and time again.
What you just saw there from Fiber has just doubled his points total in this game. That's got to feel great, dropping 60 points and you're up by 3 to
oh my
nothing.
Goodness, yeah.
He was on 30 until a moment ago.
Super Lucky's got 800. What's going on?
He might actually hit a 1K game.
He's got 800 points.
He's got the hat trick of saves and goals. This guy is on form, and you mentioned it, Shogun. He's been a bit quiet since that first game. Well, the Super Lucky's online. The General is online for Power. 45 seconds left. Caleb, can he get the first goal on the board? Maybe a bit of momentum going into game 6, as it doesn't look like they're going to be able to win this one, but this is such an important win to get some momentum. Well, hang on a second.
Well, it's game on. 36 seconds. 2-goal difference. It's a playable situation. And for once, Bulldogs are able to get the ball past Super Lucky. 36 seconds to go. They need to get possession of the kickoff at least here to keep in control. And it's going to be a double kickoff. Goes pretty straight up in the air. Hunters low boost following, so that's not going to be too ideal for Bulldogs there.
Yeah, I do like the idea though from Bulldogs, especially when you get the double diagonal. It's a very nice kickoff to try and work from, but much prefer that than the triple middle, as that might very be on as Super Lucky. He's 60 points away. 15 seconds.
Wow.
Get this guy 58 more points.
Well, just Fiber can give all of his points to Super Lucky, and he'll just get there.
Oh, somebody make a stat, make the graphic, the combined 1,000 to 10 points. But Super Lucky's got 944 of them.
Go on, get this guy. This guy the ball.
Come on.
Gus, not you.
Give
no one wants you on the ball right now. I'm sorry, Gus. No, not you.
Super Lucky.
Sub 100.
Where is everybody on this team? Here he goes. The man.
No!
That was 100% in. Surely that was 100% in.
Oh, on my screen that was fully in. I mean, we're connected to OCE here as spectators, so you can't trust us, but oh, that was so close.
Look at that
to being
scoreboard.
It's still a generational game. That is a ridiculous scoreboard. Super Lucky's got more than 10 times Fiber's points, and Fiber's not a bad player. Fiber's like one of the best players in OCE. Super Lucky's just completely hard carried in that game.
He's mogged him as his own teammate in a semi-final there. Absolutely ridiculous. We are, I believe, going to get a replay of that last shot from Super Lucky just to see. On my screen, I saw the ball. It was fully black and ball. It was 100% in. Surely, here we go. Let's get a little slow-mo replay.
Oh my
come on
days.
Now. Oh,
wow. That's not okay.
That's brutal. So what would he have had there? That would have been 1,056, because you would have had another 100 for the goal.
Massive.
It would have been a 5th goal as well. Wow. I mean, it's very rare to see 1,000 points in regulation in RLCS, and to do that with the season on the line, when the Bulldogs have just won 2 games straight. He's super locked in. That was very impressive. I mean, if he could play like that again, the Bulldogs are in big trouble.
but their overall team score, Shogun, was about average for the three of them combined. Just because Fiber just tanked so hard in that game, but they got the win.
Yeah, on average, I think they dropped 380, something like that. So, still a pretty reasonable average scoreline for everybody. But there's your wake-up call, Bulldogs, because Super Lucky has decided, okay, I'm just going to carry from here on out. I am that guy. I think Bulldogs can no longer afford to just wait and see if the mistake's going to happen. Fiber off the backboard. No real follow-up for the longest time. Caleb, how on earth are you going to deal with this one? Yeah, just get rid of it. Kaka goes early. Backboard for the double tap into the nets.
Bang! What a shot from Cax's Caleb. You said, how is he going to get it out of there, Shogun? He didn't just get it out of there. He found Cax downfield.
Well, placement as well. That's really a perfect shot. And I think if he'd hit that straight forward, it's going crossbar. So the top corner is always necessary when he comes in like that. What a response after a generational game from Super Lucky. Kaka's the one who steps up and answers.
Maybe it's just that reminder to everybody. Yes. Oh, wait, that bump actually helps.
I think that helped.
I don't think he would have got there without it, but he was able to maintain the jump. Okay, we're into that level of Rocket League right now.
That's plot armor. That's some plot armor right there. We see it from NRG every single week, but for the first time we've seen it down in OCE. Caleb is low boost. I think he was just facing the wrong way there and just got bumped straight into it. That could have been a goal, but it's not. Reset comes through. Kaka does go low with the pop, the lone goal scorer of Game 6 with a minute gone. You mentioned it before, Johnny. It's got all the makings of a Game 7. You don't know how we're going to get there, and this is certainly unusual.
Yeah, I didn't have 1,000-point game by Super Lucky, and it followed up by the win from the Bulldogs. But that might be where we're headed. Kaka's on track, 2-0. And it's a tap-in thanks to Caleb Center.
He's on target. He can beat Super Lucky's score if he keeps up at this rate. 318 already. We're just over a minute in. Super Lucky's on 10. Yes, we are keeping track of it at this point. This is an unreal start, and that's all it takes. If one team is playing nervous, the other team plays nervous. One team pops off, well, the other team, I guess, has to as well. Hunter can't recover just in time. Still 2-goal lead. That's all. It might be one, but just too heavy on the pass, Johnny.
Oh, it's such a good pass, so I feel like you've got to be there for that. Maybe it's time for Power to get that back post approach when their teammates get the ball middle, because the ball is going middle a lot, but I mean, sometimes it's not being committed on. That time it's just out of reach.
Yeah, they're the plays where, especially when you're 2 goals down as well, I think you have to just trust your teammate just in case for that situation. But he wasn't back post, and still, there's a lot of time for Power, but Game 7 on the horizon. I can hear Shogun's voice not only in this game, but on that map as well. We might have 2 of him.
I have not even got a map. Why is this not done
You're
yet?
on 2 maps.
What
you
is
are 2
that?
maps, Shogun. You
Sounds like Lawler doing an impression of me. Off the crossbar we go. Still, all of it to play for. This is not safe by any stretch of the imagination. Wildcard waiting in the grand finals. All of this just for a chance to qualify for Paris. As there goes Fives. 2-1.
There it is, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You've got to trust your teammates in a situation like this. You need to be middle. That time Fiber had full coverage. Doesn't matter how fast that's going across the box. He's going to be there. And they've got more than half the game to work with there. Power could do it in 6.
Plenty of time. Pressure on the Bulldogs. See if they can create that buffer once again. Try and get us to Game 7. I tell you what, the top 3 teams in OCE split by 2 points, and you can barely split them in the final event of the season as well. Second semi-final wild card, we have to remind everyone, are awaiting the winner of this match in the grand final for a spot in Paris, for a spot at the World Championships as well, most likely. Here goes Super Lucky. Just over 2 minutes. Poor touch there, Shogun.
Yeah, they can't afford that at all. 2 minutes left on the clock. Both teams, I want to see a double timeout called. Give us 4 minutes to prepare for Game 7. If we get there, Kaka's low, so he's going to have to leave it for Kel. Very awkward first touch. That could have left a lot to be decided. Now Super Lucky by himself. They go low. Tries to fake it, but Super Lucky is no fool.
He's locking up defense now, as he's used all of his offense in the last game, maybe. That being said, he did assist the only goal that Power scored this game. Everybody's missing. Everybody's reading. Touches aren't happening. Super Lucky to the backboard, boostless. Here's a shot for Hunter. Gus gets goal side of it. Bulldogs are circling. They want more. They want that 2-goal lead back.
Gus is circling as well. They did pretty decently there, the Bulldogs, just to keep the ball in the orange half and stop that counter-attack. Superlocky is going to be the last man. Caleb steals the corner boots as well. Superlocky getting bumped off the wall, being bumped off the ball also. As Gus doesn't have the 100 boost he was looking for. The Bulldogs stole it. There's only a minute left. They've got to get cooking right now if they want to tie it up.
Fiber is trying to pre-jump everything he can. Anything that even looks like a half chance. Great hit there from Hunter just to force everybody back to the first square. Hunter, backboard, awkward for everybody except for Gus. Does so well with it. But this is not the position of the field that Power want any compliments. Gus, what a save that is. We stay at 2-1, but Power have got to get rid of this ball.
They're moving. They're moving now. 30 seconds to go. Fiber flicks it across the Superlocky. Intercepted by Caleb. Kaga, can he find the free double? Back post Hunter wants in, but he knows they're a goal up. He doesn't want to overcommit. Should he have gone? Shouldn't he have gone? They're the questions he'll be thinking about right now. Gus just rips the ball off. Oh, very awkward play, but what a touch to Kaka with space. There's not long left now.
It's now or never for Power in Game 6. It looks like we are headed to that scripted Game 7. What's Fiber going to do with it? Takes his time, gets the ball up in the air. Now here we go. This is the last chance of the game.
Back down, Superlocky. Oh, he wanted it. So it's a fall, but it is down. Champion field. Here we come.
Wow, what a series to get Johnny's debut cast in OCE as well, to get Shogun back. He is an OCE expert at this point, and the region is delivering. 3 teams we couldn't separate coming into Open 6, and we still can't separate these
Someone's called a timeout. CJ, who has called a timeout? Who is it? We don't know. Power's called a timeout.
Wow.
It's actually
could be the Bulldogs.
Bro, I really thought it was going to be the Bulldogs. That's the thing with OCE. You don't know who's actually called the timeout. It could be the winning team. This time it's Power. They've used the timeout.
Bulldogs haven't. That's the thing as well, Shogun. They haven't used the timeout. They don't need it. But we go to Game 7. And that Game 5 looked like Power going to run away with the series. They're 3-2 up, but out of the blocks there, Kaka gets the work. They find the early lead. And now, I mean, to make a prediction, I don't know who's going to win this Game 7. I always say Game 7 as well, your field, Shogun, where magic happens. It's all about moments. It's not about the play style. It's about who's going to clutch up, who's going to make their moment, take it, or make the most of their opportunity. It's just they're one of those 6 players on the pitch.
What is... Yeah, I mean, this is now all about, you know... I think Johnny's always put it best to me. This is never, when the stakes are this high, about playing at your best. It is who can stay as close to their best as they possibly can. Stands are going to drop. Mistakes are going to be made. And it is all about covering for each other, making sure you spot them, and also taking the chances when you get them, because this is where everyone starts playing the stutter steps and doesn't quite trust the touches, Johnny, that they would normally touch.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be down to who can fall off the least, because I really do think that the narrative about the big time players, the clutch players who step up in the big moments, I'm like way more of a glass half empty kind of guy in that regard, where I think it's just they're falling off less than everybody else. But for me, it's got to be Bulldogs. I think the Bulldogs are going to take this because they've got the plot armor. It seems they've won 3 out of the last 4 games. They've also beaten Power in a best of 7 in Game 7 before, but. Who knows? It feels like a grand final here. It's only the semis. Bulldogs against Power. Winner goes to play wildcard later on, and we're about to get started with Game 7.
Take it away, Shogi.
Well, here we go. Your season is on the line. The wildcard awaits in the grand finals, but you don't look too much further ahead. You look to the next 5 minutes with everything to win and even more to lose. As we already saw, the Bulldogs are going to send everything. One demo to Kaka. It's in!
They sent the absolute house. 13 seconds. Johnny called it. The Bulldogs are absolutely motoring, and Hunter drops a dime to Kaka. In net was Gus. He had no chance.
Yeah, great pass. And they were on that. Kaka was up quick for it. 13 seconds in, and they're already ahead. And I feel like Superlocky kind of showed us what to expect out of Power as well. He took his time on his first play, maybe trying to go for a bit of a mind game. You're not mind gaming Bulldogs here. You have got to force the mistake. If they've learned anything this series, Power have got to do it in Game 7.
That is brilliant cover rotation there from Caleb. As that oh my goodness, Fiber! So happy to find himself there. But then look at the cover rotation. Kaka just ends up pinching it away. Hunter's got to get good contact. Kaka's got unnecessary contact. Everybody's getting random hits. We stay at 1-0, but that might be about to change as Fiber too heavy off the wall.
You'll figure out pretty quickly, Johnny. It's a lot of I don't know what is happening when you're watching these OCE games, when the pressure's on, when it's Game 7. The positioning was absolutely chaotic from the Bulldogs. They nearly found a goal off it. So they do keep the lead. A minute in, Power looking to attack. Kaka, so measured, coming across net. He controlled the ball.
I don't know how they're staying so composed with the balls this close to going in. And that time, Power were in the area. They weren't waiting at the edge of the box. Oh, what shot! Super lucky! Top ends!
You don't hit it better. Fiber, I've got 0 boost, but I've got super lucky. That is pixel perfect, CJ. 1 each.
Pick that out. That's their first shot of the game as well. And what a good one at that. 1-1. Cannot split these two teams. Once again, Wildcard will just be thinking these two have completely beat themselves up coming into the grand final. And we cannot split them.
And it's off a mid-pass as well. You know, we're criticising earlier on the amount of mid-passes that came across and no one's ready for it. And now, Power have started to get that trust going. Here's another one. It's wide open. And it's going to get finished off. Fiber makes it 2-1.
You said earlier on, CJ, that it looked like Power wanted to start this off a little bit more cautious. Well, they've thrown that plan away. The moment they went down, Operation Full Send is in full effect, and it is working beautifully.
Yeah, they've thrown the kitchen sink. What a demo on the backboard. Hunter just got so caught out to kick off goal. How on earth?
Oh, he tried to be smart. He tried to be smart. I think they saw the last second attempt of the fake out of Power, but they were also close cheating. It's all gone wrong. They were trying to go for a blocking strat, and they've been completely faked out. Power by 2.
Caleb trying to get something going here. It has slipped away so quickly! But we're right back to it! What a series! What a game!
We've had 3 goals. 3 goals in about 10 seconds here. OCE delivering the global stage, watching as well. 3-2. The doggies are still in it, Johnny.
There's ages to go as well. And who knows, maybe they're going to pull out another risky kickoff. They get wait again, no way! This time they've got Hunter back. They were the ones getting my game that time. Power are winning the kickoff battle.
Oh, what a flick.
Holy.
Wowee. This is delivering on every front. Chubaloggy with the low 50. Kaka actually gets the beat as Gus flies across. Power in control. There's 3 minutes left, Shogun. We've had 5 goals.
We had 11 minutes earlier of a single one. We were obviously stockpiling for later on. As Kaka, awkward on the back rotation, but he's done so nicely. Could do have another one. Hunter's on his way. Just the second best here to Gus as we just take a breath, we reset, we go again. We've got Caleb on a reset of his own. What's the block shot? And Gus has to avoid him.
It seems like we've hit a bit of a lull in the middle of the match. It's Caleb going for the air dribble to the corner. They're taking their time, they're taking scenic routes here. Now it's in the middle. Hunter a little bit caught off guard with how fast that came across the box. And they're putting the ball in again. It's almost a flex top corner with an orange trail.
Really 50 that straight into the net. Kaka, what a great takeoff from him with low boost. Is anyone underneath? It will be Caleb. He doesn't find the double. Kaka's just going to stay close as possible with low boost. He's actually forced 2 power members to commit by doing absolutely nothing. The Firebase, he found himself in a 1-1.
Oh my goodness.
That's an open net. That's a poor commit. And that's 4-2.
Wow.
Yeah, just thought he could get something more solid on it. Caleb cuts rotation, wants to hit it with the bumper, but he hits it with the flat of the car, and then just drops the ball to Super Lucky. Johnny, maybe that was the time for a fake challenge.
Yeah, well, he didn't fancy it. I mean, in these positions, you look back, you think, yeah, I shouldn't have gone there, but in the moment, it's so hard to have the composure to turn away from the ball. You just want to go and get the defense over with. The 1v2 play, just get it out of the way. There's still time for Bulldogs. Do they have any plot armor left? Do they have the script in their favor? Kaka down the line, looking to deflect it into the corner. Does so. It's gone middle, but it's blocked big time by Gus.
Yeah, blocked by Gus with 2 second men of the Bulldogs that were both crept. In that instance, Hunter, can he work the solo play? The little Diaz off the roof. It's actually going to fake it. It's Kaka underneath. Bit awkward here for Power. Should be an open and a goal off the deflection.
What are we looking at? We woke up early. And oh my goodness, I'm so happy we did. Caleb looks top bins, gets a little bit of help. 1 goal between them. We've got 7. We might as well head over towards 9 goals, and we're going to need them. If the Bulldogs are going to take this, Johnny, they've got another kickoff going against them.
Yeah, Bulldogs have not had their way with kickoffs this game. It's been all power in that regard. The Bulldogs are still fighting. They're still in this. Just over a minute to go. 7 goals in Game 7. Season on the line for both teams. It doesn't get any better than this.
Both teams look incredibly nervous. Hunter, huge win. Super Lucky underneath. He's looking for the dunk. Caleb, does he get the shots? It's blocked by Super Lucky as Fiber goes to the clear downfield. Hunter is low boost. Gonna be an awkward catch for him. Kaka knows that. Looks to help him out. 40 seconds left. What do the Bulldogs have?
Pass. Kaka looks for the corner. It's awkward for everybody, but Fiber does well enough. Everyone's jumping past. So Gus almost by himself. Fiber recovers it. Looking for the backboard. Caleb down for Hunter. Gus gets down in time.
How has he made that save? Kaka now has to keep the ball in. 25 seconds on the clock. Hunter's waiting across. Kaka trying to work the ball to him, but he's low boost. The reset. Hunter sitting so close. 15 seconds. Can the Bulldogs tie it up? It's off the wall. The bumps are coming through. Gus takes it up top. 10 seconds now. Caleb tries to keep it in. Super Lucky for the clear. It's blocked to the middle. Is anyone home? Kaka, no way. Super Lucky. Power to the grand finals.
And just like that, the plot armor runs dry. The Cinderella story comes to an end. With just 4 seconds to go, that surely has to be it.
Everybody, I hope you've enjoyed every moment of this. I certainly have. That kickoff means that the time is out. The season for now is over. The Bulldogs will hope that either Power or Wildcard can get an extra LCQ spot for this region. We didn't get it the winning in last time for Open number 3. We get it this time for Open number 6. Wildcard versus Power to go to Paris.
Wow.
GG's.
Wow. What a series. What a start to the top 3 battle here. Final event of the season for OCE. As I said, the global stage takes their seat and casts their eyeballs onto the best region down under. The upside down region, and Power get the job done. Super Lucky, I found Johnny was absolutely enormous in that series. He was quiet after game 1, but he woke up late in that game.
Yeah, it was that Game 5. That's going to be the match we look back on, the game we look back on, that really took control of the match. I mean, it was out of their control. Power were losing. And then Super Lucky showed up and almost dropped 1,000. He was a pixel away from 1,050 points or something silly. So, generational game from him. Power deserved winners. But, you know, if Bulldogs had just a little bit more in the kickoff playbook, I think they looked like the better team in the actual midfield and Rocket League play, open play. But credit to Power. They did their homework. They came prepared. And they advanced to the grand final.
Yep, and we get the grand final. We get it this time, CJ. You've picked it up to me the first time I came onto this broadcast. It's gonna be Power. It's gonna be Wildcard for everything. We didn't get there because the Bulldogs decided to play spoiler. This time, CJ, I mean, for people maybe tuning in for OC for the first time, sell it to them. Just give us everybody the pitch.
I mean, we're going to see 6 players absolutely bricking themselves on the world stage here for Paris, for the World Championships. I've been in this situation, and I've succeeded, and probably more times I've crumbled. It is going to be on like Donkey Kong. It is going to go the distance. It will go to Champfield. We're going to go to a break, Shogun. Can you throw it to the break and get the people hyped, please?
Absolutely. When we come back, one more best of 7. They play on the field of Paris, but only one team can go to Paris. It's Power, it's Wildcard, and it's next.
The grand final is upon us, but before we jump in, let's take a quick look at the highlights of one of the craziest semi-finals we've had in OCE history. It went the distance. We could only send one team to the last dance, the one last crack at Paris, and in the end, it was Team Power getting the job done. But there were spoils, there were highlight moments, and overall, I'd say formal, there was absolute chaos.
I mean, it was pretty peak OCE. I don't know what it is. Every time Shogun comes down here, we wind up going 7, CJ. That just seems to be the way how it goes. However, Bougie, we were watching. We have our own like private viewing booth here at Fortress to watch this, and I couldn't tell if you were impressed or frustrated or what with the gameplay there. It was just all over the place.
I said it when I was on. The variation kickoff was the only reason the Bulldogs conceded one too many goals at the end there.
True.
And zero.
I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it.
Ground zero. Why are you showing your back to us? What did we do to you? What is this?
I've had enough of you, man. I've had enough of you guys.
We
Money's
really
not in the
should have
middle
had Ground
anymore.
Zero.
I'm sad.
We should have had him on the opposite end. I think that might have worked a little
to be
bit better
fair,
if we put him in the middle.
that would have been a bit more balanced for sure.
What were your thoughts on that one, Ground Zero? What were your thoughts on that match?
Looking at that series there, exactly. I'm not gonna lie, we were talking about it, and I was of the same opinion as Bougie there. Complaining about kickoffs because we've had Johnny Boy, and Johnny Boy's been the connoisseur and surrounding conversations about kickoffs, right? Not only in 1v1 but also in 3v3. And there's, having too much variation can throw off a team, and that was the exact same problem that befell here for Bulldogs over here. So for let's justify win coming in game 7 at least we got a good fulfilling semifinals, which I did enjoy.
Yeah, it was a fantastic semi-final, which hopefully is a preamble, is a warm-up boost to this grand final that we do need to get into, because at the start of the day, we had 3 teams separated by just 2 points. You can see there with the contenders graphic, we have eliminated, unfortunately, the Bulldogs logo from the standings, and now, Boosh, it's just power, and it's just wildcard.
Yeah, and it's looking scary. And I'm not going to lie, there's a lot on the line, because even if you are wildcard, you still have to do something if you do go to this Paris Major. But if you are power, you want to shut it down. Whoever is going, though, regardless, I feel like this matchup, this final, is going to be everything we're expecting it to be.
It is. I mean, you'd hope so, right? There's one thing that worries me, though, and this is the other side of OCE, where one team has an amazing series, all the hype is there, and then you get to the finals, and one is in form, one team is ready for it, and the other team just doesn't get going, and usually it's the team that's more well-rested. Usually, it's wildcard, because let's be honest, they have won this matchup more than any of these other teams, maybe not as much recently, but they still are those guys.
Yeah, you're big on them. Ground Zero, this matchup has been waiting in the wings. Wildcard have been waiting in the wings as well. Power, as we said, have had the recent record against them, but I feel like in this moment, you lean towards the experience of Wildcard, one of probably the greatest roster in OCE history.
I think they've had the larger amount of momentum in comparison to Power. Don't get me wrong, Power's long withstanding record here is to be given its foothold for sure. But I think we got to definitely look at the other side and see how well Wildcard have been playing. So performance-wise, I shake up and do something a little bit more different and actually win out. I think it would be enough. It wouldn't be out of the realm of an upset at the same time within expectations as well.
I mean. Cool. Is either team winning really an upset at this stage? I don't think that neither team would be an upset. I think if any time we jump into predictions and it would wind up 50-50, this would be, I like this.
What is Banana Head doing?
Loosening up.
This is up. I mean, this is the difference, though. We had it, the adrenaline dump almost of Power after that Game 7 win that now have to pick it up again. And then you've had the Sleeping Giants wildcard who have just had to watch the chaos unfold before them in that previous match, and now they're getting get up. You can see Banana Head getting G'd up, ready to go. He's up and about. I think everyone at home, can we get a 1 in chat if you're up and about as well? Because this is as simple as it gets in Rocket League. If you have no idea what's going on, you've never seen any of these teams, whoever wins will be making Paris and potentially the World Championship. If it's Power, they'll definitely be making the World Championship, as they did also make Boston. But get your predictions in chat, hashtag WC or hashtag PWR. We'll throw them on screen in a moment. Before we do that, let's go down the line. Boosh, who you got?
Okay, I didn't back them in the last one because I thought it was going to be the Caleb show. It almost was the Caleb show, but the Gus Bus proved a little bit too much. I mean, we did talk about Gus Bus, but Super Lucky had a crazy series last series, and we literally dropped 960. We won't talk about 570, but mate, yeah, I'm back in Power on this one. I want to see the boys go all the way through it. They represented us well in the first major. They could do it again in the second major, and I feel like they've shut behind what happened with Wildcard yesterday, and they're going to go.
Look, I said it before. When I make a prediction, I stick with it. Yesterday, I said that the loser of that upper bracket match would win the whole thing out, which is why when I change my mind, it is a big deal. Wildcard is going to take this one. I never do this. This is super unusual for me. However, Wildcard is that squad.
Damn. Okay, wow. Well, bouncing off of that there from Formal, I'm going to have to kind of jump in on that wildcard train and give it away to wildcard as well.
Oh, I like the look of wildcard, but I think it would be doing an injustice not to split this thing 50-50 straight down the line. So
Yeah, I
give me
like that.
power. They have the momentum.
Yeah.
They've taken down one of the teams, the other contending team in the Bulldogs in that second semi-final, and they're here to take down wildcard.
What?
And the chat, I don't think
What?
I've agreed with the chat for this entire event. So whatever I say, they just go the other way. But that is incredibly one-sided, Formal, considering how close this series is.
I'm sorry, I'm in shock with this one. Did we not just see Power play a scrappy, chaotic game, but that was the nervous game. They just proved themselves. I know it says wildcard under my name, but they've already done it once. We've seen the form. Look at the form Super Lucky's in. Last time he looked like this, he won every single regional.
It's I think we've got some French fans in here because we have to remember wildcard. They were knighted with a big win in Lyon, and it probably feels like they should also be there in Paris as well. But we've only got one way to find out, ladies and gents. Our best of 7 win and you're in. It's the big one. It's the best region in Rocket League. It's time for the grand finals, the final series of the season. Let's get the voice of Rocket League to kick things off.
Let's get to it then, shall we? 3 events, multiple matches, so many games, and yet it all comes down to 2 teams, 1 grand finals, and 1 spot. Shogun going to be starting off with Monet and CJ. Monet, how are we feeling about this?
I am feeling fantastic. We've had 6 events. This is the 6th meeting between these 2 sides, and this is the most important, very possibly, in OCE history.
Oh, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters but this best of 7 right in front of us, right here, right now. Power coming off that huge win against the Bulldogs that was scrappy, but they fought their way to victory. Super Lucky looked incredible, and now they've got to bounce back. They've got to go again against Wildcard of all teams, Shogun.
Oh my goodness, and that's how you started off. Torsos uses that flat dominus to slap the ball into the net. You think you get rid of this? You're thinking wrong.
There was that moment of could he go to the Octane? There was the moment of he's gone to the Octane, but you get to the most critical point, and Torsos in the Dominus steps up again. They've won the last 2 meetings. They beat Power yesterday. They beat Power in Open 5 in that semi-final. They've got the recent history across this season. They have the history. It's 3-2 in Wildcard's favor, but they're the team that hasn't won 2 regionals in OCE. This is their moment to step up big time.
What a start for Big T as well. He was the oldest player at the World Champs last year in Lyon. If they make the Paris Major, he'll be the oldest player again. He has been here since Season 3, since 2016, if you don't mind. Since the game's inception, pretty much. He gets the first goal on the board in an important game, showing that experience, Shogun.
Yeah, it's very important that we reiterate this as well. If Power win this, they are going to Worlds. If Wildcard win this, we are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. If they can win if they can get a single spot above that, then they would take the world spot. So this is so much bigger than just Paris. This could be for everything. As now Banana Head looks for the shot, can't quite get there in time. Super Lucky on the break. First touch lets him down a little bit. Now looks to try and cut across. But Thieves just sticks with it, takes the air dribble, leaves it for Banana Head, and now he's off to try and create something.
Wildcard just tried to build the momentum forward there. Fever will send that a long way. They've been playing for the close passes this weekend, now looking to stretch the defense a touch. You said about that situation in terms of forcing a at least tiebreaker for the World Championship, but if they make Paris, OCE's going to get behind them to make sure they get across that line for the LCQ. Whoever makes it is going to be forcing a chance for the LCQ. That's the hope, at least, to send at least one more team across from this region for the World Championship, but it's a massive point. Either team, they want to be the team that can really put OCE back on the map, and 5 against the save.
The save from Fiverr is, it has been all wild card. This game feels a lot more spread out than what we saw against the Bulldogs with Power. And although Power did start well in that semi-final, Shogun, just 2 shots to their name, they're really struggling against Wildcard, even though they played the most recent match.
But it's a very different dynamic. It felt like the Bulldogs were just taking their time to ease into that series. Second half Bulldogs, as we've grown to call them. Now backboard. Gus tried to fake it for Fiverr. Brilliant idea. Even better scouting. Wildcard are not starting slow this time, though. This is a much faster pace. Banana head, backboard, there's no follow.
Fever was just patient. He didn't know when to commit to that. Now he does. Through the corner. Torsos takes a tight angle. And Super Lucky out to the corner. Wildcard putting the pressure on right now. They do not want Power to go the other way. Banana head, center ball again. Double commit from Power. It's getting a bit chaotic. It's getting rushed. And Fever denied by Lockie, but still going to be forced off.
Fiber just shoved Torsos off that shot to force it high, to force too much power on it, but they're still in trouble. Banana head, reset, saved by Super Lucky. We've seen those two go toe-to-toe so many times. Super Lucky comes up trumps, but there's still a goal down.
They are keeping this alive, at least for now. But for how much longer? Power look a distant second at the moment. They've got to get something going their way. And it doesn't start like this. 2-0 to the Wildcards.
When you start pushing forward, when you start getting desperate for those chances, you're going to get caught out on the counter. Fever with a massive challenge on Super Lucky. Runs that one home. Minute 32. Power. They don't want to go behind at any point in the series, but it looks like they could.
Minute 32, and what a start for Wildcard. They haven't exactly been a wildcard in OCE, but they've been a mainstay at the top of the region. Less so this season, just the one win to their name. They've been the bridesmaid time and time again. They've had 2 second places. Can they win their first event of the split right here? And as you said at the start, Shogun, nothing else matters. The previous results, throw them out the window. It's all about right now.
I mean, Torsos had been to every single LAN it was possible to go to. Gets a brilliant result in Lyon, and then ends up not going to Boston. You know that one irked him. Time to restart the streak, so to speak. Maybe even go even further this time around. Torsos with the clear. We're going to get anything out of this, then it's going to have to start soon here from Power, and it could really do with Gus creating something good. But how early is Banana Head up for this one? Still, they've got a couple of players moving, but far too many blue cards getting in the way.
Power low boost at the moment. You can see Fiber diving across, but he had nothing in the tank to really get behind it. Banana Head reset off the ceiling towards Fever. Redirect Fiber. That's another save on the board. That's 3 in game 1.
It's an incredible save, but it's just not finding too much offensively. Banana Head will have the free clear, launches it downfield. They know the game they need to be playing right now, Wildcard. 2 goals up, I say that, but Banana Head's still pre-jumping. He wants this ball pinned in the orange half. Big T with another shot. Make that his 5th of the game, and I think they've done enough.
Yeah, they have been so good in game number 1. Wildcard 2, Power nothing, and that is the gauntlet thrown down. They're not the Jokers, they are the Kings at this moment in time. And it is all up to Power to find a response, because that was a dominant 2-0.
And you come into the series off the back of the previous 4 Power. You want to see them get off to a quick start. You want to see them fighting for every single thing, which they did, but they couldn't force the goals. We saw moments in that previous series where the goals were hard to come by, but in this one, against Wildcard, at such a critical point, they could not get the breakaway. On the other side, Wildcard, they get that second goal off of the breakaway. When they start pushing forward Power, they get capitalized against.
What a hot start. And it's just not what we expected. If any team was going to come out of the gate swinging, I would have thought it would be Team Power based on the fact that they just played. It was incredible game 7. They took down the Bulldogs. But Wildcard, I mean, I think Johnny mentioned Torsos being in free play, not even knowing the results of that semi-final. It certainly looked like it, Shogun, because he came out of the blocks 10 seconds in and put that first goal home.
Yeah, he doesn't care who he's up against. It could have been the Bulldogs. It could have been Power. He does not care less. It is all about getting into that game. Now, we did just see one Fiber just jump out. I think he's after a new car. But also, we've got you two jumping out as well, because for those of you that have been in OC to watch, you know that with 3 casters is not enough for an occasion like this one. We need all of the casters, which means I'm going to shoo you guys away in just a moment, and I'm going to bring in the Johnny boy, but I don't want to hear from him just yet, because I want to hear from the Yummy Cheese Man as we get into game number 2.
Yes, the lads, we're here in the grand final. I've got my favourite Shogun and Johnny Boy, no more CJ. You're here for the action to see who's gonna go to Paris.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. I didn't know you were gonna let the world know, but we are actually brought in because Yummy did appeal. He made an appeal to the to the production team to get less of CJ. So that's why we're here. But we're excited to be here because, I mean, something's never changed. We've been doing this for a while now. So is Torsos. And while the world is changing cars around him, he's just doing his thing. And He's doing it well. He's winning again. He's already up in the grand final.
It's always good to see him. And I'd say Wildcard have had a really interesting split because they've really questioned themselves after not making it to the last major. They've tried every different playstyle under the sun. And realistically, in this event, they've just gone back to what they always did, what they knew. They had the banana head up forward, Torsos as well, Fever covering more of the back, and it's just working again.
Yeah, sometimes Rocket League can just be boiled down to, we are the faster team, let's just use that. And right now, they are looking like the faster team. A much better start here, though, from Power. Need to make something of it. Banana head. Somebody did challenge him. Superlucky's never done any of it.
Did Fever not get the update? He said on that boost for ages. It's not even lighting up, but he did wait for it. He got to spawn to the background. Oh my goodness, Banana Head landed on the ball in the center. The boost steal coming through. It's a good position for Power, but the ball's gone miles away from the box. That 50 was exactly what Power needed.
Not a lot of shots for Power in the last game, and maybe a chance here to start with some opening pressure, not let the ball get into their own half of that midfield for far too long. Though, sticking in the corner, it just looks like we're going to have a nap here.
What is this for Fever? They are going to get scored on. I've not seen this in a long time. A player so committed to getting particular back corner boosts. Nice 50 by Fiber. Super lucky getting involved.
Oh, no.
Whole team play, particularly.
And Banana completely took out Fever there as well.
Just sideswiped him. All right, it's fine. You went and got that 100 boost. Get moving, is what he says. As Fever off the wall, he's got very little boost to his own name. And looks for the drop down pass. He's almost got it. Super lucky. Caught napping just a little bit. Should have realized that the boost was low. Could have definitely committed significantly earlier. Now there's a demo. Fiber just palms the ball onwards. Super lucky picks up a 100. That's not the best touch, however. Does recover it. Well done from him, Gummy.
He's doing well, and now Torsos, the man of the hour, or at least the man at the beginning of the last game, cannot beat the defense. As so wide rotations coming out from Power. It allows them to keep spread, but it has created a couple of spaces in the defense as Super Lucky does finally get the clear and a chance of his own.
And they're working the ball down the line, halfway past now in game 2. Fever gets a shot off the post, and Gus is covered in mid on the follow-up. And it's not for lack of territory. Wildcard have advanced several times in this game. That's, credit to the Power defense. They're doing enough. They're helping each other out, holding on to that clean sheet.
Yeah, just getting that goal was so important to them. Now they've really stabilized. Not allowed Wildcard to run roughshot, which it happens so often, especially in RLCS Grand Finals. It's so easy just to see one team snowball and run away with it. So far, Power have answered the call. They need to keep doing that for the next 1 minute 40. Off the wall. Fever's got no boost. Torsos, has he got somebody to team with? Not quite in this position. Fiber past 1. Very low boost for him. Fever goes early. Awkward to create too much here from Power, but it's also not a big worry for them. This is time ticking away.
Yeah, a lot of awkwardness in the corner that makes it difficult to score, but also makes it difficult to get out, as Fever does manage to do just that. Cleared out by Fiber. I'm really liking how Power are challenging close, keeping no space really for Wildcard. In particular, Wildcard do like to have that one person forward looking for boost steals and demos. And because there's always a challenge, they're not able to pass to that person afterwards.
That's a double commit out of Power. They are going to need to scramble back here. Torsos getting stuck in. Banana Head's bumped everybody. The ball goes mid, but Gus again covered in it. Multiple times this game, Gus has been watching that mid pass. Final 45 seconds. More defense needed for Power.
Gus does clear. Nobody ready then. Immediately as Banana Head looked awkward. Torsos, one finish on the hoist. Hit them with the T-pose midair.
They've brewed it up and they've managed to find their way into a goal out of nowhere. Torsos actually does get a fake touch on that. That's ridiculous.
The fabled ghost it from Torsos. That's the worst case scenario for Power. He was threatening a drop down pass, threatening a redirect, and he hits him with the worst possible option, the ghost touch. And now the lead is gone.
Back out, Fever to make it 2-1. And now suddenly Power are really up against it. Started so well in this game. They really need this one as well. Otherwise they're in an awful spot for the series. Clear, half clear, Fever on the way. Banana Head swiped at it, and there would have been nobody back there for Wildcards.
This is the danger zone for Power as well. This is a chance. Banana Hat goes soaring past. That was the opportunity to get themselves into a 2-0 lead. They'll instead put it down for OT.
I thought for a second there Torsos was lining up another ghost statue. He's going to try and hit them with the same trick twice. Very close to two-game lead there for Wildcard as the crossbar gets rattled at the other end. Low boost for Banana Head, low boost for Fever. Torsos the only one who's got some here. He's in the play. Luckily, he keeps his composure. That's really calm defense out of Torsos.
Banana Head can't get too much further. Shot, but Gus pre-jumps him. Gets there in time. Now the play past one. Banana Head low. Might have been doing better off to play that back corner, but instead they just want to keep this in the orange side of the field. Torsos cuts rotation. Backboard. Looks for the shot. And that's unreal from Fiber. Now there might be a shot on target, but Fever does just clear to the side. And we march on in this OT, Yummy.
All this with the nerves of a grand final of Worlds and Paris on the line, and both teams keeping their composure well. Something surprising at any level of Rocket League, but especially this one. Banana Head, he's going to be trying to set up another goal. Early jump, pre-jump, Fiver. No, it's just going to be Fiver to pull it out.
Yeah, they're knocking at the door again. Wildcard looking threatening. They don't want to overcommit though. Here comes Power the other way. Torsos manages to get control of the ball. Well played in defense again by him. Oh, that was a close shave. It's Power. They do look dangerous every time they can get a solo play in the air. These guys are very mechanical. But I think Torsos is kind of just dominating the lobby right now. He's looking so composed in the highest pressure situation possible.
Yeah, this really looks like it's turned into Torsos versus Gus for a lot of these, because Gus is just first man challenge everything. That one backboard, couldn't quite read it. Now they might have a chance to break away. Banana Head cuts rotation to Fever. Doesn't get the 100. Does he need it? Well, first touch really let him down, but that drops down in a nice spot. Banana Head awkwardly on the jump. 2 minutes into this OT. Wants a good 50. Just gets two players out. Super lucky. Has he got options? He's got Fiber, but he cannot get it past Torsos. And that's an unreal second touch. Well done, Torsos.
He's still got the touches, and they've still got so many shots. Wildcard, they've been keeping the pressure on. Currently 12 shots, just to 7 on the other side. So credit as well to the Power defense, keeping that on. A little bit fake out from Torsos. A little dicey at times, but there's not too much boost on Power to capitalize on it just yet. This is a better opportunity now on the counter-attack. Fever can't get too much, and they're just trying to take control of the midfield.
Oh, reset for Super Lucky. Fiber, he's demoed one. Fever takes it clear though, and he demos him right back. Still, this is a good passage of play for Power. They've not had too many. What can Super Lucky do with it? Torsos waits for the touch and then swats it to the side. He is still shutting down OCE players 10 years on. It's 3 minutes into overtime. Power could really do with a win here to get momentum in the grand final.
It's a great spot for them to be in. Really long sustained offense, but it's also so hard to break down a team of this quality when you've got them playing this much defense. That is such a great pass. Just too much sauce on the extra shot, and then a brilliant save on the goal line. Gus still required. Super Lucky uses the 33 he got from the respawn. They're going to need more than that as well. Torsos with Banana Head in support. They don't have anybody on that far side, so Gus can just power clear.
As commentator for these two teams, they know just how difficult it is to score. They sometimes put a little bit too much juice on the shots, and they haven't been able to score yet. Wildcard now hitting 14 shots, maybe one no. Fiber denies.
Oh, they're just all over them though. Wildcard are racking up the pressure, but you know, credit to Power in this entire defensive sequence. They have not lost control of their boost. They've been very disciplined with their usage of it, defending those back corners as well. And now 4 minutes into overtime. It's been Wildcard with the lion's share of the chances as another one goes off the crossbar. Credit to Super Lucky with the save. It doesn't matter if you can't get the final goal. All these shots look impressive on the scoreboard. So did the saves from Power.
It's starting to look a little bit more hectic from Wildcard too. They're rushing themselves. They're double committing a lot more. They're almost feeling like they're rushing too much, and it's costing them.
Again, massive for the series as a whole. Last thing that Power need is to go 2-0 down in this series. Banana Head on the cut. Can he get the pass up? Yes, he can!
It's in! He's too strong. Banana Head muscles it through. He had hardly any boost, grabbed the 100, and just barely gets that past the last defender. Dominates the 50 and gets the ball mid. I mean, that's just a huge assist from Banana Head, and it's wildcard up 2-0. I mean, I didn't know Banana Head could play this well with his shirt on, but every day you learn something new.
Well, yeah, you certainly do. Banana Head's grown up. He got his stretches in before the game, got himself warmed up, and it's obviously paid off. And also, I'd say not normally a player known for his 50s, so showing a different side of the coin that can catch them off guard.
That's got to feel so bad as well if you're powered. Not only because obviously you lost it, but you just got outpowered by the single most Plat 2 coded car in existence. That thing is loud. You can hear it from a separate server, but it is now 2-0 to Wildcard. I'm not in the lobby anymore, maybe a little bit of a guess, but I'm going to assume... Did they call a timeout? I'm going to assume that they haven't because it's power. Oh, they did?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's a bit more disciplined when Bulldogs aren't a factor anymore. You start to get timeouts at more appropriate times, but especially in the grand final, I think you need to. I mean, you just conceded to a Torsos ghost touch. Torsos, he's making impact plays without even technically impacting the ball. It's amazing to watch.
He's just got such a presence, Johnny. I mean,
he does.
At this point in time, he is the grandfather of Rocket League. He's not the father of Rocket League anymore. He's promoted. He's got an aura around him. I still don't like, as a defender, ever seeing the ghost touch coming through. But you know what? You guys have had a great series. It's time for you to have a little bit of a break.
Bit of a calm.
And
we all deserve it.
Game 3. Oh, actually, Johnny, you're coming with me.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you too.
Show him. Get out of here.
Kicked away here, lads.
You've got me.
Let's bring in Monty.
I'm sold on OCE Rocket League now. You can't get rid of me.
That's exactly what we want to hear. That's what we want to see from everyone in chat as well, isn't it? I mean, we haven't seen the exact amount from Power that we want to at this stage, but maybe off this timeout, they could find something. Wildcard have looked imperious so far. The defense has held firm. Power, they need to find a way through.
Seems to be an important game. Really important for them to get off to a good start, as considering they did sort of get that early pressure already, though. Wildcard getting shots of their own, and it just seems business as usual.
Yeah, Wildcard are just, they look so composed at the moment. I mean, we keep talking about especially Torsos, and I think he's been kind of trolling the region for so long on Twitter. He really does invest in future events every time he wins one. He just reminds all the young guns of how old he is and how funny it is that they're still losing to him. But, you know, is that annoying for Power to go up against not just Torsos, but Torsos ghost touching into your top corner? They've got to be a bit tilted, but maybe timeout could have sorted that out.
I've been talking about, realistically, this split. The Torsos is back in the form that we want to see from him. He's had a couple of quiet seasons by his standards, but he's back in the form of his life right now, I'd say. And I think that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, if he's in the form that he's able to fake out some ghost touches and get the goals, he's definitely performing at the quality he wants to.
And all jokes aside from Torsos and his age and whatnot, the reason he has been able to stay at the top and he has been able to perform and he has been able to go to all these international events is because he puts in the time, the effort. Yeah. He's still grinding so much. That's why normally the players who are older do fall off a bit. They just don't put in as many hours, but he's kept it up the entire time. Yeah,
consistency. And that's what Wildcard are showing us right now in the grand final. It's a nightmare situation for Power. They'll go from... I mean, they're going to have a real roller coaster of emotions watching Wildcard play at LAN. They'll be rooting for them to finish last, but then as soon as Wildcard win once... Oh, it's almost 1-0, but that's good saving the goal line. Yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Elby, but I think that Super Lucky and the boys, they'll become the biggest the biggest Wildcard fans as soon as Wildcard win a single series. So, yeah, they don't know what they want right now, but they definitely would rather have it in their own control by winning this grand final.
Oh, especially they win this, they just get 2 worlds on their own, and they're starting to see that fall from their grip, because I think they would expect that Wildcard can win one series, can come not dead last at the major, and will take that spot. And OCE currently is in a decent spot to get that spot over South America.
Yeah.
It's a massive point for the LCQ. I mean, it's such a mixed emotion sort of thing, isn't it, really, for these teams? Banana Head looks to line up a double to almost off the defender. It's so mixed emotions because you want to be there. You want to be in control of your own sort of fortune. But at the same time, as soon as it does slip by, you biggest fans of the opposition. That's going to be the night off the line. And still Power looking to go forward. They'll be happy not to have conceded, but they need to get the ball moving into wildcard territory.
Yeah, Wildcard are just dominating this midfield. And it's more of the same, unfortunately, for Power. They've called timeout. They're into a later game. Still more of the same, although that needed a scramble back from Tarsauce. Power did connect with that bump on the first defender. But yeah, overall, game plan-wise, I'm not seeing too much different between games 1 and 2 and now. And Gus changed that back. He drops it down for Super Lucky. Good save by Banana Head.
Even still, I almost see it's a bad sign for Power because, you know, at the end of last game, Wildcard were panicking. They were sort of just rushing, especially in defense, sending 2 players to the ball. Now there's been 2 defenses in a row where they're covering different options. They're spread from each other once again. It's going to make it even harder for Power to break through when they do get the odd attack that they're able to get.
That's a chance. Just having a strike, not quite able to capitalize. Wildcard starting to put pressure on themselves. Pass over from Tarsauce. Banana Head not quite reaching it.
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing Wildcard have done significantly better than their opposition and their rivals in OCE today is getting that wide option. They've so often got a player lurking over there in the defensive blind spot. Fever sneaking into that position now. Oh, what a skim of defense by Fiber though. Banana Head ready for that one. This is a bit more of an even passage of play. As Wildcard still look dangerous. Oh, double commit from Power on a bit of a half-hearted mid-pass.
Yeah, the danger of that double commit too isn't really the first play, but is the fact that Wildcard are still looking for that demo option on the last player. And as soon as they get up, they make an opportunity. Super Lucky coming in clutch, thwarts the attack once again. 20 seconds remaining. We're looking towards a 0 all overtime.
You see your teammate left in that position, you leave your teammate in that position, and you're just hoping he can get the touch lock. He does on that occasion. Banana Head flicks it forward. Fever chases it down. He's got boost to work with. Corner double opportunity. Banana Head now building something, but it looks like overtime it will be.
Yeah, we had some tricks from Power in the semi-final. They had the kickoff playbook on show. This time it's Wildcard with the drive-through fake from Fever. Banana Head backboards it for Tarsauce. Where's he going to put it? Straight at the goalies.
Yeah, not the best final touch. We thought something special was going on, but Tarsauce, he's just caked that one a little bit. It doesn't matter though. Overtime still going the way of Wildcard. Tarsauce up for a pre-jumping Banana Head. He actually went too high.
It didn't work out for them there. Wildcard holding up to the midfield line right now. Fever into the corner. He's giving it away. Power have some boost to work with. They've rarely had the boost to move forward into opposition territory in this series as a whole. And again, well, the chance to go forward, it's quickly shut down. Wildcard want the ball in this half. Super Lucky might break free, but Banana Head again at the halfway line keeps it in.
Well, now Fiber missing. He had the boost advantage there, but he's overthinking it a little bit much. And Gus not able to get too much on this. Help out from Super Lucky, advances to play again. Not once, but twice. But Banana Head inside his own net. Able to see everything coming his way. Pre-flip now from Fever, but he's not able to get to the ball first. Tarsauce just causing chaos at that back post. And now cutting across the box, looking for Gus. We couldn't find him. Now Gus with the chance. 1v1 with Fever. Fever with a huge stop. And the counter-attack now for Wildcard.
Of all the players, Fever you can just trust to be able to do that 1v1 and even almost a 1v3 defense back there. Oh, an overcommit here in the defense at the other end. Gus manages to just recover it in time. And this is dangerous here. Power still waiting for somebody like Super Lucky, Fiber, any Gus, anyone. Just start peeking, but haven't found it yet.
Scary moments for Power. Although they'll look to create something. Gus double! That is huge, and they keep themselves within a sniff in the grand final.
Gus puts the bus in 5th gear and hits a double tap to win in overtime. That came in quickly as well. There was no time for Wildcard to react. And we have got a grand final on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. No sweep this time. Gus flexing. You guys can't see it with the scoreboard, but he does love that celebration with the backwards and forwards wave dashes. I can't do that. I'll put my hand on it. I'll say I can't do that.
Yeah, we didn't need you to say that. We knew you couldn't do that, Johnny.
I'm pretty sure I've said it.
If I was thinking, man, Johnny would be on the pitch right now if he wasn't casting. I know that much. But yeah, exactly. I was just thinking somebody from Power has to step up, has to start doing some brilliant plays. We finally see Gus in action, and that's a deadly sign for Wildcard.
Yeah, you were asking for someone to step up. Any Gus to step up? Gus steps up when he really needed to. That double is a way to spark them to life. I really think that Power not only just needed a moment, they needed a big moment like that with someone taking the reins. That's exactly what Gus has done. He's been, for me, Power's MVP across this season, and he steps up in a very critical moment.
Yeah, I think you've got 3 players in Power who can all take over a play. They can all take over a series. We saw it from Super Lucky earlier. We've seen Fiber do it on LAN before, as well as online. And Gus has really stepped up to that top level. I think he's been a consistent, name in the conversations for best in OCE. And these guys, whenever they go to international lands, the word starts going around. People see them skyrocketing up the leaderboards because they're finally able to get a game without waiting half an hour. So I think they've got the respect to the international competition now. Gus would love to do it back to back and get a little bit more of that for himself.
Well, last time around, Johnny said we couldn't get rid of him because he was too much of an OCE fan, but it's time to bring back some of the actual veterans of OCE. Shogun's back, CJ's back, and this series is alive.
Shogun, the real veteran of OCE, yes. Absolutely. What a superstar. And what a game we have finally. Power have woken up, Shogi.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they can really do with a little bit more of that. How many long OTs have Power had to play today? That's all they do at this moment in time. They bring the entertainment. Entertain us by at least getting us a couple more games. Tie this series up. Torsos, backboard, not going to have to follow. Doesn't need to, as Fiber has to deal with a play that can always go so very wrong.
Power got away with that game. I feel like they really were put on the back foot so many occasions. They get the win. That's huge for their series context. But they were put on the back foot. Wildcard with so much pressure, so many chances. They just didn't capitalize in that one. If they start putting their chances away in Game 4, then it will be danger signs for Power. But, it's a big moment for Gus. He stepped up, gets the goal, and might spark something for Power in this grand final.
It's funny how this series is going similarly to the last. Never mind, Banana Head wants to push further along in this series. Wildcard strike first. They want that 3-1 lead.
No nonsense on that pass from Torsos. Just get it into that midfield as quickly as possible. It's been the way Wildcard have played this at their best. They are the faster team. They do get the more chances. It is a quantity over quality at times. As Gus back pass to Super Lucky. That's now easily cleared for Fiber, who just avoids getting demoed. Looking for the ceiling pinch, doesn't quite work out for him. But Fiber, I don't know if he's happy about that help or if he's not there, Money, but either way, they've got some more defending to do. They've got to deal with Gus.
I think the answer is he's not happy with that situation whatsoever. He had a clear chance to get it down line, and he's left in a situation where he has to stretch for it. Gus, he got the big goal in overtime last time, and now he's getting a big goal in regulation to tie him up.
Yeah, it's a huge goal. Just to take the pressure off him a little bit because they are still down in this series, and to go 3-1 against Wildcard will be a tough feat. Huge tie-up goal coming through. A lot of time on the clock here as well in Game 4. Can Power tie the ledger? Can Wildcard keep pushing forward? I mentioned it before, Shogun. It's going similarly to that semi-final we cast, where it was Power to get the first 2 games and the Bulldogs woke up. This time it's Power's turn to have a little bit of a slow start.
Oh, that one's awkward, and it's too awkward. Turned into his own net. Fever gets the points. He gets the credit. But this is not what Fiber wanted to see.
He's just misread that, hasn't he? Thought it might have been going over, was expecting to get the clearance, but instead he puts it in his own net. That is not what you want to see. You don't want to go 3-1 down, and you don't want to go 3-1 down off the back of an own goal as well. Power, they got to get back into this one. Otherwise, I feel like the grand final might be able to reach Fever. No. Crossbar down and out.
He's got to hit that. That's pretty much a wide open shot, Shogun. He had the bump coming through in net, and he just didn't find the target.
Oh my goodness, we've all been there. I've bumped 1. I've bumped 2. Why have you not put it on target? Torsos will be livid after that one. Well, maybe a little bit happier the fact that his team is still at least winning. But Wildcard all over them at this moment in time. Gus has been the standout. Now they're going to need him in defense. Fever tries to slot it top bins. Doesn't quite find it.
Wildcard have the advantage. Half the game gone in Game 4. looking to put themselves on Paris points as Gus sends that a long way down line. Tried to get the double as well, but Banana Head locates Torsos. He'll put that towards net without any real danger at the moment. Power struggled to scramble the lines. Banana Head in the corner, baits in one. Fiber won't be too easy to get by, and Torsos will keep that around in the midfield. Gus is there, Power stepping forward at the moment. They need to make something happen. Lockie up high, reset potentially no. Just goes straight ahead, and it'll be cleared away.
Gee, how well has Big T played? It's another huge 50, and there's space for Fever to get to work. Just Fiber. The rotation comes through from Super Loggy. Torsos goes low to Fever. Like the idea, but it's just blocked by Gus. They've only had 2 shots, this Team Power lineup. They need to find one more goal, but it's not going to be easy.
They really have done with that bump, but doesn't come through. Banana Head just pretty much hands it over to Power, who doesn't look too happy or uncomfortable with it at the moment. Left the hook really there. Power needs to make those count a lot more as we move into the last 90 seconds of this game. Great first touch, great second touch. Here comes Torsos, and it's in off the crossbar. Well, we needed to hear the bong before we heard the explosion.
It was Torsos getting bumps earlier. Fever couldn't finish off that play. Fever gets the bump this time, and Torsos shows them how it's done. 3-1. They might be going 3-1 in the series as well.
What a response, showing no signs of nerves after taking or dropping their first game of the series. They bounced back in a big way. Still time though, minute 20. But Power, I mentioned it before, just at the start of this game, looking a little bit rattled. And still just with 2 shots to Wildcard's 10. They've had all the offense, all the control, and nearly one more goal. Make it one more. No boost for the defender. Thieves is on song.
Nah, that's disgusting. He's there immediately. Fever knows where that ball is going. Starts off on your backboard, gonna end up in the back of your net. Wildcard, they're not nervous anymore. I think they've kind of locked in. They are playing like the better team. Now they're starting to act like it.
Last time we saw Fever in form like this was all the way back in Open 2. He hasn't been up to scratch really this season, but he's stepping up in the most critical of critical moments. He's a player that needs to be there for Wildcard, to be in the form they want to be in the play style they want to play. He has to be in really good form, and right now he seemingly is doing just that.
40 seconds, 3 goals, and it's looking like a lot of work, not only in this game, but this series for Power now. If they're going to come back, they need 3 on the bounce. Dropping this, maybe one last chance, but it is safe. There's just a wall of Wildcard. You mentioned it before, they're not the Jokers, they're the Kings. And right now, even though they dropped that previous game, they're looking pretty strong and on song. Even Fever there, just happy to let the ball roll into him front post. 18 seconds, Wildcard, Paris point.
Yeah, they look incredible at the moment. Wildcard. I'm saying that this could be a nervy grand final. I don't think anyone told them. This is just another match. It's another team that they've beat plenty of times before, just yesterday even. Why not go and do it yet again? Wildcard, triple Paris point. Torsos looking to go back to lands.
And it's also to force a tiebreaker for the World Championship at the very least. They could still make the World Championship off a good performance in Paris, but Wildcard, they are looking fantastic. And my thought goes to Gemma right now, because they have not looked in form, as I said, since Open 2, but they figured it out. They really, I said it before, they've made the late run into the box at the right time, and they seemingly have found the form right when they needed to.
Just a huge performance, as we mentioned. To drop that first game and then bounce back even stronger after losing is incredible from Wildcard, showing their experience, their veterancy as well. That was a tough save from Fiver, almost had their own goal. But just a few mistakes. I feel like they're looking a little shaky in defense, Power. They're not exactly cutting for each other. They're defaulting to rotating straight into net, and Shogun, that just gets them pretty exposed to the bumps, to the demos, and to the solo plays of Wildcard.
Yeah, they're really struggling with the bump plays especially. I mean, it could have been even worse, given the fact that there was that one-shot blast over the top after a Torsos double bump. So, I mean, Wildcard got all the answers right now. No more timeouts available. Power need the best 15 minutes of Rocket League they can put together.
Oh, they need to find something extra. They've had their moments across the season. They've had 2 regional wins across the season. This is the point that really matters, and they are struggling. It kind of reminds me of Wildcard in that Open 3 semi-final. That nerves really starting to get to them. As you said, timeout wasted. They can't use it again. Wildcard looking to step up, and I think I'm out of here.
Get out of here. You two, get out of here. Yummy JB, get on board. Will Wildcard wrap it up here, secure Paris, or is there life in this Team Power roster?
This is what proves boys to men. This is when you've got 3 games you have to win in a row, and teams like Power, we've seen them step up in moments like this before. Can they do it again?
This would be a monumental step up. The Wildcard have looked like by far the better team so far in the grand final. I think for all the neutral OCE fans watching, they wouldn't mind it. You know, you're going to trust one team to go and lock in that last chance qual spot for the rest of the region. I think you'd probably pick these guys. They've got the top 6 at Worlds just passed. But what can Power do? Can they make it into more of a competitive series? Losing in 5 would be a disappointing loss. They at least want to go to 6. See Neo Tokyo.
We haven't really seen Wildcard falter at all this series. I know they did drop that game, but they haven't had that collapse or any signs of perhaps nerves, given the fact that they are on a LAN qualification match. Perhaps a double LAN qualification match. But what a response, Team Power 1-0.
Find a little space, get the team passes. This is what we wanted to see. Super Lucky spent his time, slowed the ball down, and gave Gus room to get into position.
Yeah, beautiful pass. And you can see exactly where the defense was. Put it behind the whole Wildcard lineup. Rare to see Wildcard missing a spot in their defense, leaving something open. The Super Lucky's there to punish them. Will Wildcard be able to establish that offensive pressure? They've really had control of the midfield for the vast majority of this series, and it's been forcing Power to be the more clinical of the 2 teams. They were just there, but that's not how Power would like this to be. They need to now fight for the midfield despite the fact they're ahead.
Well, they only had about 1 shot in 3 minutes previous game. They've already had 4 shots and 1 goal right here, so this is an impressive response up against it. Team Power, they're going to have to show some almighty resilience against one of the greatest rosters, I argue the greatest roster in OCE history. So impressive, this Wildcard team. They were borderline a French team at the World Champs as well with that top 6 placement, the Baguette Knighthood as well. They've got to take him down here, Power. The double demos are coming through. Gus, the only one left with 0 boost. He's done incredible just to keep it in the blue half.
Oh, it might be too many demos. They should have covered the net, and that's the 2nd goal for Power.
What?
Well, all of the demo haters are going to love that. Banana had demoed the whole team, and then he turns around and the ball's in his net. That was
the biggest example of someone call an ambulance, but not for me. They thought that they had him with the triple demo, but they don't get the goal. It's Power. They just had to respawn, regather themselves, find the top corner. It's a beautiful pass, blocked out by Super Lucky. And as we said, maybe they need their backs against the wall, Power, because they are playing with just a ruthlessness right now.
Just the fact that sort of the nerves go away. Oh, damn, we're already in such a rough position. The best we can do is just play whatever we can and see how it goes. And it's working for them for now. There's another chance, just beaten out there by Banana Head, who looks to set up something there for Torsos. Fever has the rotation too, but they off to go safe. Try and keep it away as they saw a potential pinch and counterattack.
Well, we do have some new viewers to OCE today. We've been seeing people talking about that in the live chat. Well, those new viewers might not be aware that OCE's got some of the most scripted grand finals and just some of the most scripted qualification moments in RLCS history, while other regions might have the 4-0 grand finals, everything one-sided, dominant team. That's not how it's done over here, so I'm not surprised to see Power putting up some resistance. I am also happy to see it as someone who just wants to see this go as far as it can.
Yeah, we want to see it go the distance, absolutely. You mentioned it before, we had a triple qualification match at Major or Worlds and at Esports World Cup, and this pretty much is a triple qualification match as well, assuming the seeding is similar for this year's version of EWC. I mean, there's so much on the line, but as a player in this lobby, you can't be thinking about that. You just have to play that next moment, that next hit.
No, but the pressure is thought about beforehand, and it can get to you in a subconscious way. They've been thinking about the fact that their entire rest of the year is decided by this one series, by the last 6 months of blood, sweat and tears as well that they've put on. And will they be able to make it pay off? Well, it is right now for Power.
Yeah, this is much better from them. It's not just about the result, they've also outshot Wildcard, on top of the fact that they've scored more goals. And overall, this is more what you would think from the 2 top teams in the region at the moment, the 2 informed teams. You'd want to see them fighting tooth and nail with 50 seconds to go. Wildcard have got some work to do. They know how to go all in late in games. Expect them to do that pretty soon.
You can see that Dominus ready to go. Torsos off the pre-jump, but well defended by Super Lucky. I even love what I saw before from Gus there on the rotation back, finding demos. You know the Wildcard are going to try and open you up with their own bumps. So if you can demo the last man, they can get counterattacked pretty easily, this Wildcard team. But do you have the guts to stick around, or do you want to get back to net, batten down the hatches? 20 seconds left. Power trying to force that Game 6, that Neo Tokyo, and then we feel oh so close to a Game 7. There's only 15 seconds left, Yummy.
Last chance for Wildcard, and as that touch goes, I don't think they have a chance at all. It looks like we have a full-on series now. Game 6 on the horizon, a 3-2, and now Wildcard are sweating.
And this is where it really does get difficult to stay composed, even for the most experienced players. Power have made it to Game 6. They still need 2 more. But Wildcard just played a pretty flat game compared to the rest of the series. That was easily the least that we've seen from them in offense, and they do call timeout as a result.
Timeout confirmed. Let's see if Jimmy can get to work, coach of Wildcard. But we head to Game 6. We head to Neo Tokyo. And once I see that map, Yummy, the infamous Game 6 map, you just think, oh boy, here we go. We have ourselves a series. If you can get there, feels like Game 7 is oh so close. And in OCE, almost a certainty. But I don't want to curse it just yet. I'd love to see a champ field. Wildcard would like to use this timeout buff and end the series right here.
I've got a question for you guys. So we all know that Neo Tokyo is a blunder factory for NA, but how is it for OCE? Is it a hotspot for mistakes, or is that just the game?
That's just
general?
every map vote.
Yeah. Good one. Yeah, awesome. Well, I mean, it has been in the past a Fever map. He has poked off and qualified for a few lands, so I'll be looking out for him for Wildcard, which isn't a good sign for Power. The timeout buff usually for Jimmer as well is pretty effective, well, at least in previous seasons, Yummy. Not sure as much this season, but I'd favour Wildcard with the timeout as well.
Especially as well, they still have that little extra buffer. We talk about, especially for Wildcard, the nerves. I think that's why they didn't make it to the last event, where they did get knocked out in Event 3. It was largely down to nerves, and them having an advantage in the series is so much more important for them than I'd say any other team. They've got the timeout. They've got a lot of stuff going for them to try and close out the series now. It's when they get to Game 7 that it's a big worry.
Well, this Game 7, that's hopefully for the neutral fans, going to be needed. Wildcard will want nothing to do with it, though. I'm sure they'd rather get it done right here in Neo Tokyo.
Well, let's go to Neo Tokyo. We've got the voice of Rocket League. He voices 3 stadiums, if you didn't know. Champions Field, Shogun's Field, and he's also the guy who says Super Seivu. Shogun.
Oh, I thought it was about Monet.
Let's get into it.
I was all in on just giving that one to Monet. I was hoping for the swerve there. But we look at this, and it's my favorite map in the entire game, and I don't want to see any of it, because there's one map that I want to see still, Monet, and that's Champions Field, and we need Power to step up if we are to get there.
Yeah, Power have a task ahead of them. They look good out of Game 5. Game 6 could be a whole different beast off the back of the timeout. However, Gus on the angle. That's exactly what we want to see for Game 7.
Oh, it was Wildcard who just called the timeout. You can't believe it. That's a horrendous mistake that you do not expect from Fever. Trying to catch it on the backboard and accidentally tipped it straight down.
OCE has been the cinema factory this season. Might very well be going to another Game 7. Torsos gives a bit of a shimmy. Gus clears again. Stepped up in big occasions. He's given this team the lead. Super Lucky called into action. Just press the ball over to the side, but Iron's still there with it. And now this is all good for everybody. That 100 boost stolen. Torsos, block, follow up. It's from an orange car, and it's good enough to get rid of it.
Question marks over the timeout buff for Jimmer nowadays. So far, it hasn't worked for them. Power with the advantage as things stand. Gus looking for Lockie. They'll try to play that one across towards Fiber, but a bit disconnected as Torsos takes a challenge. Awkward for Banana Head. Has to half flip into that one. Gets demoed as well. Power with the man advantage temporarily. Lockie low boost towards the back wall. Fever out to the corner, and Power pressing on the advantage right now.
You got to talk as well about Torsos. He's made the full rundown. I'm not sure where the defense was. They didn't expect him to go.
Well, there's the defense. It's scrap heap. It's all over the field. You can pick up little bits and pieces of it, but you're not going to do it in time. Wildcard, get one each.
Those are the moments you need to make sure not to have happen on Neo Tokyo. Shaky moments where you don't have anyone left back because of a demo. You have to be aware to those situations. Power weren't, and it might come back to bite them, although there's plenty of time left in this Game 6.
Lots of time, but it's all about who can control the midfield so far. Whoever gets the most shots has won these games over and over again, and that's why Wildcard are in the lead. They have so much pressure. Now have been able to rest some of that, and that's a good 50 to do even more. Fever has to watch out as Fiber breathing down his neck does manage to get out, but not for long.
Clear from Torsos. Into the Super Lucky. Fiber decides to go first time shot. Banana Head sees it away, but this is a good little period there for the Power squad. Fiber played that so early, did not want the infield to be going against him. Now he's pre-jumped, and that's worked out beautifully for him. All right, well, one player has come to play. Gus, awkward. I don't know if he's been called off. Somebody's got to claim it. Was half the game gone? Still one each. We don't know if it's Paris or if it's Champions Field.
Fever through the corner. Super Lucky there. Well, that dunked out towards the midfield where Torsos was ready to take up residence with a flip preset over the top. Fiber will get to that to the corner. Well, he gets demoed as well. Out of the game momentarily as Fever lines up a back wall play. Banana Head too far away. Torsos won't be. Just tried to drop that down towards himself. Gets back to it. Back wall. And Banana Head sends it wide.
Well, these are the closed backboard plays that were successful for them earlier, and they've set up one for Fever. He goes for the soft touch, which is interceptable. And no goal for Wildcard, but still looking a lot better. In this Game 6, another shot on. Awkward. All members of Power stuck in defense, and he managed to scrap it out.
Yeah, this is as scrappy as it can possibly be, but for Power, it's worked. How much longer, though? They do not want to be in that position ever again. Super Lucky's currently on 34 points. They need him to come online here. They are to send this to Game 7. Torsos, yet another flip reset. Is anyone going to stop him? Yes, Fiber underneath his car. Does well enough. Now they look for the breakaway. Fever. Oh, boost. Opportunity. Challenge is going to make this awkward for the defense.
Torsos didn't quite get the touch he wanted. Fiber around to the corner again. Super Lucky plays patient this time. New Wildcard had boost in the tank. Fever gets by him. Still has a chance to take the challenge on Fiber into the corner. Banana Head center ball towards Torsos. Double commit from Power. Fiber the last one back momentarily. Should be able to still stay in the corner, but Wildcard with an opportunity. Fever, plenty of boost. Might be able to center that one. Gus gets it clear, and Power, they are desperate to score the next.
They certainly want to. It's been a bit of a struggle here for Super Lucky. Normally, in these moments, he's the one to step up, take control of the series. Currently, only 48 points on the board, only one shot for Super Lucky in this situation. It's going to have to be the likes of Gus or Fiber to finish it off. Gus gets a good 50, but not the follow.
Yeah, just a little bit too late on the follow-ups. Saw this earlier on as that's off. Gus is more than ready and waiting for it. Opportunity to try and set up very heavy first touch. Second touch, just off target, so would have been a massive problem. This could be, though. Banana Head has no idea what's behind him, just decides to play it as early as possible. Fever, Power clear. Over to Fiber, no mistakes allowed. 20 seconds on the clock. And an opportunity, Super Lucky against Banana Head. Low challenge, and he gets it to the corner.
If you want Paris Power, you have to score now. You have to score before Wildcard do, because this is almost done and dusted. If Wildcard can find the next, they'll head over to Paris, but Gus with a chance at 0. Reset. Center. Fiber is there, denied. Lockie still with an opportunity at 0. Will it drop to ground? Will it be overtime? Still the center ball. Fiber redirect it is.
That was desperation there for Wildcard. Members flying left, right across the net, and it manages to be saved by just one. But it's now overtime to potentially decide the major and worlds.
Just got rid of Banana Head. Go for the wrecking ball defense. Just off target, Super Lucky. What a time this would be to step up. He's been left so quiet. Fiber gets there in time. Torsos swiping across, though. Torsos has been impervious throughout this entire series so far. Gus, low boost, low 50. As it looks like Power have survived for now.
It's a great pass. Banana head towards Torsos. Gus gets it clear, but Fever the first to react. Great touch. That's immaculate as Fever looks to dunk it down towards the net as well. Super Locky and Fiber low boost. Managed to get to the corner. Super Locky iced up. Remember, back in 2025, opened 6. But he has to do a similar thing here as he gets the save.
So many close opportunities, all for Wildcard. They've controlled this overtime. It may be another shot here. 0 boost for Torsos, and there's the first clear out for Power. They get to breathe a short sigh of relief, but not for long.
Fever on his way. Dustin to the ball. Big opportunity here. Fiber, he's got no one ahead of him. Goes for the double, and it's saved.
Torsos, massive moment, massive defense. He's got 3 saves now. He's making the important defensive plays when necessary. Fever on the sidewall. 50 infield. Gus has boost. All the Power have boost, but they've left the ball behind. Torsos, nothing. Across to Banana Head! Wildcard are going to Paris!
Experience reigns supreme. Torsos top scoring. Torsos to Banana Head to finish the deal. So much pressure, so much nerves, so much. And they might finally manage to avenge themselves for last split.
There can only be one team. They're knighted over there. They might as well. Sir Torsos back over to Paris, and he's got Banana Head. He's got Fever. And they are looking to right the wrongs. It means that we are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. But you would pretty much say you've got to get some points extra on top of that if you are a wildcard. They look more than capable of it. Monet, what a series.
That is exactly what we wanted. It sort of looked as though we were going to have 2 grand finals today. Wildcard had the easier side of the semis. Power fought their way to a game 7 in the semi-final for them, but against Wildcard, it's incredible. We've had 2 winners across, well, each team has won 2 grand finals now. The top 3 that we've got, but Wildcard win what is the most important of most important grand finals. That was a ridiculous series, and I mean, the players that we've looked for all the time. Fever hasn't been there very much this season. He steps up when it matters. Torsos has been immaculate this season, but look at the reactions from the players all out of their seats. That is ridiculous. And Wildcard, I mean, that is so well deserved.
It's not just out of their seats, as my camera is apparently broken.
This is Yummy's resting position, by the way. This is just how he is.
I wonder if I can. Nah. Oh,
no, don't. It's better. Oh, no.
There we go.
Why have you done that?
Oh, sorry. I normally do send Shogun pictures of my face on a daily, and that's what they look like.
He doesn't even know what I'm doing. He just goes, I'm disappointed in you, and just sends that face. But there's no way, Yummy, you can be disappointed in this event. This has been unreal.
Yeah, no, I love the look of Torsos's face. He's celebrating at the end, but it's also this massive sigh of relief. There's always so much pressure on him from external, saying that he's the problem. If they're not making it, it's his fault. Bring in somebody new. He always proves them wrong, and he's had to do it once again under all that external pressure. But it's great to see. I'm hoping that we can see a return of the top 6, maybe even I'll go for a top 4 wildcard. What do we think about that, Shogi?
Well, given the way that they play over in Leon, the hater in me says no. The believer in me also kind of almost wants to see them just go out. So I want to see a tiebreaker. I don't know what I want from this region. Either way, we're going to get some brilliant Rocket League out of it. That's the big thing throughout all of this. So, wow. I mean, what a region. What an online season it has been. It's been such a pleasure to be a part of these, and to many more in the future.
Certainly has to have more of you. Thank you, Shogun, for joining us. Thank you, Johnny, as well, and all of our guests. We'll thank them even more later on. But we got to go to the desk, to the old faithfuls, and say good final goodbye to everybody here in OCE.
They're going to have to squish in there, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to.
This is what happens, okay? You spend all of our budget on these big fancy guests, and then, your OCE icons now have to share one box, all right? Like, this is what's happening.
We're making it work. Paul's making it work over there, having fun live in Melbourne. But what a grand final, fellas. I mean, to finish it off, I thought we were going to get Game 7. It looked destined. There was a 0-second goal or opportunity that was saved. Power looked fantastic. And then they had an opportunity. I think Fiber with the double touch. It just got deflected as well. It was just going to be who made the most of their moment. Big T flicks it across to Banana Head. They pop up. Wild card. Made it in Lyon. They were knighted in Lyon with baguettes. And they're back in Paris. We need to thank Johnny Shogun. Booge is right here with us, actually. We can just keep talking to him. Ground Zero as well. And every other guest that we've had along the way. Tins yesterday and this morning was, or earlier on today, I say this morning, it was such a long day. What an event. And yeah, what do you want to say, Booge? Congrats to Wildcard. Yeah. What a performance, hey?
Oh, mate. I'm not going to lie. There were so many moments during that whole series. It was just like, oh my. You just had no idea what the actual outcome was coming from. But yeah, hats off to Wildcard. Knuckled down when they needed to. I actually thought that was a genuine Game 7 incoming. Pretty sure everybody in chat wanted to see the Game 7, especially what we had lined up for it. But it was definitely something, that's for sure.
It's good.
Formal?
It was good. I'm trying to get in the camera. I'm doing whatever I can. I'm sorry to ruin
you in. He's not letting you in.
Fine. You know what? We're going to do the voice of Formal right here. All right. Just like what we saw from Banana Head when they won. The camera's just not playing along. Granted, I'm not punching this one out, but what a year. I mean, I know it was a bit shorter maybe than some people would like. I know it even started last year as well. We all were so doom and gloom at the start behind the scenes, knowing that there's only one team that was going to be qualifying through, knowing that we have lost our spot. But what it created was one of the most competitive seasons we have ever seen in this roster. We finally got the storybook ending. I told you all, Wildcard's reign of terror, it's not over yet. It just got damaged. They're still going in. I'm so excited to see them in Paris. May even go see them live. I'm thinking it's got to happen. I'm thinking I got to make that trip. I know Monty's going. CJ will find his way there. We need to do the OCE takeover of Wildcard, man.
Monty, talk to me.
Well, firstly, I did say in the green room, what's going on? Are you going to Paris? And Max said, yeah, I don't know. So it sounds as though he's been very well convinced from Wildcard there. But I mean, it's exactly the same. What a season. Coming into this, expecting it to be just, one of those sad moments where you lost a seed, but it's really pushed our region to another limit. And, we see Wildcard win it open 2. We see them fall off. Yummy goes maybe they're not quite there anymore. It might not be their era anymore, but they step up. And I mean, what a performance to put themselves at least a tiebreaker for Worlds, but also qualifying for Paris.
It didn't take much for me to turn around on that one too. It took a 4-1 over no car for me to be back predicting them once again. But you know what? I was right. Torsos is the GOAT. Fever and Banana Head having great performances, but I loved seeing them go back to what was almost like a comfortable play style of what made them great in the first place, of having their more defined roles in this event compared to last, where they were just sort of throwing Fever forward, seeing what would happen, not quite sure what their play style really is. And they've found that, they've had success, and they know that they can take that over to the major, over to what I'm going to predict will be Worlds for them, and hopefully one more team, and show OCE, make us proud once again.
Well, Big T, he scored the opener of the grand final, the first goal. He set up the winning goal to B-head in overtime, Game 6. Torsos, talk me through it, mate. You've been here 10 years. How's this one feel?
Thank God. That's how I feel. This season's been rough on the not winning side. So, last series, almost last game, we made it. Not only obviously have to make Worlds as well, but made something.
Well, what was that like? You're used to winning. You had a long period of losing. It looked like you were trying different play styles, trying to figure out what the winning formula is again. What got you to sort of the winning formula today?
Yeah, the first split we kind of weren't as structured. We were just kind of playing sort of how we wanted, like individually, and I guess it's like in scrims it worked really well. The scrim masters, and then on game day just kind of fall apart. Usually like regional 3, and then the final, like when we were up. And then we kind of brought that into Regional 4 as well, like the first regional of this split. And again, like fully capitulated, like when the pressure was on. So on Saturday night of Regional 5, we were like, how about we just be structured? We just decided to change a bunch of stuff because it just wasn't working at all. And I mean, we got the job done then. And then the last 2 weeks, we've just been like spamming that play style. I feel like it was the best we've been probably all season, or at least like the most consistent. Maybe not like peaking, but just consistent.
I mean, Torsos, you've had the most illustrious career in OCE. It's been a lot of big moments for you, but I am curious. I mean, is the fact that you've had to fight so hard this season to get that result mean this result is sort of up there for you? Where does it rank in your mind in getting to Paris?
I mean, I can't it's like so recency bias. Like, I think it's the most exciting moment of my life 5 minutes ago. It was definitely, it's good, because it was really reminding me of that split where we came 5th to 8th 3 times with Fever and Fs, where we were just like the goats in scrims, then we just couldn't do it. It was so frustrating on game day, because we really fancied ourselves every regional, and then we just never won. So I'm just happy that we got there in the end. Like, that's all. And hopefully, we can bring another OC team over if we do well. Maybe not.
Oh dear, Booge.
I've also got something to say. I've been a wildcard doubter. I'm going to be honest. I definitely have been the biggest wildcard doubter in terms of watching streams, because I used to stay up to the 3 a.m.s when you guys used to go. Now that you guys had to sit out, going back to Paris, are you guys going in with a bit of fire now? You feel like you guys are going to be able to hopefully secure that extra spot for Worlds for OCE?
I mean, hopefully, if I'm gonna go to any tournament, I hope we come last. I mean, we have to get it. We have to get win. We have to get it. Like, it's very easy to come last. We're very good at it. So we're gonna try to, we still have to get a series win to make Worlds. So it's not like it's all over and done. We can be, just happy to be there. We still have to do well. And obviously, we haven't played a LAN for a while, so definitely very keen after missing out.
All right, I'm going to be that guy then, as I get right back in, get comfy here. Going back to the LAN, knowing you have to win one match, if there's one team that you want to take down to make sure to secure your spot at Worlds, who you gunning for, who we targeting, and who we taking out? And why is it NIP?
It's like, I mean, I don't even know. I haven't been paying attention to who's making it. Who's even there? Maybe I'm hoping we come
all of them,
and Fatality and NRG and 3 of them all.
The big dogs.
Yeah, all of them.
I don't know. I hope we get a good win. I don't want to beat SSA and be like, yeah, we're sick.
Make it a good one. Make it a good one if you're going to get one win, Tors. Look, I'm going to leave you with a final, have the floor. The floor is yours, should I say. Anything you want to thank, friends, family, org, things like that. Take it away.
Always get put on this place. Thanks everyone. Thanks the wild card believing us the whole time for sure. I mean, I want to thank Bees and Beard, to be honest, and Jimmer, of course. I feel very bad if I forgot him. But we worked. I know it's very easy to say, but we did work pretty hard. And we kept believing in each other till the end. Didn't self-destruct or anything. So very glad that we could keep it going as this trio, good little team.
Well, congrats, mate. We can't wait to see you and the boys in Paris. Maybe the world champs as well, if you guys can pop off over there. And yeah, best of luck. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
There you have it, the GOAT of OCE. How good to see him still at the top, just carrying the torch for all the veterans out there. And Wildcard looking at the contenders. There's only one team left standing, Monty, here in OCE. It's Wildcard. And they'll be joining a few of these teams on screen right here.
Yeah, well, we go back to Open 1, and that's probably exactly what we expect, right? Wildcard being in that sort of situation, we would have expected Boston, we would have expected Paris. But they couldn't do it in Boston. They find the bounce back. It's so huge for them to be in this situation. I mean, it's a long time between drinks for this roster to get a result. Open 2 was their last regional win. they find a way to manage. And I mean, as I said, start of the season, everyone's going, oh, it's wildcard. They're going to be everywhere. They weren't in Boston, but I mean, by the end of the season, they seem to be OCE's champions.
And just the longevity, he mentioned, Torsos mentioned it, thanking Banana Head Fever. They believe in each other, and they've been together for almost 2 years now, which in Rocket League terms is forever.
Yeah.
And
I'm just going to cut you off really quick because I think Formal's getting kicked out. Formal and
It's
Bujo,
happening
can we just
again.
come back to you're getting kicked out. Come back to them for a sec. Say your goodbyes, please. It's been a pleasure.
We're so cursed here. I get the Formal curse the first time I sit with him. I don't know what's happened. I get in here. I've never been kicked out of a club before or a bar, but here we are getting booted.
Yeah, it's happening again. I don't know what to say, man. But real quick, all the love in the world for everybody tuning in each and every week. I know it's a long off season, but we'll still be around. Rocket League will keep happening. Wildcards, they're going to win Paris. They're going to get the second team in there. And in the grand final, we're going to get another match between these two. Wildcard Power Round 3 World Finals. I'm ready for it.
Well, thank you to Bouge and Formal. You're an absolute superstar. The core four have been killing it all season long. Can we get some love arts in chat for Formal? Absolutely crushing it. And hopefully if we can get that LCQ, we can cover all of those matches as well. That entire qualifier here on Rocket League OCE. Looking at the world's contenders was just the boys, as Formal has had to just completely dip. He's running out of Fortress in Melbourne. World's contenders here, world champs, 78 points apiece. Yummy, we spoke about it before. They don't win a game over in Paris. We got a tiebreaker. If they can win just one series, they will be our team. Wildcard will be at the World Champs.
Yeah, and it seems likely, of course, you mentioned it, the SSA win, but also I'd back Wildcard to get a win against any of the top teams, at least take one of the series, if not more. So I'm fully expecting Wildcard to go to Worlds. My major question is, do they bring a second team alongside them? And I just have that feeling, CJ. I know I told you I gave up years ago when we kept not making a top 8.
Don't say
I
it.
just have that feeling that we're going. We got that second spot.
Oh, I don't know. Well, Monty, we just there to keep our head above water, which is that top four. 4 LCQ spots, the top 4 regions on average points, as you can see. So we need to beat the average of the 2 SAM teams. Can we do it?
Well, I think with the support of a couple of OCE fellas over there, it sounds like Max might be booking his tickets. I've booked my ticket. CJ, you'll be there. That might be the most OCE fans they've ever had at an international event, aside from, the French OCE fans, but actual from OCE might be the most fans, and maybe that can get them across the line.
It feels right that they got knighted in Lyon, Yummy, at the World Championships. They're a top 6 team in the world, and they were pretty much completely off the ball. So they get this season, up until this point. So they get a chance to redeem themselves in Paris, lock in Worlds as well, and maybe go 1 or 2 places better at Worlds this time around.
It's going to be exciting to see, and it's also an interesting journey that we've had across the split for all the teams. We've had some, the Bulldogs coming out of nowhere, probably didn't have the expectations to be more than that kind of number 4 team, and they ended up having 2 regional wins, as many as anybody else. Obviously, Power very, very close to making it, and some of the players on their team have seen immense growth over the time. In fact, Gus, he's going to be a disappointment to not see over on the international stage, because I even think just 2 years ago he came in first time on a top team, was one of the most nervous looking players I'd ever seen as he came in, and he's grown a lot. So it's always the celebration, but there's a lot of disappointment. Everybody is there putting in the hard work, putting in the time and effort, so do have to give shout out to everybody who's played throughout this split and the stories that we've got to be involved in.
Monty, give us your final thoughts.
I mean, what a season. It has been incredible, and there's still the chance we come back for the LCQ, which would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, wildcard still, and to play the major, someone to play at the World Championship. But realistically, I mean, the fact that we've had 3 champions with 2 regional wins each, I don't think that has ever been a realistic thought in OCE. Maybe 2 teams, maybe in the sense of going, even 4-2. maybe not even 3-3, but the fact it's even across the board for 3 teams is ridiculous. And the fact it's with 1 seed as well makes it even more ridiculous. But it has been, for me personally, a privilege to be on the mainstream for the first time this season. It has been a fantastic time. The crew has been fantastic. Everyone behind the scenes, you guys, Max Formal as well. I guess he deserves a shout out. Hazard in particular as well. I mean, it's been a dream team to be a part of, and I'm very thankful.
Shout out to CJ, the one shout out I'll give to him for the year for making sure that this is on. He has been a major part of actually getting this onto the RLOC broadcast and making sure it's all run and that we all get to have some fun. And also, I feel like this split, I don't know what it is. It's just been more fun than a lot of the old splits that we've ever had. Has been some of the most fun. The fact that we're running it as part of almost a community broadcast. We've got you guys in chat involved. Chat have been 99.99% absolutely amazing, hilarious, have gotten involved in so many of our jokes and silly nonsense that we get here. You guys make it special. The people I work with here and sometimes even Formal make it special. And I'm glad that you guys are here. Thank you very much. I love you all. And, it's going to be a long time, CJ.
Yeah, maybe the LCQ, but look, we started off as a community broadcast. We thought we had to get something happening for the greatest region in Rocket League, for the best in the world, OCE. And we've got to give a big thank you to Blast for handing us the keys. Rocket League OCE, we revived the channel. We got it back in business. The community has been absolutely incredible. We're all back. It has been one of the best seasons. It's been so much fun. And I cannot thank Yummy Cheese Man, Money OCE, and Max Formal, who's not here. He had to dip as well. You guys have been the dream team. Hazza on the sticks as well. He's the best producer you'll ever see. Absolute legend. We'll hopefully be back for the LCQ. We'll see Wildcard over in Paris. You guys are the best. And let's do this next season, shall we? See you later.
Time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to